I had just gathered some food to eat for the day and was scouting for a place to sleep, but my path was suddenly blocked by a tall, intimidating man whose face I can't even recall. And before I could grasp what was happening, I woke up in a room of total darkness. I was certain my eyes were open and I hadn't been blinded, yet I found myself in a void without a single ray of light, which caused a deep sense of unease to settle over me as my body ached with a pain so intense I couldn't move or muster any strength. I wondered what a man like that could possibly want from an orphan like me, or if this was some sort of sick experiment, and since I had no idea where I was or how much time had passed, I felt truly scared. Hunger began to gnaw at me, leading me to believe I would eventually exit this world through either starvation or insanity. But after some time, I finally began to feel my hands again, and my breathing became easier, which allowed me to deduce that I was likely trapped somewhere underground. I suddenly heard the sound of water nearby and mustered all my strength to find it. In this damned place, I'll survive no matter what. More time passed until someone finally approached for the first time, yet, as I watched the figure walk in, I realized with a shock that I was looking at myself and had begun to hallucinate, which caused me to wake up immediately and return to the wall where I noticed moss growing. I questioned if it was edible and took a bite, finding it incredibly bitter, but it was food nonetheless, so I ate more to fuel my desire for revenge against the man who put me here. This newfound energy allowed me to move well enough to calculate the size of my small prison, and just as I finished, I heard the sound of an iron door for the first time, which caused a small space at the bottom to open and let light penetrate my cell. Someone passed food into my quarters, and from the way it was plated with leftovers and scraps, I deduced that other people were likely trapped here as well, making me wonder what their ultimate objective could be. It has been at least a month now, and though they open that small door once a day to provide food without saying a word, I haven't gone insane because I have been training my body and sharpening my senses. This effort has its effect on my vision, as I can now see my surroundings in the pitch black, watching centipedes crawl, but my luck soon ran out. I was being watched, and I hadn't realized until a snake suddenly attached itself to my hand and bit me. The pain was excruciating, as if my entire body was on fire, and I screamed until I finally passed out. When the men brought food the next day, I rushed to devour it, promising myself that I would stay alive until the very end because I simply refused to die here. As more time passed, my sight in the dark improved greatly, and I even allowed the snake to approach me again, deciding to use its poison to train my body and build immunity. I felt a familiar, searing pain and questioned my own sanity for doing this, but my resistance to the venom became far better than before, and I began to gain some of the qualities of the creature itself. Just then, the situation suddenly changed when a loud rumbling echoed through the hall, and I found that my door was finally open. As I walked out, I noticed each room was separated by 20 steps, which explained why it was impossible to hear the other victims, but the first door I opened released the smell of rotten flesh. I looked at the boy inside, who seemed to be my age, and felt a flicker of pity that he didn't make it, but I pushed forward until I reached a massive iron door at the end of the hallway. I saw that the bolts had been removed, and as I pushed it open, I realized that I wasn't the only one who had survived these past dreadful months. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would last for over 2,000 days. I walked into the chamber and spotted a young man and a young lady who immediately became cautious of me, their bodies tensing as I approached. Looking past them into an adjacent room, I saw more corpses littering the floor, which caused the young lady to ask me who I was and where I had come from. She mentioned that she believed her companion, and she were the only survivors. I introduced myself as Pyowol and explained that I had been trapped in the adjacent sector, which led her to ask if I was certain there were more places like this. I told her it certainly looked that way and asked for their names, to which she replied that she was Pyowol and the guy was Song Cheonwoo. I glared at them and asked them to follow me, walking right past them. They were shocked, asking me where we could possibly go. I calmly told them to follow me, and Pyowol asked Cheonwoo to hold her hand because the darkness was so thick. This caused them to trail closely behind me until we reached the next layer of the space. As we entered this more crowded area, the people there began to interact with Pyowol and Cheonwoo. I peered into the surrounding rooms and noticed even more corpses, though unlike my sector, these people hadn't starved. They'd turned the off switch on themselves. Seeing that there were more bowls and food here than where I was, it seemed like each sector had a different difficulty level. Suddenly, Pyowol called my name and introduced me to Lee Min and Go Shinak. Emerging from the space together, we came upon a third door. A bright light hit us, which was blinding despite it only being torchlight. We had been underground so long that even a flame felt like the sun. Before us lay a wider space that looked like a small village. though the construction was flimsy and made of wood, as if it had been built in a great hurry. While I was observing the poor interior, Lee Min approached me and said she would be in my care from now on. Her sudden closeness made me uncomfortable. But then she asked if they were like this from the start. Confused, I asked what she was talking about, and she pointed out my red pupils, calling them beautiful. I realized it must have had to do with the snake poison I endured. It isn't good to be different in a place like this, but Lee Min reassured me that they were only faintly red when a torch was nearby and normally weren't visible. She asked what I was thinking so hard about. She told me I was different from the other kids, because while they were all confused, I was the only one actually thinking. Pyowol then walked in and asked what we were doing, but quickly pivoted to mention that the other kids had decided to stick together. She asked if I was going to stick with them, but I told her we'll see. She told me to feel free to see her if I changed my mind, and when she turned to Lee Min decided to join them, saying that sticking together was better for survival. Several groups had already formed, one with Pyowol and Song Cheonwoo, another led by Kang Il, one focused around Yeom Il-jung, and one led by Go Yeon-san. There was also me, who wasn't part of any group. I personally don't trust easy, but people definitely talked behind my back because of it, and especially since I was the sole survivor from my section. I noticed the buildings were new, but the space was covered in moss, meaning this underground area was very old, and had been reused by someone extremely wealthy. Suddenly, a sound came from above, and a bright light revealed an opening in the ceiling. A basket began to descend, and this basket was filled with lots of vegetables, causing people to scream in excitement, but Pyowol and Cheonwoo stopped them. When people shouted to move so they could eat, Pyowol suggested they distribute the food fairly as representatives. I wasn't about to be left out, so I screamed for them to wait, saying I was taking my share too. As I reached for the basket, Yeom Il-jung stopped me, stating that no one could take food without their permission, and that the basket was under their control. Just then I snatched my hand back and used it to smack him across the face so hard that blood spilled everywhere. I sparked him to the ground and screamed at him to say those words again. Could only scream for me to let go. I pressed on his head even more while others called me a crazy bastard. Pyowol asked me to let go, saying he had surely understood by now. When I asked about the food, she promised no one would touch my share. I stood up, glaring at Il-jung, and told him that if he wanted his other eye blinded to bring it on. I realized this was all a test to filter out useful children, and it would continue until they fulfilled their goal, meaning these children would all eventually become my enemies. Later, Pyowol approached me alone and mentioned that many children had left Il-jung's group and joined hers after I made him look weak. I noted that her group had become the biggest, and she smirked, saying she thought I wasn't interested since I kept my distance. I told her that as much as they showed interest in me, I was keeping watch on them too. I could see why they were loyal to her. She ate the least to secure food for the group. She asked me to join them again, but I told her I had already answered. Just then, a banging sound signaled mealtime. Kang Il screamed for no one to attempt to enter the basket so that they wouldn't cut the rope, but when they reached it, they were shocked to see the rations had been drastically reduced. Those sick fucks are trying to weed out the weak ones amongst us. I must survive this upcoming food scarcity no matter what. Mok Nosum was a boy who survived in the final sector and joined So Pyowol's group. Yet he was found dead all of a sudden. This caused a wave of shock to ripple through the cavern as people wondered who the hell could have done this, though everyone deep down knew the reason he died was simply because he was the weakest. Song Cheonwoo was visibly annoyed, vowing that he would take revenge if he knew the culprit, but So Pyowol responded by saying it didn't really matter who did it. She mentioned that the important part was that someone following them was dead, and she was pissed, stating that they had to take revenge in the exact same way, and I deduced that a war had officially started in this little space. Ultimately, the weakest of Go Yeon-san's group was found dead as well, which was only the beginning. Every night, someone else was found dead, whether they were from So Pyowol's, Yeom Il-jung's, Go Yeon-san's, or Kang Il's groups. The children started distrusting each other and became as savage as demons from starvation, but as for me, I kept on eating my moss. It was disgusting, and I could never get used to the taste, yet the starved children still hadn't come this far into the shadows. Just then, I noticed lights shining in my direction, and knew that my peace would end soon. 4 people walked into my space, and I knew there was no way they got lost. One of them asked if this was the place, and another confirmed it, saying he had seen me come and go with his own eyes. It seemed they came to attack me, but I had my own plans. Suddenly, one of the boys screamed that something had bitten his leg as he fell limp. It was my snake that had bitten him, causing him to pass out immediately. Yeom Il-jung panicked, screaming for everyone to watch out because something was there, and another guy accidentally dropped his torch. In the darkness, Iljung continued to scream for me, asking where the hell I was, so I appeared from the void and grabbed one of them by the neck. I choked him swiftly while glaring at Iljung with killing intent. He screamed at me to let his friend go, and while I briefly worried about the morality of it, I snapped the boy's neck regardless, realizing I'll have to kill someone sooner or later. This caused Iljung to become even more frightened, and he dashed at me, screaming for me to die. He lunged with different attacks, but none of them landed as I dodged, weaving through his strikes until I suddenly vanished. He looked left and right, screaming for me to stop running like a rat, but I laughed as I appeared behind him. I mentioned that it wouldn't end with just one eye this time, and as he swung again, I moved swiftly away. His face was filled with sweat as he panicked, suddenly screaming for us to wait and join forces. He muttered some stupid words about how I wouldn't survive against all the kids for long, and suggested we work together to defeat Pyowol and Song Cheonwoo. I glared at him as he spilled this nonsense, telling him that while he might be obedient now, he would pull the same tricks later. I bent over and struck his jaw with an uppercut, then wrapped around him from behind, and began to strangle him. With his last bit of air, he asked me to spare him, but his body fell to the ground, as I told him the reason I killed him was because I am still weak, and I have to grow stronger. As a result of his death, Iljung's group disbanded, and while people instinctively thought I was the killer, no one said a word. Later, Pyowol wondered to herself how I could be so strong, and how I was able to kill on my own. This reputation began to instill itself in everyone's head. When the basket appeared again, the reduced food meant people had to be killed to secure rations. Go-Yeon-san realized everyone had become a murderer, and that even I, Pyowol, had killed Iljung. He advised his people not to even think about doing anything to me. Suddenly, a child dashed toward Go-Yeon-san, reporting that 2 kids from Pyowol's group had been banished and were at the red house in the north with a potato. Go-Yeon-san told his members to get ready, and went swiftly to locate them. He spotted them seated in front of a small house, about to share the potato as he hid near, behind the wall. But before he could move, others ran through like rats, screaming to kill them and take the potato. It was a horrifying scene, as the children did their best to escape, but then suddenly, 2 children jumped out of the corner with sticks as they struck the running children on their heads, causing Go-Yeon-san to realize it was a trap. He screamed for a retreat, but he was already surrounded as Pyowol walked in. She mentioned that they had caught a big fish with a single potato, and that they could reduce the number of mouths to feed today. Go-Yeon-san was pissed and asked if she would be satisfied with just his life, but she responded that while she'd like to listen to his request, they couldn't afford that much food. She mentioned that he would have done the same in her position, and ordered her group to kill them all. The battle ended in minutes, and Pyowol looked up at me as I sat there watching. I realized then that this space, with its terrain, shortcuts, and building placements, was designed to make us accustomed to killing. If a place like this exists elsewhere, it must belong to a large clan of these Yanghu. I realized that they are using us as disposable tools, demolishing our nature, to raise us as assassins. After that horrific scene, some of the children gathered together and talked about how they had ended the members of Go-Yeon-san's group. Pyowol walked in cheerfully and declared that it was their complete victory, asserting that no one would dare go against them now. But Lee Min watched from a distance as a sense of discomfort settled over her. She thought to herself that she could still smell the scent of blood. She found it disgusting that they could eat so carefully with hands stained by another's blood, and this realization made her feel deeply uneasy. Some time passed before the space above opened once more, causing everyone to gather in expectation of food as per usual. Pyowol appeared and commanded that they must secure as much food as possible, which everyone affirmed as she looked up, saying they would finally eat their fill now that no group remained to stop them. She looked to her side and realized I, Pyowol, was standing right beside her, but as she spotted me, she noticed that my face was contorted in an uncomfortable frown. Just then, even Song Cheonwoo screamed, wondering what was going on, which caused Pyowol to turn her gaze upward to spot several ninja-like men. 4 of them leaped from the open space and landed swiftly on the ground, leaving everyone shocked and confused. The men glared viciously and immediately brought out sticks, striking everyone to the ground mercilessly. The children screamed in confusion as they fell under the relentless assault. I had expected something like this to happen, even if I couldn't believe they were using violence right from the start. Yet I knew I had to endure it. I would only draw attention to myself if I made a move now, and I must not draw attention. Just then, 3 other men descended with their faces covered by cloths numbered 1, 2, and 3. One of them raised his hand, causing the beatings to pause, and he announced that he was First Sword, stating that our lives belonged to him from now on with no exceptions. One of the young children made the great mistake of screaming out to ask who he thought he was, which caused one of the ninjas to immediately decapitate him. As the young survivors watched the gruesome scene, the reality dawned on everyone that the situation had changed completely. First Sword then spoke again, saying he had not permitted any of us to open our mouths, and I glared at him, wondering what type of situation this had become. The scene then shifted to a room lit by a candle, where the men introduced a substance called Gyu poison. They explained that when you place poisonous organisms into one jar, they will eat each other until only one remains, and that survivor will possess the most potent poison. Noting that among the countless children, only the most wicked, and those with the strongest survival instincts had survived, he asked which of us was worth paying attention to, and Second Sword mentioned Pyowol, noting that as the leader of the largest group, her influence was the greatest, and her spirit would need to be crushed so she wouldn't dream of instigating a rebellion. He also mentioned Song Cheonwoo and Kang Il as being outstanding in their martial arts senses. Finally, First Sword asked about the sole survivor of Sector 1, and Second Sword confirmed that Pyowol was still alive. First Sword pointed out that Sector 1 had the least food and the poorest conditions, meaning survivors from there would not be normal, so they should pay very close attention to me. As Second Sword walked out, First Sword pulled a golden scroll from his pocket. He wondered why the captain had accepted such a request, which detailed that the Blood Shadow Group captain was to carry out an assassination within 7 years for 500 gold yang, under the condition that not a single trace was left. Meanwhile, Third Sword stood on top of a building and screamed for our attention, stating that our objective was to capture the flag. Everyone immediately scrambled toward the house as the merciless days of assassin training continued. We knew that if we could not endure this process, we would die before seeing the outside world again. So Pyowol eventually captured the flag as the lead, prompting Second Sword to remark on her outstanding intelligence and judgment. When First Sword asked about me, Third Sword responded that I was around average and hadn't shown anything distinguishing yet. First Sword mused that he might have been mistaken, but ordered him to keep watching me just in case. Later, Pyowol stood looking annoyed as she watched me reading the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. She asked me why I was still reading it, and I told her I just felt like it. She asked if I ever got tired, noting I was as fit as a fiddle, before yawning and walking off to sleep. I remained focused, knowing the thunder-splitting cultivation technique was something even fledglings could learn, though the instructors had mentioned they had a hard time getting it. We were given 3 months to learn it, and as I sat in meditation, I tried to center my energy and feel my ki. While the others saw it as a mere stepping stone, I realized none of them had perfectly comprehended it, as physically splitting thunder isn't humanly possible, yet the technique provided a distinct feeling of power. The speed of my thoughts was the key to understanding, and I felt a sense of pride in my ability to learn and develop my skills. The scene then shifted to the training ground, where I was practicing with a young man who suddenly dashed at me with a sword. As I dodged, he smirked, and I realized he was actually trying to kill me. I asked him why he was doing this, and he laughed, saying a fake fight wasn't fun. I noticed the instructor was paying no mind to us after teaching the sword forms, so my mind was made. The guy dashed around me, but I saw through all of his movements. He even used hidden blades, but I centered myself and dodged each one. He tried to stab me multiple times, and eventually, Third Sword began to take note of our duel. This was annoying to me, as the boy was relentless, but I dodged everything until he finally paused. He smirked, but challenged me to entertain him more. I realized I had no choice, so I dropped my sword and walked toward him. This move confused Third Sword, but as the boy dashed at me, I steadied myself and kicked him directly in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood and fall to the ground. First Sword mentioned that the target was the most talented man in all of Sichuan, and that even perfect preparations weren't enough to face him. A single mistake could lead to the annihilation of the Blood Shadow Group. This was why they were training children who had nothing to do with them, ensuring no issues even if the mission failed. First Sword ordered Second Sword to push us even harder, regardless of how many died. Back on the field, I grabbed the hand of the boy who had been fighting me, and broke it. He screamed in shock as he fell to the ground, and as the instructors glared at me, I became worried because I didn't want it to turn out like this, but the boy had forced my hand. The First and Second Swords approached me and asked if I was the responsible party, to which I glared at them and confirmed that I was. Before I could process their presence, one of them drew his blade and placed it against my neck, with movements so swift they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. I looked at the steel, visibly uncomfortable, and wondered if I had made a strategic mistake by not holding back more. I knew they wanted nothing more than a useful tool, and if I had miscalculated, I would surely die right there. However, he simply pulled the sword away and tapped it against me before walking off. mentioning that an assassin must never leave a trace under any circumstances. He added that breaking an arm was a clumsy move that revealed one's martial arts and identity to the opponent, and he warned me to keep that in mind as he left a chilling silence in his wake. I immediately exhaled as the pressure they brought into the space vanished, wiping a bead of sweat from my cheek. 6 years passed in a sudden jump, and the underground space was now lit by a torch as a ninja walked by, striking a boy's leg with his stick and telling him he would already be dead if he were an enemy. The boy glared at the man, but the ninja ignored him, thinking to himself that no matter how diligently we learned, an inexperienced assassin's turtle-breathing technique was bound to be noticeable. This technique, used to hide one's presence, was something we had all been practicing, but as the ninja easily spotted everyone in that space, he felt we were still far from ready. He walked forward, as he noted that only one person was left to find. He approached a gruesome-looking area and wondered if he had been misinformed about 5 people hiding there, as he couldn't sense the slight disharmony unique to a living human. Visibly uncomfortable with his inability to find his target, he struck his stick on the ground and commanded whoever was there to come out. I immediately shook myself free from the rug where I had been hiding, ascending slowly as he glared at me in shock, realizing I had been hiding that close to him the entire time without being noticed. I looked at him in my older state and asked if, since training was over, I could go take a break. He granted permission, and as I bowed and walked off, I could see he was visibly pissed at my mastery of the technique. I moved to a different area where Pyowol, Song Cheonwoo, and others were gathered to eat. So Gyeoksan laughed as I walked in, calling me Mr. Pompous, but I noted that he had changed his face again. I asked him if that was Kwan Ging's face he was wearing, and he laughed, mentioning he had crooked it not too long ago and was using it for the time being. I scoffed and walked off, telling him that at this rate, he would forget what his real face looked like. He just laughed it off, saying no one cared since we would never get out of this place anyway. I told him I wondered about that, and just as Pyowol picked up her food, she mentioned that the food quality was gradually getting better, which likely meant we would be given a mission soon. That realization was not comfortable, but I found myself looking forward to it. Inside one of the huts, the first sword sat alone, and finally took off his mask. The first sword, Lim Sayol, looked very old with a prominent scar on his face, and he thought about how in the last 6 years they had raised only 30 assassins out of the initial 300, and felt that since death was approaching for him, he had become far too emotional. The second sword, Ji Yu Shinhang, and the third sword, Sang Ilshin, joined him. Sang Ilshin asked why the masks were off, and Lim Sayol responded that he was just stifling, and that after 7 years they were free to remove them. They discussed how the children had exceeded expectations, with some becoming stronger than the instructors and almost beyond control. Lim Sayol reached into his pocket and pulled out a book, stating it was time to begin the final stage. The scene shifted to where the trainees stood before 3 books. The instructors explained that 3 of us must learn the martial arts technique in those books, and the other 27 must assassinate the 3 who learned it. An immediate murmur erupted as we realized they were forcing us to kill each other again. Lim Sayol continued, saying this was the final training, and that once completed, they would not force us anymore until we left the space. So Pyowol wondered if 27 of us could truly rest if 3 were sacrificed, while I realized they were throwing a dangerous bait at us. I knew the one who learned that art would have a target on their back, but I suspected the technique was likely the one our future assassination target used. Getting greedy for that power, I raised my hand and said I would learn it. So Pyowol asked if I was deciding to be a scapegoat, but I walked forward and told her I would see if I became a scapegoat or a wolf. The training turned into a hunt. Song Cheonwoo stabbed one of the children in the stomach, ending him while apologizing for the death. He had been forced to learn the art after drawing lots, and felt it was a wrong situation, but he had no choice. He noted that now only one of the 3 who learned the arts was left, myself. As he walked away, So Gyeoksan stood nearby laughing, saying what a feast it was and that he was having the time of his life. Lee Min mentioned to the group that I was the only one left, and that it had been a while since she had seen me. So Pyowol noted that I was probably still inside the complex, and they just hadn't found me yet. She remembered our training days and how none of her attacks could pierce my defense, which made her feel uneasy. So Gyeoksan suggested out loud that maybe they should just kill the instructors instead, since it would be easier than killing me. Song Cheonwoo agreed, but warned that the instructors surely had countermeasures or restrictions placed upon them. They decided to focus on finding me first, and walked off, leaving the lifeless body of the third martial arts student in the dark. I appeared from the shadows once they were gone, and looked at the boy they had just killed. Seeing the tears in his dead eyes, I closed them, thinking to myself that the instructors were likely busy pursuing the children while trying to find me. I knew they would be keeping surveillance on any students thinking of rebellion, and I realized this was my best chance to unearth their true objective. Hidden behind a jagged rock, I watched the instructor's temporary base, which was guarded tightly by 2 men. However, I knew it was nothing I couldn't get through. Although the instructors had mentioned that moving would undo the turtle breathing technique, I realized that if I used the thunder-splitting cultivation technique to subtly split my breathing, I could move while erasing my presence to the absolute limit. And so I did just that. Slipping inside and reaching the deepest point of the base, I entered a room containing 3 chairs and a round table, wondering what secrets they were hiding, and who exactly was trying to raise us into assassins. My goal was clear. I needed to figure out everything. I spotted a golden baton on the table and pulled out the scroll hidden inside. As I read the letter of request for the Blood Shadow group, I questioned who this Wu Gongsand could be, for them to spend 7 years and sacrifice 270 children just to raise us. This realization made me extremely angry, but the sound of an approaching noise forced me to hide immediately. First Sword entered the room and, despite my best efforts to clean up, he noticed the subtle disharmony of an invader. He summoned the others, and when Third Sword asked if something was wrong, he mentioned the infiltration. Second Sword asked if he had any idea who it could be, to which First Sword replied that there was no one more gifted at infiltration than me, Pyowol. Even as they realized it was me, they had no idea I was perched on the roofing just under their noses, completely undetected. Third Sword said it was unbelievable that I would infiltrate the base while everyone was chasing me, and First Sword responded that leaving me be would cause a massive problem. When Third Sword warned that punishing me without evidence would cause opposition from the children, First Sword decided to direct that opposition toward me by using the Hell Flute. This shocked his brothers, as the Second Sword asked if that wasn't a last resort restriction, but First Sword insisted it was time to show the children who their true owner was. The scene shifted to First Sword standing outside with the flute, while So Yowol and Song Cheonwoo walked through the grounds. So Yowol asked Cheonwoo where in the world I could be hiding, noting that even the best trackers couldn't find a trace of me. Suddenly, a weird sound from an instrument struck the air, causing everyone to drop to the ground in agony. Li Min screamed that it felt like an insect was devouring her entire body, and as I walked into the space, I realized they had activated the restriction. While everyone else was in pain, I only felt a slight ringing in my ear, and wondered why I was the only one who was fine. I placed my hand on Lee Seolman's back to fuse our internal energy, which was safe because she also knew the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. I pondered the difference between us and deduced it must be the poison. Since I had acquired resistance from snake bites long ago, the restriction had less effect on me. This caused me to believe that the Gyu poison was likely a dormant poison in our bodies that reacted to sound waves. Just then, the ninjas approached, and I realized that if I didn't act, they would discover my resistance. To avoid drawing attention, I fell to the ground and acted as though I was in pain. A ninja spotted me and reported that he had found Pyowol, prompting First Sword to approach and strike his sword onto my chest. He asked what I had seen in his room, and mentioned that a protruding fang like me was better off being killed. I screamed in pain as he drew his sword, but Second Sword stopped him, saying we needed an expert in infiltration for the request. First Sword argued the other children were enough, but the Second Sword reminded him that they could manipulate me with the Hell Flute, since I seemed powerless against the Gyu poison. This caused them to calm down, and First Sword ordered the ninjas to feed us the antidotes. He then announced to the group that it was my fault they were poisoned, warning them that any further rebellion would result in experiencing that pain again. Later, outside my quarters, Lee Seolman, So Gyeoksan, and So Yowol came looking for me. So Yowol mentioned how disgusting it was that I spent my days secluding myself in such a dreary place to train, and So Gyeoksan noted I was likely hiding because the other children detested me now. I suddenly appeared behind them and asked why they were looking for me, which caused Gyeoksan to scream that I almost scared him to death. So Yowol mentioned she wanted to talk, and as the conversation flowed, Lee Seolman glared at her, realizing that I had been the one to infuse internal energy into her during the flute song. So Yowol asked about the restrictions binding us, and I told them I knew exactly what they were. When she asked me to tell them, I asked why I should benefit them after they had chased me with such zeal. She called me a son of a bitch and asked if that was how I treated comrades, but I reminded her that comrades wouldn't attack each other like that. To my surprise, So Gyeoksan swore that he would never abandon me and would consider me a friend from now on. I smirked, asking if I was supposed to trust him just on that. He responded that having someone capable as a friend had no downsides, and invited me to visit his floral performance troupe if we ever gained freedom. So Yowol joined in, promising that her followers would no longer show me hostility. I finally told them about the Gyu poison, explaining that the organisms lay dormant until stimulated by the flute's sound waves. They were shocked, asking how I was fine, and I mentioned my natural resistance. I told them to figure out how to remove it on their own, thinking that having more variables like them escaping the poison's effect would benefit me. As they walked away, Pyowol thanked me and offered her help in return. Lee Seolman remained behind for a moment and blurted out that her real name was Lee Seolman, and she told me she wanted me to remember it. Lee Seolman walked away, leaving me in a state of confusion as I watched her depart, though I chose to say nothing. Sometime later, First Sword gathered us for an announcement that sent a ripple of shock and excitement through the cavern. He stated that today we would finally leave the cave. He called out to Pyowol, who responded by raising her hand, and informed her that once the instructors departed, she would be responsible for leading the children outside. She accepted this with bright enthusiasm. As the instructors boarded the baskets, they began to wonder how many of us would actually survive the mission, recognizing that while we were strong, our target was a martial artist of the highest caliber in the Jianghu. First Sword mused that they would be the first to leave, feeling his role was over as he prepared to retire and wash his hands of this assassination life. When the basket fully ascended, the cave erupted in screams of happiness as everyone realized the end of their imprisonment was near. So Pyowol took charge, assigning the first half of the group to the next basket. I looked up in astonishment, my mind racing with the thought of whether we were truly leaving this hell. So Pyowol approached me, mentioning that she expected us to be assigned a mission soon. I asked her what had happened regarding the curse poison, and she revealed that a few of them had been detoxified, explaining that Lee Seolman knew a surprising amount about poisons. I was stunned by this revelation, but Pyowol simply moved forward, urging us to leave. As the basket descended for the final time, Pyowol grabbed onto it and told us to get on. We piled in, and as we rose through the darkness, I looked down at the hellish depths where we had spent 7 years. It wasn't just a place, it was hell itself. So Gyeoksan screamed in delight at the sight of the outside world, but as I looked up, I realized the danger of the sudden glare. I immediately pulled my sleeve to cover my eyes and screamed for the others to do the same to avoid going blind. The light was blinding and painful as we reached the surface, and the effect on my senses was jarring until the basket finally dropped. We heard footsteps approaching, and a figure remarked that the instructors seemed to have made some useful tools. Based on his cold, emotionless voice, I assumed he held a high executive position, likely the captain of the Blood Shadow group, Zhu Juyang. He ordered his men to acclimate us to the outside world, and we were escorted into carriages. I made a mental note to memorize his voice, sensing his dangerous nature. We arrived at a new lodging, where we were warned that being outside didn't mean we could be indolent, or we would face death. In this new space, Go Shinok and So Gyeoksan glared at me as we experienced the surroundings together with little laughs and smiles. I even found myself smiling at the prospect of washing myself finally in fresh well water. It felt surreal and refreshing. I changed my clothes and lay on the ground, letting the moonlight and wind touch my face as the world around me felt suddenly lively. Nearby, some children were tearing up over the beauty of a flower, overwhelmed by seeing something so delicate again. However, this wholesome moment was shattered when an instructor stepped on the flower and threw weapons at our feet, telling us to keep them safe for the upcoming mission. He threw a weapon to me as well, signaling that our brief peace was already over. The scene then cut to the Green Moon Palace of the Clear Breeze District. Zhu Juyang sat with the First Sword, Lim Seol, sharing tea while Zhu Juyang thanked him for his hard work. Lim Seol simply mentioned that he had only done what he should have, but Zhu Juyang insisted that the group had become more prosperous because of the sacrifices made by him and the other instructors. Addressing him as uncle, Zhu Juyang expressed that he wasn't sure how to repay the favor, though Lim Seol said there was no favor to repay since he would have been dead long ago if not for the former head. Zhu Juyang then said to Lim Seol that he could finally rest now, which caused Lim Seol to ask if he was finally permitting his retirement. Zhu Juyang confirmed this, adding that the second and third swords were also free to retire. Lim Seol mentioned that the children they raised were truly a waste and too talented to throw away after a single use. When Lim Seol asked if he had identified the requester, Zhu Juyang admitted he didn't know, and warned that one shouldn't cross such lines, especially when a big shot was willing to pay 500,000 gold yang. Inwardly, Zhu Juyang believed that until the Blood Shadow group could rival the 100 Wrath Union, they had to remain as careful as possible, though he smirked while telling Lim Seol that this request would be the massive leap they needed to catch up. I stood elsewhere, clutching the new blade I had been handed, when So Gyeok-san appeared behind me. He asked what I was thinking about, and mockingly questioned if I was trembling now that the mission was close. I turned to him and admitted that, to an extent, I was. He laughed, calling me a liar and saying everyone would find that joke hilarious, but I countered by saying he seemed to be the one trembling, since he was talking much more than usual. He laughed again, asking who exactly was trembling, and expressed that he wanted nothing more than to be put on the mission immediately so he could finally be rewarded for his suffering by chopping someone's head off. I watched him in silence until a voice screamed for us to come out with our weapons. We moved swiftly under the command of a figure I recognized as the Fourth Sword. He watched us, thinking it was a waste that such talented children, who didn't fall behind regular members, were being used this way. We arrived at a cliff where he ordered us to halt and hide, which we did instantly. As we looked down at our destination, the resentment of 7 years of hellish training boiled within us. I already knew the name behind our suffering. Wu. The next morning, inside a palace, a lady named Yongseol-ran stood in a green robe, admiring flowers that withered upon her master's entrance. An old lady, the leader of the Ime sect known as the Abyss of 9 Calamities, approached her. Yongseol-ran mentioned she was outside because the breeze was nice, but the Abyss called her needlessly sentimental and asked if she still resented her. Yongseol-ran said she was simply unconvinced about putting her life on the line and wished to be excused. This annoyed the Abyss, who screamed at her about how she had rescued, fed, and taught her everything. Yongseol-ran quickly hugged her, telling her not to be upset as it was bad for her health, while the Abyss warned that if they didn't get their answer by tomorrow, they would execute the plan they had devised for 7 years. Just then, Jonghwa rushed in, calling for her master with news from Chingchang. When asked for the proposal, Jonghwa confirmed they had received what they wanted. The Abyss struck her staff against the ground, declaring it finished, while Yongseol-ran thought to herself that it had finally come to this. The Abyss told her the fate of the sect now rested on her performance, and though Yongseol-ran promised to do well, her master secretly lamented using such a talented child as a political tool. As the breeze blew, Jonghwa asked how they should handle the matter of Gu Juyang, prompting the Abyss to glare and ask if she meant that specific plan. Back in our hiding spot, I wondered how much time had passed. It was still morning, and since the assassination was set for night, I planned to use the time to rest, feeling more comfortable in the dark than the open day. However, as I sensed my surroundings, a sudden dread washed over me. Something was wrong. I was getting a bad feeling just as a spear struck one of the children in the corner. He screamed, coughing up blood before passing out, and a wave of panic hit me as I realized the situation had turned. In the far distance, Yujin emerged, rhythmically stabbing the ground with a stick until he pulled it up to reveal one of my brothers, whom he had just skewered. This discovery caused him to realize that assassins were hiding right beneath his feet, and he threw the corpses into the dirt while screaming about how we dared to hide around Mount Qingcheng. He turned to his men, asserting that we must not value our lives, which led to a roared affirmation as he ordered them to find and kill us all. I sensed the shifting tides and signaled to everyone that we were at a disadvantage, ordering an immediate retreat. This caused us to dash swiftly from our hiding spots, much to the surprise of the disciples. I told my people to disperse and regroup once we cleared the encirclement, but as we scattered, Yujin merely smiled and hurled a spear with such force that it caught one of us in the back. He was gruesome, demanding more spears and skewering 3 or 4 more of my brothers in the back as they fled. Finally, he aimed for me, but I sensed the weapon and swiftly dodged. Instead of just running, I immediately kicked a weapon back toward them. It whistled through the younger pupils, and as they wondered what had passed, I moved like a shadow, twisting their necks and decapitating them instantly. The spear I redirected landed behind Yujin, slightly grazing his ear and causing him to smile at the near miss as he screamed for his men to track me. I dashed off, leaving an annoyed Yujin to finish off another brother who was dragging himself through the dirt, begging for his life. Yujin merely stated that his crime was invading the prestigious sect before killing him. I ran through the forest, wondering how they knew our location when we hadn't encountered a single person. I suspected a leak and noticed the Fourth Sword and his subordinates were gone, leading me to believe they retreated early because they were involved. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows targeted me. I dodged most, but 2 pierced my left shoulder. I fell, realizing I still needed to get stronger. It was certain the Blood Shadow group had abandoned us, which meant I had to change my plans. I made my way to a cliff near a stream, leaving a trail of blood, and ambushed a pursuer by slicing his neck before jumping into the water. Eventually I emerged and found stones marked with codes like 400 Zhang Northeast. Seeing the blood, I wondered if the rider was seriously injured. I sensed at least 7 different clans involved in this massive search. Suddenly, a presence lunged from behind, but I dodged and saw Lee Seolman, and she looked at me with relief before falling limp. I caught her, seeing she wouldn't survive, and asked about the others. She mentioned most were dead, and the status of So Yeowol and Song Cheonwoo was unknown. I told her she was going to die soon, and though she confessed she wanted to live, she was relieved not to die alone. She lamented our fate, feeling wronged by those who controlled us. I finally muttered that it was all because of Wugong-san of the Qingcheng sect. I explained we were raised for 7 years just to kill him, and now they were erasing us. I vowed to take revenge if it was the last thing I did. She asked me to call her real name, and I did, and she thanked me before passing away. I vowed to watch over what I do and erase those responsible. Meanwhile, Ju Juyang was with the fourth sword, who mentioned the inescapable net was set. Gu Juyang mused it was a waste to throw the children away, but the fourth sword suggested the requester might eliminate them too. Gu Juyang insisted they wouldn't be found, but then the fourth sword realized the message Gu Juyang held contained tracking intent. Suddenly, attackers crashed through the ceiling, and Lim Sale screamed for everyone to retreat. Gu Juyang smirked at the betrayal and dashed forward, severing heads. Suddenly, a voice told him he wouldn't win, as a blinding light struck him, shattering pillars. He grabbed his belly, asking who she was. Jianghua stepped forward, and Gu Juyang recognized her as the life-ending toxic heart. He realized the requester was the Ime sect, an absurdity he should have investigated. His incorrect choice had brought disaster, but he decided he would not die alone, raising his sword and dashing toward Jianghua as she prepared a second strike. In that instant, our fates were truly sealed. Jianghua and Gu Juyang began to brawl, their abilities clashing with a ferocity that shook the surroundings. As they traded blows, Jianghua thought to herself that the boss of Amir's assassin group possessed a surprising level of martial arts, which impressed her. She noted that it was fortunate they were fighting head-on in broad daylight, as it might have been dangerous if he had the opportunity to ambush them in the night. She rose her weapon and screamed for him to die, thrusting a tornado of energy that pushed the entire space away. Gu Juyang felt the pressure and thought to himself that he was going to die, and this was the end of the Blood Shadow group. He reflected on how he had raised the group by spraying countless amounts of blood and death in the darkness, hoping to catch up to the 100 Wrath Union, yet it was all ending here as Zhonghua's attack spiraled toward him. He stood before the relentless wave of attacks, laughing even as the end approached, but his leg was suddenly severed without him even realizing what had happened. He wondered who dared to butt into the battle, but the distraction proved fatal. Zhonghua spotted his lapse in focus and used the chance to land a direct hit. Gu Juyang fell limp to the ground as Zhonghua landed slowly, watching his broken body while his remaining supporters called out for their captain, only to be ended instantly by other men. The bloodied captain coughed on the floor, muttering a desperate refusal, but the Abyss and Zhonghua simply glared down at him. Zhonghua greeted her master, who walked up and asked why it had taken so long to subdue a lowly assassin. Zhonghua apologized, explaining that they had resisted more than expected. Zhu Juyang glared up, screaming at the Abyss of 9 Calamities and demanding to know how the Ime sect could do this after their request. Before he could finish, the Abyss swiftly dashed forward and stabbed his head with her staff. She turned away emotionless, asking what that trash was talking about and ordering her people to clean up the rest. Elsewhere, Lim Seol was also assassinated, stabbed from the back. As he fell, he thought to himself that since the Abyss took over, the Ime sect had been raising its forces at an alarming rate. He asked the lady who stabbed him for her name, and Yong Seol-ran revealed herself. Lim Sayol mentioned he had heard rumors of a disciple with the beauty of an angel and unfathomable talent, concluding it must be her. She looked away, dismissing the rumors as exaggerated, which caused Lim Seol to chuckle at the thought that being an assassin for decades wasn't worth anything if he was no match for a single disciple. He fell limp, and Yong Seol-ran looked at him with a hint of pity before walking back to the Abyss and Zhonghua. Zhonghua complained to Yong Seol-ran about being late and conversing with a lowly assassin, to which Yong Seol-ran simply apologized. Their henchmen then arrived, dropping a man to the ground and identifying him as the one responsible for leading the new assassins to Mount Qingcheng. The Abyss walked up and asked how many assassins he had brought, but he merely asked why she wanted to know. When she demanded an answer, he claimed he didn't know, which caused her to call him a liar. The man smiled, stating that even if he knew, he wouldn't tell her after what they had done. The abyss smiled back, mocking his tenacity before grabbing his head with an imbued ability. Under the pain, the man screamed that they were 28 and begged for death. The abyss finished him, then asked Zhonghua and Yongseol-ran how many had been killed. Zhonghua confirmed 24, leading the abyss to note there were 4 left and order the elimination of all variables. She called the assassin clan trash and told Yongseol-ran that her role was now crucial, instructing her to prepare her heart and body for a wedding with the Qingcheng sect to benefit their own sect. Yongseol-ran looked sad, but obeyed. I was gliding through the forest, annoyed to find guards strictly watching the exits. I decided I would get through from the inside instead. If they wanted us to be natural enemies of the world, I thought to myself that I would simply become one. The next morning, a young man named Dojin prepared to leave the sect to collect herbs. The guards warned him to stay safe because things were restless, but he smiled, wondering who would dare touch the Qingcheng sect. Once he entered the forest, I approached instantly and grabbed him by the neck. I sliced his leg at the vital points so he couldn't walk, causing him to scream and wonder who would do this on Qingcheng Mountain. I asked if he was a disciple, and when he nodded, I promised to let him go if he answered my questions, warning him I could end his life quicker than he could blink. I asked his name and status, and he confirmed he was Dojin, a 3rd-generation disciple. I then asked what kind of man Wu Gongsun was. He spoke of him as the lone star of Qingcheng, the greatest prospect the sect had ever birthed, who had mastered most of their arts. I wondered if this was the reason they invested 7 years into training us. After he told me everything, he begged for mercy, but I tapped a vital point that paralyzed his body. I stood behind him and used a skill to transform my appearance into his. He was confused and terrified, and while I noticed some peculiarities in the mask, I knew they wouldn't be noticeable at a glance. I approached the security at the sect, and when they asked why I was back so early, I said I had forgotten something. They jokingly called me a scatterbrain and let me pass. I walked past the bustling streets, exhaling as I moved through the noise. I activated my total breathing technique, which allowed me to move without anyone noticing my footsteps. I finally reached the residence of Wu Gongsan and glared at it with a heart full of hatred. Meanwhile, at the Shangqing Palace, 7 men were discussing the situation. The Saint of Martial Spirits asked if things had calmed down, and Wu Jinpyong replied that the tracking of the assassins was nearing its end. They discussed the likelihood of a mastermind, and Wu Jinpyong mentioned he had sent disciples to gather more information. The greatest warrior saint expressed that their sect is currently at a critical turning point, emphasizing that they must ensure something like this never happens again, which prompted Wu Jinpyong to respond quickly by telling him not to worry because it would be done very soon. The saint's mind drifted to the history of the War of Heaven and Demons, specifically that moment of danger when the Jianghu was nearly overrun by the Celestial Demon Union until the extraordinary martial artist Li Guok formed the Providence Alliance. This caused those who opened their doors to participate, like the Shaolin Temple, the Wudong sect, and the Manhwa sect, to accomplish great feats and regain their former glory. It is a bitter reality to realize that those who sealed their doors and stayed behind, such as the Saint sect and the Imai sect, only earned the empty name of the great family of Sichuan. The Saint of the Martial Spirit stated that if they truly desire to catch up, they mustn't be held back by setbacks like these and must stay focused. Though Wu Jinpyong reassured him by saying that if things go according to plan, they will be able to catch up to them within 10 years, a promise that made the greatest warrior saint express thanks. He continued by saying he was glad to have someone like Wu Jinpyong here, noting that since he is so magnificent, his son must also be blessed with such talent as well. Wu Jinpyong humbly responded that the senior brother was flattering him, which led the greatest warrior saint to ask how his son was doing, since he hadn't shown himself to the outside world for very long. This question caused Wu Jinpyong to pause for a second, thinking to himself that, as far as he knew, his son had isolated himself to focus entirely on his training with thoughts of atonement. Deep within the Bright Moon Palace, the scene shifted to where Wu Gongsan sat in meditation, seemingly immersed in his training, though his father's words at the assembly painted a different picture. Back at the meeting, Wu Jinpyong offered a humble apology for not being able to raise his son properly, but the warrior in the green robe dismissed the concern, mentioning that such behavior was understandable for a vigorous young man of his age. Despite the reassurance, Wu Jinpyong insisted that he would ensure the boy pulled himself together. This cycle of apology and dismissal repeated through the council, emphasizing how much they coddled their star pupil, until the discussion finally turned to the Imi sect's marriage proposal. Wu Jinpyong confirmed he had accepted it, Noting that the bride was the Abyss of Nine Calamity's youngest disciple, he admitted that while rumors of her intelligence and beauty made her a fine match for Wu Gongsand, he had resisted the union until now out of fear that the Abyss was merely using his son to help the Ime sect catch up to the Qingcheng sect. However, the green-robed warrior argued that they could no longer remain enemies in the small land of Sichuan, and urged that since Wu Gongsand was the only hope of the Qingcheng sect, he must receive special care. Finally, the moment I had waited 7 years for arrived as I stared at the Bright Moon Palace. It was my first time seeing it, yet the layout was exactly the same as the mock-up in our underground cave. I climbed and dashed upwards to enter through the higher levels, but I was forced to freeze and conceal my presence when I heard voices below. Someone asked if Senior Brother Wu had brought another woman inside, though one tried to shush the other. The gossip continued about whether the woman was one of their own disciples. I realized then that despite the Qingcheng sect being a prestigious sword sect where such behavior should be unimaginable in a training hall, Wu Gongsand was different on the inside. This hypocrisy didn't surprise me. There is always someone who is a different person behind closed doors. As the dawn of night came, I shed my disguise and returned to my true form. The mission began. I entered Wu Gongsand's space, and when I couldn't find him on the main floor, I moved through the vents to peer into the hidden quarters below. There he was, accompanied by a lady. Even from my vantage point, I could tell he was in a league of his own compared to the Blood Shadow Group captain, possessing a daunting aura of power. However, he was still human, and a human dies just the same if you strike a dead pressure point. I pulled a rope from my pocket and lowered it slowly toward his neck. Just as it was about to settle, he suddenly woke up, releasing a jarring wave of energy that shocked my senses. I acted instantly, pulling the rope upward to snatch him into the air, using my own body weight to elevate him further, but he was too fast. Using his bare hand, he sliced through the tightrope and landed gracefully. We glared at each other, and he demanded to know who I was. I pulled out my small daggers and dashed forward, but I was met with a terrifying display of skill. He used nothing but his fingers to stop my strike. His tenacity was shocking. He moved with a predatory grace, striking me so hard that I flew through the air. He followed up immediately, his hand coming down with the weight of a giant sword. I struggled to block with my daggers, feeling like I might lose consciousness just from the force of his blows. I realized I couldn't keep blocking barehanded strikes that felt like steel. I was at a severe disadvantage and needed to escape. In a desperate move, I dropped one blade and kicked it toward his eye. He caught it mid-air with ease and paused, mockingly complimenting my tricks before asking who had sent me. As I stood gasping for breath, he laughed, wondering aloud if that bitch's father had sent me. I stared at him, my mind racing as I wondered who he could possibly be referring to with such vitriol. From a young age, learning martial arts was far too easy for Wu Gongsand, a fact that caused everyone around him to murmur in constant admiration, always hyping him up as the best. It wasn't fun because it lacked a challenge, though eventually a certain lady caught his eye. Her words pierced him, and he looked at her with genuine interest because she was so incredibly pretty. That moment began his fixation on women, and he slept with many thereafter. Yet he viewed that specific woman as a mistake, nothing more than a drunken error. He recalled approaching her viciously that night, and while he acknowledged it as a lapse in judgment, he couldn't see how it was his fault that she chose to commit suicide. To him, the fact that he had to spend a whole year in isolated training because of her was simply tedious. The scene then snapped back to our battle as he enveloped himself in a space of aura, laughing mysteriously while asking if that father had sent me to kill him just because his daughter had died. I looked at him with silent confusion, having no idea who he was talking about, but his intense energy was terrifying. Every ounce of power seeping out of him felt like being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of blades. After a tense pause, he suddenly dashed at me, flying into the air with the very sword I had thrown at him earlier. He struck down with a force that I barely dodged, and while still airborne, he twirled and struck again. His attacks were fine, swift, and nimble. I found myself barely able to evade his relentless pursuit. I attempted an attack of my own, kicking upwards toward his head, but he graciously looked down at me and remarked that my sluggish tricks were seriously annoying. His arrogance was convincing, and when I threw more weapons at him, he easily flung them away with his hand, calling me a little kid and telling me to stop with the tricks and just die. He rose his hand and struck, breaking the ground right where I had stood. I scrambled to a corner to retrieve more weapons, and as he jumped up to follow, I snatched a sword from the ground and hurled it at him. He used his own blade to deflect it mid-air. With multiple swords scattered around, I grabbed two more to maintain my defense, throwing them one after another, but he cut through them all with ease. He landed gracefully and walked toward me, grabbing another sword from the floor and casually throwing away the short knife I had used before. I realized then that my current methods weren't working, and there was no other choice but to keep up the assault. I grabbed even more blades and hurled them at him, but my attempts were almost laughable. He steadied himself and unleashed one of the Qingcheng sect's secret techniques, the 72 sword waves. This vicious attack came at me like a storm, leaving me momentarily confused. In that split second, I did something unique to my training. I disappeared. Struck with confusion, Wu Gongsan looked around until I appeared directly behind the lady who had accompanied him. He was clearly annoyed by my tricks as I stood beside her, hoping her presence would prevent him from using his wide-range attacks. However, the lady's screams filled the air as his attack flew right between us, demarcating the space with a tenacity that shocked me. He suddenly appeared beside me, ready to strike, and told me to die. In that moment, I remembered my time in the cave with the 3 swords, and how one of them had insisted we learn a specific martial art. I recalled Pyowol being so against me learning it, but I had told her we would see if I became a scapegoat or a wolf. Those words gave me courage. I clashed my sword against his, and he was visibly contrived and confused by my sudden tenacity. He couldn't understand how I was even continuing, yet I used his own technique against him. He was shocked that the likes of me knew the secret martial arts of the Qingcheng sect, and asked how I could possibly be blocking his moves. I thought to myself that I had learned this to the point of death just to survive. Even if I hadn't mastered it like he had, I was confident in my ability to cause demolition. He leaped at me once more, and I used my swift mind technique to scatter my presence, creating clones that he struck at while I safely dodged. Deciding to lean into his confusion, I appeared behind him in an instant. When he turned to strike, it was already too late. I swung my sword and stabbed him squarely in the stomach. He looked at me in shock, wondering how someone like me could defeat him as his chest filled with blood. I watched as he fell to the ground beside me. I stood there, huffing and puffing, as the realization set in that the target who had taken 7 years of my life away had finally come to an end. A profound sense of relief washed over me as the scene shifted far away. The following morning did not start well for the Qingcheng sect. In fact, it was a total mess as the emergency bell rang throughout the entire grounds. Deep inside, the body of Wu Gongsan lay covered, while his father, Wu Jingpyong, knelt beside him, screaming in agony over the death of his son. Behind him stood the saint, and the greatest warrior saint, watching him mourn. The saint questioned why such a trial had been brought upon their sect, as the scene grew gruesome with Wu Jingpyong holding onto his son's lifeless face. The greatest warrior saint then mentioned to his senior brother that they must dispose of the girl, causing them to turn toward the lady I had left behind. She stayed perched against the wall, crying heavily and entirely confused by the situation. The saint was annoyed by the suggestion, asking if they truly intended to dispose of one of their own disciples. The greatest warrior saint argued that Wu Gongsan's reputation was on the line. If word got out that he had brought a disciple into his isolation training, his reputation would hit rock bottom. This caused the saint to glare at him, heavily pissed and losing a wide amount of aura in his rage. To calm the situation, the greatest warrior saint said that what was done, but since Wu Gongsan was dead, the sect's reputation would collapse unless they acted. He suggested someone must have hired an assassin to benefit from the fall of both the boy and the Qingcheng sect, and they could not let that happen. The saint seemed distraught, just as others walked in screaming that no matter how important the sect's reputation was, it was not as important as a human life. One man glared at the lady and asked if she wasn't a disciple of their own sect, but she only glared back, unable to speak, as if she had no say in her own life. The warrior saint asked if that was really what they thought, noting that at this rate, the gap between them and the Shaolin or Wudong would only widen until they were reduced to nothing. The reality of his words caused everyone to look down in silence. Suddenly, Wu Jingpyong picked up his sword and walked toward the crying lady. He held the blade toward her and said that as a disciple, he was sure she understood. She tried to mutter a plea, but Wu Jingpyong raised his sword and asked why she had survived alone instead of protecting his son with her life. Despite her begging him to spare her, he struck her down, ending her life instantly. The saint of the martial spirit ran toward him, screaming about what he had done. Wu Jingpyong looked at him in misery and asked what else he was supposed to do. He began to scream that Wu Gongsan was not just the hope of the sect, but his everything. As a father, he could not watch his son's reputation crumble. He told the saint he could call him petty or anything else, so long as he protected his son. The scene shifted to the Ime sect, where the Abbey of Nine Calamities sat reading a scroll. She lamented that an assassin had killed Wu Gongsan, wondering how such a thing could happen. Zhonghua asked if he had really been assassinated, causing the abbey to scream once more that an inescapable net had been laid for the assassins, yet they had hidden in the Qingcheng sect to kill the boy instead. She screamed that everything was ruined just after the wedding had been accepted. I knew her frustration. She had planned to use that marriage to control the Qingcheng sect within 10 years. Jianghua said the assassins might know their secrets and must be eliminated. The abbey continued, stating the Qingcheng sect had asked for support, so she ordered her disciples to participate in the inescapable net immediately. Jianghua bowed and said to leave it to her. The abbey then turned to Yang Xiaoran, saying that, since the wedding was null, she must be overjoyed. Yang Xiaoran glared at her and said she was not glad to have lost her husband. When the abbey asked in a rage what she meant by her husband, Yang Xiaoran simply walked off, saying they had decided to marry, so he was her husband. Back at a wide farm outside the sect, some farmers were enjoying their harvest when I walked through, singing a melody and laughing cheerfully. Suddenly, 2 spears blocked my path as guards told me to stop right there. I acted confused and asked why they were doing this. They said they were searching for a criminal who committed a grave sin and demanded my identity. I told them my name was Yong Shuo and that I was heading home to the nearby village after farming. One guard noted it was very early to be finished, and I responded that we had caught all the weeds, so the work was done. The guard asked his leader what to do, and the man said to let me pass. I bowed to them and said thank you, but as I walked past the leader, he sensed something odd. He told me to wait and pointed out that my sickle was far too clean for someone who had just been cutting weeds. He noted that if I had been working, there should be some trace of it on the blade. I began to sweat, trying to muster an explanation, but the leader screamed that I was suspicious and must be the assassin the abbey spoke of. He shot a flare into the air to alert others. This person was indeed me, Pyowol. The situation seemed out of my control as the leader ordered his men to capture me. I stood there glaring at them, not knowing what to do. I reached the limits of caution. In that frantic moment, I had no choice but to tear the mask from my face to breathe and move with the lethality required. My emergence was met with a chorus of shouts and screams. Instantly, their captain fell to the ground under my assault, and I moved in like a shadow. Before he could even comprehend his failure, he was entangled in my soul-reaping strings. I wrapped them around his neck tightly and pulled, and I asked him just who this abyss was that he had mentioned. I tightened my grip, pulling stronger to ensure a response was forced out of him. With his very last breath, he managed to scream that the Abyss of Nine Calamities was the leader of the Ime sect. I noted with a cold clarity that this person had given him a direct order, and he screamed back that it wasn't just him. All disciples of the Ime sect had been ordered to assist the Qingcheng sect in capturing the assassin at any cost. I asked if the Ime sect had always been so helpful toward the Qingcheng sect, to which he responded that they had previously been like cats and dogs, so he had also thought the sudden cooperation was strange. I realized then that the martial artists who saw the signal he sent would be here soon. He was likely trying to stall for time so they could capture me. My mind raced as I pieced together the identity of the mastermind. Someone who knew Wu Gongsan well, yet felt inferior to him. Someone with the patience to invest 7 years, and the wealth to pour massive funds into such a plan. Based in Sichuan, it was undoubtedly her. Just then, voices screamed out from behind me, announcing they had found me. The dying man on the ground laughed, saying that since they had arrived, it was over for me, and that I should release him if I wanted to escape. In response, I pulled my strings and shattered his neck instantly. I would not be going to hell alone. The Abbey of Nine Calamities was coming with me. The scene shifted to the Ime encampment, where Zhonghua was receiving a report that the assassin had broken through the encirclement and escaped. She became visibly tensed, thinking to herself that he was becoming stronger, and that people of his caliber were bound to stand out. She was pissed, realizing I was far more than she expected, but before she could respond further to her subordinate, Yang Xiaoran walked in and disagreed with their current approach. Yang Xiaoran said that they could not capture me in such a manner, causing Zhonghua to ask what she meant. Yang Xiaoran explained that she had a rough outline of where I would go, noting that I must be extremely exhausted and would likely return to the safest place I knew, the place where I was raised as an assassin. Zhonghua asked if she was referring to a homing instinct, and Yang Xiaoran confirmed it was so. Yang Xiaoran predicted the Blood Shadow Group's training ground was somewhere around Batong, and Zhonghua noted they had already confirmed that area was being supplied with many goods. Zhonghua glared at her, before deciding to follow her lead and head to Batang to wait for me. Soon, a host of martial artists were on horseback, pursuing me through the terrain. I ran swiftly as they screamed that I was injured and couldn't last long, but I merely ran up a nearby wall to maintain my lead. They began shooting arrows at me, which I dodged earnestly, but I paused for a second to wonder how they were predicting my movements so accurately. As I passed, I noticed an unfamiliar lady who looked me dead in the eyes, and I knew I would be in grave danger if I didn't change my pace. Suddenly, the forest behind me went quiet, which was even more suspicious than the shouting. Without warning, a massive attack struck through the forest, leaving a gaping hole in the landscape. As the smoke settled, the greatest warrior saint appeared, thinking to himself that he had been careless and had let his rage control his strength when he only meant to open a path. He screamed at the others to pursue me, insisting I must be captured alive to expose the conspirators. Manhwa was in the air, glaring at the scene until she spotted me bursting through the smoke. In a fit of rage, she screamed for me to die and thrust an attack toward me that struck the ground with enough force to astonish everyone. The greatest warrior saint noted that she seemed to be attacking with the intent to kill, but she just screamed for everyone to search every inch of the area for me. Eventually, the searchers screamed that they had found an entrance leading underground. The greatest warrior saint arrived and marveled that such a place existed, ordering his men down the ropes. Manhwa told her own subordinates they would go down as well, intent on finding and killing me first. They descended into the dimming light until they reached the bottom and saw the massive space beneath the earth. Manhwa realized this was where the Blood Shadow group had raised their assassins, finally understanding why they could never be found. The greatest warrior saint looked at the buildings in shock, his fists clenched in rage as he recognized that the structure was a carbon copy of the Qingcheng sect. His disciples screamed in fury, demanding that the ones behind this pay for such an insult. They realized this facility required massive assistance and protection to maintain. Amidst the silence that followed, the greatest warrior saint began to laugh frantically, his aura surrounding his body. He stated that while this was an outrage, capturing the assassin was the priority and I had to be taken alive. Manhwa said she would lead her disciples to search elsewhere, but the greatest warrior saint warned her that while she could cripple me, he would be very upset if I died. He was determined to find whoever looked down on his sect and make them take responsibility, even if it was one of the 5 great sects. After he walked off, Manhwa realized he already suspected them and that they had to find me before the Qingcheng sect did. Yang Xiaoran, however, felt a great sense of danger. She realized that while everyone else thought they were the hunters, they had entered my domain. She was right. This was my space, and in the darkness, I could see everything. The greatest warrior saint continued to explore the facility, wondering which force could have possibly built such a place. He eventually reached the room where the 3 swords used to discuss their plans. As he scanned the room, he touched a hidden space in the wall and discovered a hidden button, revealing the original mission order for the assassination of Wu Gongsand, the reward amount, and the condition to leave no trace of the Blood Shadow group. He was extremely annoyed and screamed in rage, calling them bastards. His mana began to engulf his body as he realized they had destroyed his sect's future for a measly 500,000 gold yang. The force of his aura caused the wall beside him to cave in, revealing a narrow pathway. He walked inward and found a table with a book on it, situated over a pit filled with countless snakes. He wondered what kind of place this was as he walked up to the book, which bore the title, 9 Demon Style. The greatest warrior saint picked up the book and examined its weathered cover. The scene then shifted to another part of the cavern, where the Qingcheng martial artists were frantically scouring the shadows for me. One of them spotted a few grains of rice scattered on the damp floor and pointed them out to his teammates, noting that these were clear traces of someone having eaten here recently. He warned them that I was definitely nearby, prompting another to remind the group that as an assassin I could ambush them at any moment. They took his warning to heart, moving forward with heightened caution, though one disciple began to lag behind. He thought to himself that the darkness here was far too oppressive, realizing that a single torch was nowhere near enough to light such a vast hollow space. He was right to be afraid. Just behind him, I descended swiftly on my threads. In one fluid motion, I used my silk to bind him, catching him so completely by surprise that he couldn't even utter a cry before the threads wrapped around his neck. I dragged him into the absolute darkness and finished him instantly, while the rest of his team continued walking, entirely unawares. The others began to wonder how anyone could possibly live in such a wretched place. One of them mentioned that they had to capture me to force out information about my backer, suggesting that I must have used underhanded tactics to kill senior brother Wu Gongsand. He claimed that a cowardly bastard like me was no match for the Qingcheng sect in a fair fight, turning back to ask for the lagging disciple's agreement. Instead of his comrade, he saw my face staring back at him from the gloom. Before he could speak, I used my blade to slice his throat, and he fell toward his teammates, reaching out in a final, desperate gesture before hitting the ground. The impact of his body alerted them, and they panicked as they realized I was already inside their formation. One dashed blindly into the dark to attack me, but I ignored him and focused on the torchbearer instead. I used my skill to snag the man and drag him upward into the rafters, causing the torch to fall limp and sputter on the floor. The remaining disciple, now plunged into near darkness, began to look left and right in a volatile mix of rage and fear, screaming for me to show myself and calling me a coward for hiding in the shadows. His heart was beating so loudly I could practically hear it, and the sheer terror of his situation caused him to break down in tears. As he murmured a final, broken plea for mercy, my hand wrapped around his neck and he breathed his last. Elsewhere in the cave, another group was struggling with the terrain. One remarked that the abundance of footprints made tracking me nearly impossible, while Qingming watched them with a calculating gaze. Qingming thought to himself that if my goal had been simple escape, I would have fled the area entirely. This caused him to realize that I had intentionally lured them into this specific domain, because it was the environment I knew best, signifying that I intended to fight them until the very end. Qingming realized that capturing me would cause his reputation in the Qingcheng sect to skyrocket, so he ordered everyone to move in groups of 2 and constantly confirm each other's locations. They followed his lead, but the caution was not enough. Qingming suddenly stepped on a hidden pressure plate. He screamed for everyone to dodge just as a volley of arrows hissed through the air. They frantically parried with their swords, but the ambush still caught several in the crossfire, sending them crashing to the ground. Qingming was annoyed, wondering how such lethal traps could still be functional in a place like this. After confirming that the survivors were only minorly injured, he looked up and realized that the trigger had set off a chain of multiple traps. He told everyone to stay calm and prepare themselves, though he remained shocked that anyone could actually survive and live in a cave filled with such malice. From my vantage point above, I watched their confusion with a cold glare, knowing these men wouldn't have lasted a single week if they had been trapped here for 7 years like I was. In the center of the facility, the greatest warrior saint was reading the book he found, noting that it contained knowledge on snakes, poison, and sorcery. He realized these snakes must have been gathered for research by the 9 demon style, and that the Blood Shadow group had simply used this left-behind base to train us. He decided then that he would investigate the 9 demon style further once he returned to the mountain. Meanwhile, I was busy systematically thinning their numbers. One of the women left in the search party was screaming and begging me to show myself. Just then, someone grabbed her from behind. She nearly collapsed until she realized it was Zhonghua. Zhonghua told her and the others to calm down and avoid rash movements, noting that since I was injured, time was on their side. She ordered them to move as a single unit rather than scattering. I realized that stalling would put me at a disadvantage now that they were grouping up, so I decided to strike immediately. I dashed from the darkness toward Zhonghua, intending to end the fight in a flash, but she noticed my approach instantly. She used her weapon and managed to pierce my shoulder. The pain was sharp, but I was relentless. I pushed through the injury and thrust my hand forward, striking her directly in the eye as I landed. She grabbed her face and screamed, calling me a bastard, to which I simply remarked that she had done a good job stopping my initial attack. To my surprise, a sword suddenly struck me from behind. It was Yang Seolran. She mentioned that she was lucky her senses had told her where to stab, and she had managed to catch me off guard. I glared at her, noting that she had impressive instincts, to which she responded that she heard that often. She asked me to surrender, but I only laughed. I gathered my threads, wrapping them around her to create enough space to shift away. I pulled the sword from my back and asked if she would truly spare me if I surrendered. When she admitted that was impossible, I scoffed, stating that she wouldn't have killed everyone else to shut their mouths if she actually planned on letting me live. She asked how much I knew, and I told her that the Abyss of 9 Calamities was a cold reality connected to everything, calling her master a true demon. This caused Zhonghua to scream at us to stop the chit-chat and kill me instantly. Yang Seolran took a deep breath, mentioned she wasn't fond of her master either, but insisted she had to avenge Wu Gongsan since he was her fiancé in name. She activated a skill that radiated such immense energy I knew facing it head-on would be suicide. Before I could retreat, a blinding aura struck me from the side. The impact was overwhelming, and I was sent flying into a nearby wall with enough force to make the stone collapse. The greatest warrior saint entered the space, looking down at me and noting that he had finally found me. His arrival made my body go limp. I couldn't move. Manhwa, sensing the end, dashed toward me to deliver the killing blow, but the greatest warrior saint stopped her and told her to step aside. She paused, nearly paralyzed by his presence, but still screamed that I had to be killed because of the sorcery I might pull if left alive. The saint ignored her, kneeling beside me. He asked why I had killed Wu Gongsun, and I told him simply that it was because I am an assassin. He argued that even an assassin should distinguish between right and wrong, but I reminded him that I was kidnapped at 14 and hadn't had the luxury of choice. He took a deep breath, realizing that I had no intention of reform, and he noted that my eyes were filled with such malice that he lamented what a talent I could have been if raised well. He showed me the letter of request he found, and I told him I had known about it from the start. When he asked if I knew who the requester was, I told him I had a guess. I laughed, suggesting that the only reason he had stopped them from killing me was because he was suspecting the same person I was. He paused, and I laughed viciously as he glanced back toward Manhwa, who was visibly shocked. Just then, Qingming and his men ran in, asking if their master was all right. The saint noted that several disciples were missing, and Qingming reported that they had perished in the traps. The greatest warrior saint closed his eyes for a second, before opening them with ferocious intent. He stood up, looking at my broken body, and said that a quick death was too extravagant. He grabbed me by the leg and began to drag me across the floor, stating that I needed to die while feeling a pain greater than hell as atonement for those I had killed. As I was dragged, all I could do was laugh at the irony. Atonement? I wondered who would compensate me for the 7 years of my life that were violated in this darkness. I laughed and laughed, the word atonement ringing like a hollow joke in my ears. The greatest warrior saint dragged me all the way to the room of the 3 swords. Once inside, he led me back to that jagged space. Below the precipice, a mass of snakes writhed. He gazed down at the pit and asked me one last time if I had any intention of atonement, but I merely looked at him and smirked. My silence clearly annoyed him, and he spat that I was someone who shouldn't even be associated with. With that, he threw me into the pit, telling me to die a painful death while atoning for my sins. The fall was strenuous on my back, but instead of hard stone, I landed on a cushion of multiple snakes. I took a deep breath and looked up as the man turned to his people, ordering them to seal the entrance as soon as everyone was out, so that no one could ever enter again. As they left, the snakes began to swarm my body, sinking their fangs into my skin and pumping poison into my veins. Curiously, the toxin felt less like death and more like an adrenaline rush. Having survived the bite of that single unique snake years ago, my body reacted differently than a normal man's would. It was almost comedic. The saint believed these creatures would dispose of me, but instead he had provided me with the ammunition I needed to grow. I grabbed the snake directly in front of me by the neck and, much to its shock, bit its head off and crunched down. A vast amount of time passed in that dark hole, as the bodies of those who had died before me turned to skeletons and decomposed. I withered and grew pale, but the constant cycle of poison and consumption made me more powerful than ever. Eventually, a single snake slithered toward my near-skeletal body, but in an instant, I bit its head off, its blood splattering across my face. I stood up, feeling a profound change. I was skinny and pale, but I was out for revenge. The scene then shifted to a different city, inside a red sky brothel where a man was suddenly hurled through a window, falling to the ground as a crowd watched in shock. I stood inside the building, having already escaped my prison, and found my way into civilization. I told the fallen man that I had already warned him I would only be staying for 3 days. I had spent a night there with a lady, but these men had come to disturb my peace, and the people in front of me glared with fear, wondering what kind of sorcery allowed me to toss a martial artist out a window so effortlessly. One of them screamed that I wouldn't be safe after laying hands on a warrior from the Sapphire House in Batang. I noted that I had never heard of such a place, and in that instant I used my strings to tighten around the necks of the 2 men in front of me. I strangled them until they fell limp, leaving only a terrified lady standing. She wondered if a monster like me truly existed in the Sichuan province, realizing I was no ordinary man. She quickly changed her tune. When she asked if I could forgive the men, I glared at her, and I simply reiterated that I wanted 3 days of peace. I released the men, and she asked for my name. I told her it was Pyowol, and they finally left my space. Later, as I was walking out, she approached me again with a lunch packed for my journey, suggesting I satiate my hunger on the way. As I walked off, she spoke to a woman named Yu Jin, wondering who I could possibly be. Yu Jin noted that I was just a guest, And the lady lamented her failure to recognize the Grim Reaper standing right in front of her. She could see that a new star of death had appeared. That evening, amidst the falling rain, I looked out from a new refuge. 7 whole years had passed again, and I had never once forgotten the past. I realized that if I didn't break free from it, I could never move forward, and I decided that I could obtain more information about the Qingcheng and MA sects if I headed to Chengdu. My path soon crossed with a peculiar trio running through the heavy rain. One woman, Hyo Ranju, was complaining loudly about being wet, and blamed a man named Dao Shigo for getting them lost. He argued back, asking why it was his fault her clothes were wet, while a monk named Hilseung pleaded with Buddha to know why he had to travel with such people. Hyo Ranju snapped back at the monk, calling him crazy, before she noticed me sitting in the shelter they had just entered. Dao Shigo and Hyo Ranju both noted my handsome appearance, and she introduced herself, suggesting that since we were under the same roof, we should be friendly. I introduced myself as well, and while she seemed stunned by my name, Dao Shigo joked that she always went crazy for handsome men. When I told them I was heading to Chengdu, she smiled and suggested we travel together, promising they would treat me well. I noted to myself that they were a strange combination, but clearly, masters who could team up at any time. I wondered if Hyo Ranju was their leader, but eventually agreed to the arrangement, curious about the order that kept such different people together. The next day, as we boarded a boat, Hyo Ranju complained about the cargo ship being uncomfortable. She asked why I was heading to Chengdu, and I told her I was going to meet acquaintances. When she asked further, I mentioned they were debtors who had a debt to pay me. Dao Shigo asked which clan I was from, and when I said I was unaffiliated, he seemed surprised but let it drop. As the boat moved, I sat staring upward, until Hyo Ranju asked what I was looking at so intently. I told her it was nothing, and when she persisted, I told her to go away if she was going to talk nonsense. She called me harsh, while Hilseung and Dao Shigo watched from a distance. Dao Shigo noted that Hyo Ranju, the blood spider, wasn't easily bewitched, and that her actions were likely calculated, though he admitted I was suspicious for being so silent. Suddenly, the sound of another boat attracted everyone's attention. Pirates were approaching, and the captain screamed for everyone to arm themselves. Dao Shigo asked the captain if he needed help, and when the captain asked who they were, Dao Shigo simply said it only mattered what he could do. In an instant, Hilseung dashed across the water, landing on the pirate boat and striking them all down single-handedly. Dao Shigo then told the captain that for a fee of 500 silver fangs, they would handle the rest, and the captain had no choice but to agree. He was young, yet he fought with a splendid ferocity, using his staff to masterfully control the movement of the boats while striking each pirate with swift, decisive blows. They all fell before him, unable to offer even a shred of protection for themselves, until he finally walked up to the pirate leader, who had already wet his pants in terror, and struck him down as well. As he jumped back into our boat, Dao Shigo praised his good work, though Hilseung complained that Hyo Ranju should be the one to do it next time. Dao Shigo noted that he'd be relieved if he didn't get cursed out by her, only for them to see her ignoring the entire skirmish to continue her pursuit of me. Dao Shigo laughed, suggesting that at this rate, she would be the one who ended up seduced, though he privately observed that no normal person would be so calm in this situation. He realized I was far from an average guy. Hyo Ranju was visibly pissed that I wasn't giving her any attention. She eventually gave up, mentioning that she couldn't believe I was refusing a girl showing such interest and claiming I was far too much. I simply exhaled and told her that I wasn't into poisonous roses, no matter how beautiful they were. Strangely enough, though, she took it as a compliment, saying that I at the least called her beautiful. I glared at her, realizing these people were vagabonds who sold their strength for money. They had just displayed enough skill to ensure rumors would spread throughout Chengdu, which caused me to wonder if a conflict large enough to require such mercenaries had occurred. I suspected the MA and Qingcheng sects wouldn't allow such things, unless their own circumstances had deteriorated, making the situation far more interesting than I expected. We finally arrived at Chengdu and disembarked. Dao Shigo mentioned they had to reach the city proper by morning, and asked what I intended to do. I told him I planned to stay the night there, which caused Hyo Ranju to lament that we couldn't go together. So I explained that I needed to make some preparations, so I promised to contact her once I reached Chengdu later. After they rode off on their donkeys, I turned away to ready myself and entered a local inn. As I walked in for a meal, the patrons glared and murmured, but I paid them no mind until the innkeeper asked if I wanted food or lodging. I told him I was there for boats, but the room remained restless. When I began to eat, someone appeared and commented that he'd never seen a dude prettier than a bitch, questioning if I was even a man or just a woman cross-dressing. I simply said that I was indeed a man named Jang Moryong. He introduced himself as a chief escort of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps, and told me he had made a bet with his comrades that I was a cross-dressing woman. I told him it was a shame he would lose his silver, confirming I was a man, but the crowd began to roar, telling him to strip me and check. When he asked if we should do a quick check, I used my finger to flick a chopstick from the table. It struck him straight in the eye, not the head, sending him crashing to the floor in shock. He screamed in agony, calling me a crazy fucker, to which I responded that if his eyes couldn't see what was in front of them, he was better off without them. He tried to push me back, but I passed through his defense and struck his remaining eye, leaving him screaming on the ground. When the others dashed toward me, calling me a lunatic, I struck each and every one of them instantly, telling them they should take responsibility for their actions. Meanwhile, in the bustling market of Chengdu, the trio arrived amidst a brutal atmosphere. Dao Shigo noted that half the people on the streets were armed, and Heo Ranju laughed, saying it was a perfect opportunity for them. Hyulseung remarked that one's misfortune was another's fortune. They eventually reached their destination, where Heo Ranju threw herself at their captain, Jang Moryang, screaming that it had been so long. After the greetings, they sat at a round table, and Dao Shigo mentioned he was in need of money after such a long break. He asked if they were truly going to meddle in this matter, and Heo Ranju pointed out the conflict between the Qingcheng and Ma sects. The captain confirmed they had been in a split for 7 years, ranging from minor clashes to all-out battles, and he believed a massive clash was imminent. He told Heo Ranju the reason for the fight wasn't important. What mattered was the opportunity to fulfill his dream. The scene shifted back to me as I left my inn the next morning. The innkeeper watched me leave, hoping I would depart quickly after hiding such a ruthless nature behind my beauty. I asked him who knew the most about the internal affairs of the province, and he directed me to the Fire Dragon room at the end of the workshop street. I walked there, realizing it was a sect of artisans who would likely have answers if I bought a weapon first. Inside, I saw a young boy hammering a dagger until a fat man kicked him, screaming that he was forbidden from using a hammer and should stick to his chores. The man turned to me and apologized for the scene, asking what I wished to purchase. I asked what the boy had done wrong, and the man mentioned the boy was Tang Sochu, a descendant of the Tang clan. He explained that the clan had fallen to ruins after siding with the demon court long ago, and because they were seen as renegades who betrayed Sichuan, no workshop would teach them secret techniques. I noted that the descendants were paying for the sins of their ancestors, but the man insisted it was the price they chose. I told him I wanted a flying sword, and asked if orders had increased lately. He confirmed that since the Ma and Qingcheng sects started fighting full scale, business was booming despite the chaos. Later I came across Tang Sochu being berated and kicked by others who mocked his ruined clan. They screamed at him for using a hammer without permission, but as they devalued him, I threw a knife into the ground between them. I noted to myself that humans are more atrocious than beasts once they allow themselves to be devalued. I told the boy that if he made enduring a habit, he would spend his life as a lowly dog. I looked him in the eye and asked him how he wanted to live, telling him he had to make a choice. In that instant, a man called out to me, demanding to know who I was, and telling me to stop talking nonsense and leave. When I had asked the boy, Tang Sochu, how he intended to live, it was as if I had woken something deep within him. As the man shouting at me approached, the boy suddenly dashed forward and struck him across the neck, thrusting him straight to the ground. The man screamed in a fury, asking what the hell the bastard was doing, but Tang Sochu only gripped his neck tighter. He grabbed the sword I had lent him, pressing the cold edge dangerously close to the man's eye. The others screamed, asking if he had gone mad and why he was biting like a beast. He finally released the man's neck, asking them when they had ever actually treated him like a human being. They threatened him, insisting he wouldn't get away with this, to which he told them to do as they liked, as he was tired of being beaten for no reason. He warned them that he would slit the throat of the next person who messed with him. Terrified, they scrambled to carry their friend away. Watching them go, Tang Sochu was filled with a lingering rage, but the adrenaline soon faded, and he collapsed from exhaustion. I caught him before he hit the ground and carried him back to his home. Inside, I dropped him near his bed and remarked that his place looked nice. He was pissed, asking if I was mocking him, but I told him a place like this was no different from a palace to me. I had lived in a place swarming with snakes, so I couldn't tell the difference. He told me to stop lying, questioning if I thought such words would console him. I told him I had places to be, and prepared to leave, causing him to ask where I was going. When I asked if he was usually so interested in other people's business, I told him that some people owed me. I had been used, abandoned, and hunted. He realized I was seeking revenge and asked who they were. I glared at him and named the Qingcheng sect, the MA sect, and their supporters. He screamed, asking if I was insane for trying to wage war against the full force of Sichuan alone. I admitted I might be. I then asked for the flying dagger back, noting it cost a tael of silver, but he called it a piece of garbage. He reached under his bed and threw something else toward me, warning that I'd die quickly trying to take revenge with that old knife. I examined the new daggers. The edge, balance, and durability were all perfect. I asked if he had made them himself, and he mentioned he had to work in secret, though it wasn't hard in the slightest. When I asked if it was really okay to give them to me, he noted that the Qingcheng and Ime sects were the reason the Tang clan fell to ruin. While he didn't claim the Tang clan was faultless, he could never forgive the sects for the oppression that led to their ruin. He added that I was the first person to tell him not to simply endure his lot. I smiled and equipped the blades. They felt like a natural extension of my skill, flowing with a perfect synergy. The boy watched in shock, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks as the blades seemed to move on their own. I told him they were excellent, and decided to call them phantom daggers. I told him that if he heard my name, he would know I was using them, and he promised to pray for my renown in Sichuan. The scene shifted to a young lady in a pink robe, Wu Sionha, who was thanking a group of 4 men for gathering at her call. They insisted they would always come running for her, and she expressed relief, noting the 100 Flower Room was under pressure from the Qingcheng sect. She played the part of a fragile flower, thanking them for their protection, while privately thinking that men were all the same, nothing but vulgar barbarians. She informed them that she might not attend the next meeting as the Imai sect was moving in unusual ways. The men immediately offered to join the Imai ranks and climb the mountain with her. She faked tears of gratitude, knowing they were only there for her looks. In her mind, she resolved to manipulate every man who mistook her for a flower until the day she became the leader of the Ime sect. As she walked off with her admirers, she stopped abruptly, noticing me at a nearby table. I had just finished my meal and looked back at her. She stared at my eyes and my fair skin, mesmerized before approaching me. She introduced herself as Wu Sionha of the 100 Flower Room and asked if I was a martial artist. I told her to think as she liked. When I asked what she wanted, she wondered why I couldn't just tell her my name. I asked if she was always so inquisitive with strangers. One of her men interjected, demanding I apologize to Lady Wu. I tilted my head and asked why I should, prompting him to scream that I should get on my knees or face the consequences. I stood up and asked what would happen if I didn't, noting there was a limit to being blinded by a woman and suggesting he should assess his opponent first. Pissed, he drew his sword and attacked. I shifted just enough for the blade to miss my face, then dodged his second and third strikes with stealthy, minimal movements. It was almost comedic. I walked past him even as he tried to strike from behind, eventually approaching Wu Sionha directly. As he lunged one last time, I told him that was the best he could do, before grabbing him by the neck, lifting him and slamming him into the ground. Wu Sionha stepped in, telling her other men to stand down and asking me to release my anger. She claimed he wasn't a bad person, just worried about her. I noted that people must take responsibility for their actions, and she offered to take responsibility for him. I tilted my head, realizing she was getting full mileage out of her charms, but I decided to go along with it for the fun of it. Later that evening in my room, Wu Sionha touched my skin and asked me to grant her one request, claiming it wouldn't be difficult for someone of my skill. I told her I'd decide after hearing it. She asked me to kill Nam Hosan, the young leader of the Thunder Clan. She explained that his father had proposed a marriage and threatened to aid the Qingcheng sect if the 100 Flower Room refused. She noted that since I had no contact with her sect, she could claim she didn't know me if I failed. She promised to put in a good word with her aunt if I succeeded. When I asked who her aunt was, she revealed it was Zhonghua, a great disciple of the Abyss of 9 Calamities. I knew Zhonghua very well, but I didn't expect things to take this interesting turn. The scene shifted back to the MA sect, where a buff subordinate toiled up an enormous staircase alongside Heoranju. He remarked that the legends about the view from Mount Ime were true, but noted that such beauty would be meaningless if they were to lose to the Qingcheng sect in the coming war. Upon arriving within the sect's walls, they stood in the presence of the Abyss of 9 Calamities, who was flanked by Zhonghua and Yong Seol Ran. The leader spoke with a cold pragmatism, stating that a group of vagabonds would never spill blood for free, and that they must want something specific in exchange for their service. Heoranju confirmed this, mentioning that they couldn't afford to suffer losses, which prompted the leader to ask for their price. When Hyoranju demanded 500,000 gold yang, the surrounding disciples erupted in a furious roar. The Abyss of 9 Calamities silenced the commotion with a single scream, calling their behavior unsightly. She turned back to Hyoranju, stating that she could hire several other groups for that amount of money, but Hyoranju countered by saying none would be as strong as the Black Cloud Corps. When the leader asked what would happen if she still refused, Hyoranju revealed that a member of her corps should have arrived at Mount Qingcheng by now. This calculated threat pissed the leader off, as she realized they were playing both sides. She released a shockwave of aura that forced Hyoranju and her companion to their knees. The leader demanded honesty, noting there was no way she would pay such an amount, and asked what they truly wanted. Hyoranju thought to herself that the leader's spirit was truly overpowering, but she remained firm, stating that as vagabonds who sell their strength, they follow the highest bidder. The leader realized that while the Qingcheng sect was already superior, they might hire the corps just to ensure a surefire victory. Despite her urge to cut the vagabonds down, she concluded that since a conflict could break out at any time, they needed all the help they could get. Cursing their cunning, she instructed Jianghua to take over the proceedings. Elsewhere, I sat sipping my coffee, watching 2 exhausted men walk out of a building while conversing bitterly. One complained that he couldn't do business like this anymore, noting that the Thunder Clan drove too hard a bargain. His companion sighed, feeling as though his soul had left his body after seeing 2 large storage rooms full of grain, and yet being forced to sell more for dirt cheap. But the older man simply noted that the rich are always like that. As they passed me by, I remained silent, observing the weight of their frustration. Meanwhile, back at the Black Cloud Corps base, Jang Muryang yawned loudly, thinking about how exhausting it was to walk a tightrope between the 2 great sects. He considered retirement once this was over, just as Dao Shigo arrived. Jang Muryang asked if he had just returned, and Dao Shigo explained that he would have been back yesterday, but had run into a familiar face, the unusual man named Pyowol they had traveled with. Jang Muryang found it bothering that they had seen me again in Sichuan by coincidence. He admitted he had become sensitive while playing both sides of the war, and Dao Shigo agreed that his captain's senses shouldn't be taken lightly. He suggested having one of their swiftest members tail me, as he was curious about me as well. Shortly after, Hyoranju walked in with Zhonghua and Yongseolran. Jang Muryang greeted the honored guests of the MA sect, asking if their arrival confirmed a willingness to deal. Zhonghua stated that it depended on the negotiations, warning him that if they tried to deceive the sect with mediocre strength, the Black Cloud Corps would pay dearly, even if it meant postponing the war with Qingcheng. Jang Muryang remained undeterred, inviting them into the room to match conditions. The tension spiked instantly when Zhonghua realized he wanted trading rights beyond the Great Wall. She screamed that a vagabond should act like one and accept gold ingots, calling him far too greedy. Jang Muryang disagreed, suggesting such a reward was well within the realm of possibility if the MA sect became the rulers of Sichuan. Pissed, Zhonghua struck the table, releasing an aura that shattered the wood into pieces. She glared at him viciously, but to her surprise, Jang Muryang remained perfectly calm. Within the meeting hall, Jang Muryang shifted his stance, his voice steady, as he declared that in this case, the Black Cloud Corps would give up on the trading rights entirely. He went further, stating they wouldn't ask for the 500,000 gold yangs or even compensation for the damaged table and teacup, provided a specific condition was met. He requested that the Ime sect help them get settled near the Western Plateau, which caused Zhonghua to narrow her eyes in sudden realization. She asked if that had been his true aim from the very start, to acquire a permanent place to settle, and Jang Muryang admitted it, mentioning that, as a group of vagabonds, no sect wanted them settling nearby. When Zhonghua noted that the same sentiment applied to her own sect, Jang Muryang clarified his proposal, suggesting they settle near the Western Plateau specifically because it was far from the Ma sect, asking if she could allow such a compromise. I imagine Zhonghua's private calculations. She likely saw them as indispensable in the short term, but a potential future burden, leading her to believe that providing a small settlement was a manageable risk since they could be disposed of later if they became a problem. She exhaled, formally accepting the proposal, which caused Jang Muryang to smirk and declare the negotiations complete. He seemed gladdened by the outcome, thinking to himself that things wouldn't have gone nearly this well if they had been forced to negotiate with the rival Qingcheng sect. When he requested a formal contract to solidify the deal, Zhonghua dismissed the need for one, stating firmly that they would uphold the agreement in the name of the Ma sect, while Yongseolran remained a silent observer to the entire exchange. As they stood to leave and exchanged final pleasantries, Jungwon mentioned they already had arrangements at an inn, but the departure was interrupted when Heo Ranju stormed in. She screamed for her boss, shouting that there was urgent news, which provoked Jang Moryang to retaliate by asking how she could barge in so recklessly regardless of the urgency. She immediately announced that the young leader of the Thunder Clan had been assassinated, a revelation that turned Jang Moryang's shock into a frantic inquiry about whether the assassin had been captured. Heo Ranju replied that it didn't seem likely, adding her belief that the Thunder Clan was already certain the Qingcheng sect was behind the deed. The tension then shifted to the Qingcheng sect, where 3 men from the Thunder Clan, led by clan leader Tae, arrived with a horde of armed warriors and a coffin. The leader of the Qingcheng sect asked Tae to speak his mind regarding what he needed, but Tae met him with a strange, biting response, saying that was exactly what he wanted to ask the sect leader. When the Qingcheng leader demanded the full story and questioned why a coffin had been brought to his gates, Tai's building anger boiled over as he revealed that his disciple's corpse lay inside. The Qingcheng leader offered condolences for the misfortune, but questioned why Tae was implicating them, prompting Tae to scream in frustration, asking if the leader truly didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Tae struck the coffin cover to reveal the body of Nam Hosan, the young leader of the Thunder Clan, and pointed out that the wounds were undoubtedly from the Qingcheng sect's 72 sword waves. This accusation shocked the sect leader, yet Tae pushed further, asking if they would keep making excuses even with such clear proof, concluding that the only possible explanation was that the Qingcheng sect was the culprit. Internally, Tae was convinced that the Qingcheng sect had realized the Thunder Clan planned to back the Ime sect through a matrimonial alliance with the 100 Flower Room, and had moved first to stop it. Although the Qingcheng leader urged him to calm down, Tae screamed back, asking how he could stay calm when his disciple was dead by their specific technique. As the sect leader promised to get to the bottom of the matter, Tae demanded an immediate explanation, which triggered a sudden outburst from the greatest warrior saint. He screamed about Tae's imprudence, asking how he dared act this way after arriving unannounced, and before the sect leader could intervene, the saint dashed forward and struck Tae with a secret technique. As Tae fell limp to the ground, the saint expressed his annoyance, asking if the clan found their sect so laughable that they would attempt to persecute them with such outrageous accusations. The sect leader finally caught up, asking his junior brother why he would attack them in such a manner. But the saint simply walked off. His subordinate joined him, mentioning that they would only be a laughingstock if they gave the intruders any more attention. Watching him go, the Qingcheng leader realized with concern that his junior brother had changed, becoming violent and frenzied compared to his past cold but controlled demeanor. The Thunder Clan warriors rushed to the side of their fallen leader, who could barely muster the words to ask if this was the Qingcheng sect's true aim, to use force to suppress any objection. The Qingcheng leader instructed one of his men to speak with Tae as soon as he woke up, and to provide the Thunder Clan warriors a place to stay. He then approached Cheong Yob and told him he would have to head to Chengdu because something was clearly amiss there, a command that was met with a swift affirmation. Later that evening, I heard men conversing as they walked past. One man questioned if the Qingcheng sect really killed Nam Hosan, wondering if the traces of martial arts could have been easily forged, but his companion dismissed the idea, stating that the more superior the martial art, the more distinct its traces are, leading them to conclude that the Qingcheng sect might truly be the villains that killed Nam Hosan. I sat inside my space, listening to their retreating footsteps, taking note of my surroundings and the chaos I had orchestrated. Just then, Wu Seonha walked into my room, asking me how I'd done it. I feigned ignorance, asking what she meant, but she pressed on, mentioning Nam Hosan and wondering what exactly I had done to make the leader of the Thunder Clan so furious that he would openly accuse the Qingcheng sect of being the culprit. I simply told her that who knows how such things happen, but she wasn't easily deterred, asking directly if I wasn't the one who had killed him. I responded by asking why it even mattered who the killer was, noting that what was truly important was the fact that he was dead. I walked steadily toward her, lightly holding her face to anchor her attention, and she agreed that I was right, looking eagerly into my eyes. Just as our faces drew closer, she suddenly pulled away, mentioning that it would be hard for us to meet again for a while because an important guest had arrived. I asked who this guest was, and she reminded me of her aunt, Abbess Zhonghua, the first disciple of the Ime sect. She explained that her aunt had come to the 100 Flower Room along with her junior sister, and since the abbess had a fussy personality, she had to attend to her personally. Curious, I asked what Zhonghua was doing here. Wu Seonha told me she had heard the abbess was here to hire a powerful vagabond group called the Black Cloud Corps. whose leader was said to be very intelligent. I wondered if Zhonghua intended to stay long, and Wu Xianhua confirmed she'd be at the 100-flower room for some time. As she stepped out, she muttered about the pleasure of seeing her aunt being dampened by the bitter feeling of having to endure the sight of the junior sister she couldn't stand. Once alone, I began to ponder if that junior sister was indeed Yang Xiaoran, remembering her as cool-headed and menacing. I realized I might see her again during my stay in Chengdu, and noted that the Qingcheng sect must be in an uproar over Namho-san. I decided to wait a little longer, knowing fully well that I was the one who had started this entire chaos for everyone. The scene then shifted to the quarters of the deceased Namho-san, where Qiang Yub stood investigating the area with a fellow sect brother. The brother pointed out that while the execution was a little rougher than what he had seen before, the wounds were without a doubt the traces of their own 72 sword waves. Qiang Yub asked if it could have been the work of an outsider who had learned the technique, but his brother thought it nearly impossible for a stranger to learn a secret intended only for a select few. When Qiang Yub reminded him that a transcript had been leaked once before, the brother countered that the document only contained movements. Without the sect's specific cultivation technique, a single person couldn't bring out even half of its true power. Qiang Yub wondered if a whole sect could have reverse-engineered it, but they concluded that it was better to look for how the assassin had infiltrated rather than guessing based on the wounds alone. As they traced his steps, Qiang Yub wondered about this assassin, briefly thinking of the one from 7 years ago before dismissing the thought, convinced that he must be long dead. As they walked away to find an inn, they suddenly spotted the Imai sect ahead. Zhonghua glared at them, and the subordinates of both sects immediately began screaming at each other, demanding to know why the other was there. Qiang Yub calmly noted that it had been a while, but Zhonghua bit back, asking what scraps he had come to nibble on and suggesting that a swordsmanship scholar like him should stay in the mountains. He retaliated by asking what she was doing down here when she already had her hands full protecting her own mountain. Zhonghua told him to shut up, but Qiang Yub didn't back down, telling her not to get angry at others for her own mistakes and asking how she could hold her head high after starting a war. This caused Yang Xiaoran to try and intervene, suggesting they should withdraw, but Zhonghua snapped at her to be quiet, refusing to turn tail from the Qingcheng bastards. She accused them of killing the young leader of the Thunder Clan to stop his betrothal to the 100-flower room, claiming they had thrown their humanity away. Qiang Yub shouted back that she was one to talk, considering she had invested 7 years into killing their most promising prospect, Wu Gunsang. Amidst the riot, Yang Xiaoran fell into deep thought, realizing she knew it would end this way, but wondering where it had all gone wrong. She reflected on how they were the ones who had started this by hiring an assassin, never dreaming he would actually succeed in killing Wu Gunsang. Even though she believed the assassin was dead, she felt as if they were all still wrapped around his fingers, though she didn't even know his name. Suddenly, her instincts flared, and she turned as she sensed a cold gaze from within the crowd. I was there, fully clothed in a robe, and had just walked past them. She was lucky to have even sensed my gaze. She wondered if she was mistaken as I slowly walked off, and once I had increased the distance, I took off the robe. I noted to myself that her senses were as sharp as ever. I knew I needed an appropriate ember to light the fire of this conflict, and seeing that such big shots had already gathered, I felt it was a very good start. Later in the evening in Chengdu, I approached Heoranju, who was visibly excited by my arrival. She mentioned having waited forever for me, though I was surprised to find her in the company of Zhang Muyang and Dao Shigo. We sat together at a round table, the four of us, and Zhang Muyang opened the conversation by introducing himself as the captain of the Black Cloud Corps, and suggested we at least share a meal, as he had heard a lot about me. It struck me then that this was indeed the man leading the corps. He continued by mentioning that Heoranju had taken a great interest in me, which was why he wanted this face-to-face meeting. He observed that even though I was concealing my intense aura by drawing attention to my flashy appearance instead, I couldn't hide everything. He claimed the energy leaking from me was already abnormal. Heoranju chirped in, asking for confirmation that I was exceptional, which led Zhang Muyang to get straight to the point. He offered to recruit me into the Black Cloud Corps, and I met his proposal with an intense glare. He explained his dream of turning their group of vagabonds into an acknowledged sect, and promised me anything I desired to make it happen, even suggesting he would offer me Heoranju herself. This caused Heoranju to scream in discomfort before she began to chuckle, while Dao Shigo privately noted that despite her protests, she seemed genuinely interested. He wondered how I would answer. I told them the offer wasn't that attractive, causing Daoshigo to burst into laughter so hard his teeth flew out of his mouth. After he apologized for the mess, Jang Muryang asked what specifically I disliked about the offer, whether it was the core or Haoranju. I told him it was everything, stating that I'd rather not lay my hands on food that was obviously bound to spoil. My response pissed Haoranju off, and the room fell silent until Jang Muryang burst into loud laughter. He claimed it was just a joke, and asked why I was making such a serious face like an idiot. He struck the table and rose, glaring into my eyes as he admitted he could never actually give Haoranju away, given her value. He then offered a piece of advice. I should try not to come face to face with his core again, noting that while he likes conversations, the others prefer taking action. I matched his tone, telling him that if he were suddenly beheaded while walking down the road one day, he could think of it as my doing. The air grew thick with his sudden rage, causing me to smile and throw his own words back at him, asking why he was making such a serious face over a joke. Things weren't funny anymore after that. Later, at the Golden Heaven clan, a disciple returned to Cheongyeob to report on the Ime sect's movements. He mentioned they hadn't stepped foot out of the 100-flower room, though he had dispatched disciples to keep watch. Cheongyeob emphasized the need to track down the scoundrel who killed the young leader of the Thunder Clan to unveil the truth. The disciple suggested contacting the ignoble clan, as their eyes spread across Sichuan like a spider web. Though Cheongyeob was reluctant to use them, he eventually agreed. He worried to himself about the growing number of sects involved: the Thunder Clan, the Golden Heaven Clan, and the 100-flower room, fearing what might arise if the assassin wasn't caught quickly. Elsewhere, a bald man named Maun was sneaking around my quarters, wondering why he couldn't feel any presence from me. He found it extraordinary that he couldn't hear even a single breath. He signaled his men, and a report was brought to Black Cloud Corps Vice Captain Yang Wuzhong, stating that I hadn't moved all night. Yang Wuzhong instructed them to continue the surveillance without dropping their guard, as the captain was quite bothered by me. Left alone, Yang Wuzhong pondered the difficulty of using their cavalry against the 3 gates at the foot of Mount Qingcheng. Suddenly he felt a presence and threw 3 daggers upward. He wondered if he was being overly sensitive or just on edge, but his senses were actually quite sharp. I was in that very space, slowly descending as I watched him from behind. Back at the 100-flower room, Zhonghua instructed Yongseol Ren to return to Mount Ime at first light. When Yongseol Ren protested that she was ordered to assist, Zhonghua dismissed her concerns, saying the negotiations with the Black Cloud Corps were a success. She argued that in the worst-case scenario, she would simply use the vagabonds as meat shields. Yongseol Ren reluctantly agreed to leave. Shortly after, Wu Seonha entered, and Zhonghua remarked that her complexion looked healthier, asking if she was seeing someone. Wu Seonha chuckled and admitted she was, claiming the man had quite the use to him. She hinted that the one who killed the Thunder Clan leader might be the one she was seeing. Before Zhonghua could press for a name, a loud scream erupted outside. They rushed out to find their sisters in shock over the lifeless body of disciple Gongxian. The disciples cried out that the Qingcheng sect had sent an assassin, and Zhonghua was consumed by a pit of rage. The next day, Zhang Moryang discussed the assassination with a subordinate, worried they had joined the wrong side. The subordinate noted that the instability would only make the Ime rely on them more, though he found it strange that an assassin of this level existed in Sichuan since the fall of the Blood Shadow group 7 years ago. Zhang Moryang wondered if it was truly the Qingcheng sect, or perhaps me, remembering my taunt about him being beheaded. However, his subordinate confirmed that Maon had reported I hadn't left my room in 4 days. Trusting this, Zhang Muryang ordered the surveillance on me to end so they could focus on the Qingcheng sect. When they arrived at the inn, Zhonghua asked Zhang Muryang to examine Gongxion's wounds. He was stunned by the thin, sharp injuries, wondering if they were caused by silver wire, though even that shouldn't have prevented the skin from curling. He admitted he had never seen such an injury. When Zhonghua asked if he suspected anyone, he thought of me for a moment before deciding it was impossible and claiming he had no answers. Zhonghua, now beyond reason, declared she would crush the Qingcheng sect in a flash. When Zhang Muryang asked if she intended a frontal assault, she asked if he was afraid, stating she'd rather die than live under the same sky as her rivals. Her frustration released a chilling energy, and Zhang Muryang had no choice but to accept his fate. I, however, was in that very same room, fully concealed, satisfied that I had invited all the anger needed to light the fire. The scene shifted abruptly to the hospital where that buff subordinate, Oh Yukpei, had been sent after getting his ass completely handed to him. Jang Muryang dashed into the room, his voice tight with urgency, as he demanded to know what had happened to the man. Hyo Ranju explained with a heavy sigh that he had gone to see that bastard Pyowol and ended up completely messed up. This sloppy explanation only pissed Jang Muryang off further, causing him to scream at her to speak properly and stop wasting time. She began to narrate the events exactly as they had unfolded. I had been at a diner, simply trying to enjoy my meal, when she suddenly approached me with a drink in hand and a wink. Her appearance irritated me immediately because I knew I wouldn't be able to eat in peace. When I asked her what she wanted, she mentioned she was just visiting to see if I was doing well and to offer an apology. I questioned the need for one, and she said she felt they had been a bit disrespectful during our last meeting. I told her flatly that I didn't really care, which shocked her. But she forced a laugh and asked if I would reconsider the boss's offer to join the Black Cloud Corps, promising she would treat me well. Just then, Oh Yukpai walked in. He grabbed Hyo Ranju by the shoulder, noting he had wondered where she had gone without a word. Uncomfortable, she swiftly removed his hand and told him to get it off her, asking since when he had started following her. He denied it, claiming he didn't have that much time on his hands and was only there because the boss had sent him. He then leaned forward, realizing who I was. He started to look me over with a lecherous gaze. When he complimented me, Hyo Ranju realized with a shudder that the bastard was lusting after men again. She warned him not to be greedy for this one, but he ignored her, leaning further into my personal space. I decided to give him a single chance. I told him I would forgive him once, but he needed to turn away before I counted to 3. Otherwise, I would make it so he never saw anything again until the day he died. He didn't take the hint, mockingly asking if this cutie was talking to him as he reached for my face. I reached the end of my count and instantly drove my chopsticks through his hand. Though he managed to protect his face, he rose for a strike and smashed the table, completely ruining the meal I had been trying to enjoy. He seemed joyed by the destruction, searching for where I had disappeared to. In that moment, Hyo Ranju screamed as she spotted my movement. I sprang into the air, appearing directly behind Oh Yukpai with an intense glare. I systematically used my blades to strike him to the ground in an instant. Landing beside his weakened body, I used my strings to pull his head up. He took a short breath, but before he could utter a single word, my fingers met his eyes. The room was filled with the loud screams of that pervert and Hyo Ranju alike as I blinded him, just as I had promised. In a desperate attempt to retaliate, Hyo Ranju lashed out with her whip, but I escaped the hold swiftly and landed on the opposite end of the room. Glaring at her fallen comrade, she called him a goddamn idiot for butting in. She then looked at me and suggested we end things there for the day. She mentioned she hadn't come to see me for a fight and noted that he had already paid the price for his recklessness, so there was no need to spill more blood. I let my anger subside and decided to walk away. As I did, she remarked on how unpredictable I was, noting that she couldn't believe I had put her comrade in such a state. She warned me to be careful, claiming that if I kept acting without caution, I wouldn't be able to avoid unexpected misfortune. Her words carried no weight with me. My only thought as I walked off was that my clothes were ruined, and Seo Young had liked them. Back in the hospital, Jang Muryang confirmed with a look of disbelief that Oh Yukpai had ended up like this simply because of dumb lust. Hyo Ranju confirmed it, leaving the captain baffled and stressed that such a thing would happen at such a critical time. Hyo Ranju then stated that her pride was too hurt to handle the humiliation, and vowed to make me pay. Jang Muryang agreed, stating they would dispose of me once the matter with the Qingcheng sect was resolved. He ordered her to make ample preparations, as they would make their move as soon as they regrouped with the cavalry. In the shadows of a hidden space, the air felt heavy as an old man's voice broke the silence, questioning if the guest truly sought the culprit behind the death of the ThunderClan's young leader. Cheong Yob's face was revealed in the dim light as he confirmed that this was indeed his mission. The old man, Oh Sang-yong, the Chengdu branch manager of the ignoble clan, exclaimed that such a task was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack, especially since the only clue was the use of Qingcheng martial arts. When Cheong Yob asked if anyone stood out in the city, the manager mentioned a man named Pyowol, describing him as a ruthless master of peerless beauty and skill. Cheong Yob murmured the name, dropped his payment, and walked off, leaving the manager to wonder if this mysterious man truly was the assassin. Left alone, Oh Sang-yong grabbed his records, noting that my history, objectives, and affiliations were all unknown. He mused that once this information was shared, I would have to live under the watchful eyes of the ignoble clan. He was entirely unaware that I was standing directly behind him. My hand passed over his shoulder, and I immediately used my strings to restrict his movements. As I grabbed his book, the man realized with a drop of sweat that he couldn't move. I remained silent in the darkness, skimming the pages before noting that it hadn't been long since I entered Chengdu, yet his investigation was impressively thorough. He tried to threaten me with the weight of the ignoble clan, but I only smirked, stating that I was there specifically because I don't like my information spreading without permission. Realizing I intended to silence him, he begged for his life, claiming no one else had seen the book, but I found his pleas laughable, since he had been speaking my name quite openly just moments before. In an instant, I made it feel as though he was freed, causing him to foolishly attempt a pushing shadow hand strike. I simply pulled my finger upward, and the strings tightened, drawing blood and decapitating him in the blink of an eye. It was almost comical as I walked away with the book, leaving what was left of him in that space. The scene then shifted to the streets of Chengdu, where a sudden explosion signaled the start of a nightmare. People screamed that war had broken out between the Qingqiang and Yimei sects. Zheng Moryang arrived amidst the fire and chaos, watching as the two sects brutally tore into each other, screaming for revenge. His disciples noted that both sides had reached their tipping point. Po Sanhai, the fire dragon room master, tried to intervene, but an arrow pierced his shoulder, causing his disciples to cry out in fury. Zhang Muryang remarked on what a complete shit show it had become, noting the Yimei were at a disadvantage. He ordered the summons of the entire Black Cloud Corps and cast off his robe, declaring they would assist the Yimei. The battle grew more relentless as Zhonghua charged into the fray, screaming at the Qingqing for the death of her disciple. Qiang Yob stood his ground, accusing her of hiring the assassin who killed Wu Gunsong and the Thunder Clan's master. Zhonghua released a massive ring of aura, fueled by her lack of conscience, and dashed toward him. As they clashed, the scene caught Yongxiao Ran in a heavy brawl, trying to protect a disciple named Gonghua. Gonghua fell unconscious, and despite Yongxiao Ran's desperate pleas for her to circulate her aura, the woman passed away. Crying, Yongxiao Ran realized this entire tragedy was instigated by the Yimei, and her indecisiveness had led to this. She strengthened her resolve, knowing she could no longer dodge the issue. Meanwhile, Zhang Muryang grew confused as to why his cavalry forces had not yet arrived. Sensing something was contrived, as if someone were adding fuel to the flames, he ordered his disciple Seol Pyo to leave the battle and search for a mastermind. Seol Pyo flew off, realizing that both forces had abandoned the assassination mystery in favor of pure slaughter. He scanned the area and spotted a massive sacred tree, large enough to view the entire surroundings. As he approached, my threads lit up around him. He jumped upward, screaming that he had found me, but I appeared and struck with my blades. The trajectory of the daggers moved so swiftly he wondered if it was a telekinetic technique. Before he could react, the chains strung around his body and tightened. He begged for his life, but I tightened the grip until his head splattered. This was not the first one. Others had tried to find me, and all had been silenced. I watched the war below, satisfied with my orchestration. Back on the battlefield, Qiang Yob had defeated Zhonghua, who coughed up blood. Yongxiao Ran dashed through the smoke to grab her injured sister, glaring at Qiang Yob as she prepared to retreat to the 100-flower room. Qiang Yob remained silent, eventually ordering his own forces to withdraw and gather their wounded. From my perch in the tree, I smirked. Zhonghua had received a serious injury, and the discord was complete, a truly great outcome for the start of my plan. Later that morning, the bodies of those I had slain were laid out across the cold floor. Zhang Muryang stood over them, his brow furrowed as he wondered who could have systematically murdered the men sent to track me. Dao Shigo knelt beside the corpses, observing the clean precision of the kills, and noted that they appeared to be the work of a single person. When Zhang Muryang questioned his certainty, Dao Shigo pointed to the wounds on the necks of Seol Pyo and the other disciples. The size and shape were identical. He concluded that the assailant must have used a short sword or a dagger. The mention of a dagger caused Zhang Muryang to recall the injuries I had inflicted on Oyukpai. He immediately ordered his men to bring the wounded man forward for a comparison. Heo Ranju and her disciples gathered around, their eyes widening as they confirmed the wounds were an exact match, realizing that I was the one responsible for the deaths of their comrades. Furious, Zhang Muryang screamed for his subordinates to gather and prepare to bring me in, declaring that he would handle the investigation of my person himself. The scene then shifted to the 100-flower room, where the atmosphere was thick with dread. The disciples whispered in shock, unable to believe that Zhonghua had been so severely injured. but young Seolran urged them to pull themselves together and focus on the defenses, fearing a sudden Qingcheng retaliation. She ordered a messenger pigeon sent to the main sect to inform the abbess of 9 calamities and request reinforcements. Deep in thought, she realized that the deaths of Gongxian and the Thunder Clan leader had pushed the hostility past the point of no return. She saw clearly now that someone was intentionally causing this strife, and knew she had to discover the truth behind it. Meanwhile, inside her private quarters, Zhanghua was struggling as a healer tried to stabilize her. She was livid, cursing the Qingcheng bastards, but the healer warned her that her fury was destabilizing her meridians. This only caused her to release more aura, frightening the man until she screamed for him to get lost before she cut off his head. He fled instantly, leaving her to lament her sorry state. She knew that if she remained incapacitated, Yong Seolran would take the initiative. Just as she resolved to recover, her door creaked open. Thinking the healer had returned, she screamed for him to stay away, but her voice died in her throat when she saw me standing there in my mask. I asked if she remembered me, and when she questioned my identity, I told her I had never forgotten her for a single moment in the past 7 years. I mused aloud whether blinding her remaining eye would jog her memory of the snake pit. Terror flooded her face as she realized who I was, the boy she thought had died 7 years ago. I removed my hood and confirmed I was back to mess her up just as the greatest warrior saint had tried to do to me. I leaned closer, whispering viciously that I was the one who killed Gongxian and the Thunder Clan leader. She was aghast, asking if I understood what it meant to make an enemy of the Imi sect, but I reminded her that she and her peers had created me. Without their cruelty, we never would have been reborn as assassins. I smirked at her desperation, telling her I didn't want anything other than to let her know that the Imi sect was doomed. I informed her that I would kill Cheongyob today, using the Imi's own snowcloud piercing strike, a technique she knew Yong Seolran favored. This revelation caused blood to flow from her eyes and nose in sheer rage. She screamed that I was a demon and tried to rise to kill me, but she had no strength. I watched her struggle, telling her that the Qingcheng and Ma would continue to spill each other's blood until both sides suffered massive losses. I promised to drag out the monsters, like the Abbess of 9 Calamities and the greatest warrior saint, and devour them all. She placed a trembling hand on my face, calling me a bastard one last time before her body fell limp. As she passed, I looked at her and noted that this was her fault for creating something as horrifying as me. She simply had to bear the cost. Later that evening, Heo Ranju, Zhang Moryang, and Dao Shigo kicked in the door to my room at the inn, only to find it empty. Dao Shigo realized I had already vanished, while the surveillance squad confirmed I hadn't returned since the night before. Heo Ranju was furious, slapping her own face in frustration and cursing herself for falling for my looks. While they searched for me, I had already moved to the Golden Heaven clan. 2 disciples were discussing the uneasy atmosphere when a sudden explosion rocked the compound. Lights from the snow cloud piercing strike illuminated the area, leading the disciples to scream that the Imai had infiltrated them. They rushed inside to find the lifeless body of Cheongyob. Before the explosion, Cheongyob had been meditating when he sensed my presence. He noted my quiet footsteps and asked why I had come to see him. I told him that anyone visiting secretly at night was up to no good, and he admitted his question was foolish. He asked if I had killed the Thunder Clan leader, and I confirmed it, explaining that the Qingcheng sect was a necessary piece of my plan. I revealed my grudges against both sects and admitted to killing the Imi disciple as well. When he asked who I really was, I told him I was the assassin the MA created, and the public enemy the Qingcheng had hunted. He drew his blade, releasing his aura and promising to end my terrible life. He dashed at me with the grace of a crane, but I embodied the snake, my strings and daggers moving without me needing to shift a muscle. He parried and blocked, moving with great speed, but my strings were faster. As he closed in for what he thought was a killing blow, my strings encircled him, binding his neck and limbs. I glared at him without emotion as he realized the nature of my martial arts. I told him to send my greetings to Zhonghua before ending him. As his life faded, he muttered that a monster had been created. Outside, the cry went up that the Ime had murdered Cheongyob. I stood in the shadows, watching the Qingcheng sect scream for revenge. I smirked. Everything was falling into place perfectly. My long-awaited revenge was finally in motion. The sect's collective scream for vengeance followed the death of Cheongyob, and once that catalyst appeared, mass bloodshed erupted in an instant. People slaughtered one another day and night, caught in a cycle of violence so relentless that the suspicion of a third party pulling the strings vanished. No one cared for the truth anymore. All they desired was the death of the enemy standing before them. Amidst this hellish landscape, Yang Xiaoran walked into the scene with a look of bitter sadness, lamenting how such a nightmare had come to pass. It was then that Zhang Muyang approached her, mentioning that he had critical information regarding the recent killings and a specific individual named Pyowol. The name struck her with visible shock as the realization took hold. Meanwhile, at the main Imei sect, the abbess of 9 calamities sat consumed by tears and fury. She expressed her disbelief and annoyance that Zhonghua, who meant so much to her, had been killed by this Pyowol. She questioned if the assassin who supposedly died 7 years ago after killing Wu Gunsong had truly survived to pit the two sects against each other now. When the reporter mentioned that Yang Xiaoran believed this to be true, the abbess wondered how he could have mastered the Imei's snowcloud piercing strike. The reporter guessed that he likely learned it from a secret manual Gongxian always carried, and since he didn't survive the battle against Pyowol, Pyowol must have collected the book from his remains, a revelation that enraged the abbess. Fuming at such a reckless mistake, she calmed herself only to declare that they had no choice but to capture the assassin. When a disciple offered to help, the abbess stopped her, stating she would capture and punish him herself for the grave sin of mocking the great Imei sect. The scene then shifted to the Smitty Street Fire Dragon workshop, where I grabbed the hand of a man who began to scream. Looking at Tang Sochu's state, I remarked that the place hadn't changed. I turned to Tang Sochu, who had been badly beaten by these men just as he had been in the past, and noted how these sons of bitches make others suffer while maintaining a noble facade. I told Tang Sochu to decide their fate, and he glared at them, telling me he would do whatever I wanted as long as I killed them all. I shared his sentiment and smirked at his insight. I told him to watch closely how I would execute his choice, and I immediately stabbed the man beside me to the ground, causing Tang Sochu to laugh at the sight. We walked out of that space as I systematically beheaded and sliced through the men who had treated him as less than human for years. Seeing the power of the weapon he had crafted, Tang Sochu was amazed and thanked me for the revenge. He then knelt before me, looking hopeful, and asked how else he could help me, to which I simply glared back with a smirk. Chaos continued elsewhere as a man ran frantically until Mu Zhong, the greatest warrior saint, approached swiftly and struck him down. As the man fell limp, one of the sect members asked why he had killed sect leader Tae of the Thunder Clan, and Mu Riang arrived to find Mu Zhong standing there in annoyance. Mu Jiang argued that Cheng Yub had died because of him, providing the initial cause for the sect's destruction. He stated clearly that he would not spare anyone related to the incident. Mu Riang felt a chill from such intense murderous intent, wondering what had happened 7 years ago to let Mu Zhong fall so deep into his inner demons. Mu Zhong lamented that they had lost Gongshan to MA tricks and now Cheng Yub, effectively destroying the Qingcheng sect's future. And upon saying this, he instantly fled the space. A man beside Mu Riang warned that if Mu Zhong joined forces with Wu Jinpyong, there would be massive trouble. Mu Riang noted that Wu Jinpyong had been a recluse for 7 years, yet the man insisted that his hatred for the Imei remained, and their cooperation would bathe Sichuan in blood. Saj Muhua then offered to investigate the strangeness of the situation himself. Mu Riang agreed, telling him to take martial artists from the Justice Hall and use force if necessary to subdue Mu Zhong and find the root of his madness. He pondered the fate of the sect, leaving it in Mu Hua's hands. In the city, 2 men complained about the state of Chengdu, where an inn room cost 5 copper coins and shops were closed due to the sect war. One friend hushed the other, fearing who might be listening. Back in my own space, I was reading through records of the Black Cloud Corps. I noted that I needed to be wary of Zhang Muyang, Daoshi, and Hilseong. The information from the Hao clan, also known as the Ignoble clan, was top-notch, covering all of Sichuan's martial artists. Looking out the window, I began to reflect on the ravage in front of me, and the many who had died because of my hand. Any sense of guilt I might have had ceased to exist in that underground cave. From the moment I was imprisoned, survival was all that mattered. It is too late to turn back now, and I know no other way to live than in this demonic rage. Even though I know the Imei leader and people from the Qingcheng sect are coming, I won't stop. Even if I fall, I will keep going until the end, even if my life concludes among the flames. The scene changed to a medical area where people were screaming for help and supplies. Yang Xiaoran assured them that more medicine would arrive by noon, and told them to focus on recovery. Zhang Muyang was impressed by her ability to lead in such a dire situation. Daoshi Go mentioned that she possessed the best talent seen in the MA for a century, though Zhonghua had kept her hidden out of wariness. He noted that with Jianghua gone, she could finally use her talents to lead the sect to a new rise. Suddenly, They felt a massive surge of energy. Dao Shigo shouted that a master was here, and the abbess of 9 calamities, Jiyuhua, walked in, her aura frightening everyone in the space as they screamed her name. The atmosphere grew suffocating as everyone dropped to their knees to welcome the great abbess of 9 calamities. Even Zhang Muryang and Dao Shigo bowed their heads, acknowledging that the crisis had become grave enough to warrant her personal intervention. While Yang Xiaoran paid her respects, Wu Seonha from the 100 Flower Room practically skipped into the room with a bubbly energy that completely failed to read the tension. I could imagine the abbess's eyes narrowing in cold displeasure, causing Wu Seonha to freeze and wonder why she was being glared at with such intensity. The abbess commanded everyone to follow her inside, specifically requesting that Zhang Muryang and Dao Shigo join them. This caught them off guard. Dao Shigo whispered to his captain that while he'd love to run away, that choice wasn't on the table, telling Zhang Muryang to make sure he lived a long life to lead the Black Cloud Corps. Once seated, Yang Seolran debriefed the group on what had been discovered. The abbess let my name, Pyowol, hang in the air before turning her icy gaze back to Wu Seonha. She asked the girl if she truly didn't know the weight of my name, and demanded to know how she was related to me. The abbess grabbed her by the cheek, warning that she despised liars, and had noted Wu Seonha's restlessness when my name was mentioned. Wu Seonha collapsed to the floor in tears, screaming that she only wanted to make use of me and never expected things to go this far. She beat her chest frantically, begging for a few men so she could capture me herself and clean up her mess. The abbess merely looked down at her with pity, calling her a pathetic girl before touching her face with a deceptive, calm tenderness. She asked who had given her permission to kill the ThunderClan's young leader when she should have just lived like a flower among men. For a heartbeat, Wu Seonha smiled, promising to live as a flower from now on, but Yang Seolran sensed the impending strike and screamed for her master to stop. It was too late. The abbess released a sudden shockwave of aura and electricity through Wu Seonha's head, ending her instantly. As the body fell limp, the abbess turned away as if she had merely discarded trash, muttering about how pathetic it was for such a creature to try and use its brain. Yang Seolran exploded in grief and ominous aura, shouting that there was no need for such brutality. But the abbess remained unmoved. She told her student that making exceptions for those who deserve death is a weakness, and that Yang Seolran would only understand once she rose to the same high position. She then ordered the remains to be dragged away, and declared she would bring the 100 Flower Room back under her direct control. This caused Yang Seolran to pause as she was enraged, and immediately turned away and walked out to avoid any more bloodshed. Zhang Muryang realized then that the abbess was meticulous. She had intended to kill Wu Seonha all along to subdue the branch sect. She then turned her vicious focus to him, ordering the Black Cloud Corps to hunt me down. Elsewhere, in a lonely mountain range, 2 men carried a wrapped bundle. They dropped it in a random patch of forest, casually remarking that stray dogs and mountain animals would soon devour her before dashing off into the rain. I arrived shortly after, unwrapping the cloth to see Wu Seonha's pale, lifeless face. I felt no grand emotion, for we had merely been using each other, but as I sat beside her, I used rocks to cover her body. I wouldn't apologize, but I whispered a promise to her that I would make those who did this pay. I swear on that. While I sat there, the weight of bereavement, the specific sadness of a parent losing a child, was crushing another heart. At a worn-down house, Saj Muhua knocked on the door of Wu Jingpyong, and Wu Jingpyong's subordinate immediately recognized the sage and went back in to call his master. When Wu Jingpyong finally stepped out, he welcomed the sage to his space, and they went into his guest room for a debrief. The sage noted that Wu Jingpyong had isolated himself and given up everything since Gunsong was assassinated. He listened as Saj Muhua debriefed him on the impossible, that the assassin who killed the ThunderClan's leader had used the 72 sword waves. The sage asked what he would do if the man who killed the young leader was the same one who killed his son 7 years ago. Wu Jingpyong crushed his cup in a fit of fury, declaring that he would obviously avenge his child. His grief had officially turned into a singular, burning fury. I eventually moved to a space near a well, where my knives and webs formed a deadly perimeter. Hyoranju walked into the area, waving cheerfully and remarking that I had grown even more handsome. I knew she wasn't alone. Dao Shigo and Hyulseong were lurking nearby. Dao Shigo complimented my ability to sense them, despite their hidden presence. Hyoranju offered one last chance to join the Black Cloud Corps, but I refused. She explained their client, the MA, wanted me dead, This caused Daoshigo to shout for the group to settle down, questioning if they really believed they were only here to kill. I immediately asked what else they could possibly be there for then, demanding to know if they intended to retract the mission. This caused Daoshigo to counter by stating that I simply needed to hide myself better than I was currently doing. He explained that they had already told the Ime sect that I had been killed, and if I happened to get caught later on, they would just cover it up. He added that even if the Ime sect eventually discovered I was alive, I would have grown so much by that time that no one in Sichuan would be able to mess with me easily. I questioned their loyalty, asking how a vagrant group could betray a client so easily. Daoshigo laughed, dismissing credibility as an old-fashioned concept. He claimed he didn't wish to kill me, but I glared at him viciously and refused, stating that credibility is everything to an assassin. This made Hyoranju wonder who had actually hired me to cause such chaos. I remembered Lee Seolman's words about the helpless feeling of being crossed by a strength you can't oppose. Hyoranju then teased that my client must be a woman, suggesting only a woman could make a man charge into a fire like a moth. She swung her whip in a fit of annoyance, but it couldn't even graze me through my string barrier. The impact shattered the stone around us, and in the chaos of the fragments, I used a pre-planned trap to flee the space. Jang Muryang walked in then, noting that talking to me was futile. He pointed to the roof where I stood in the open, glaring back at them, and ordered his men to kill me. A group of ninjas dashed forward, but with a simple flip of my hand, my strings caught them, reducing them to blood splatters in a second. I remarked that he had brought a lot of people just to kill one person. Jang Muryang glared, stating he should have brought more as a crowd of well-armed men emerged. I warned them that they would regret getting involved in my war, spreading my strings further as I fully embraced the power of the snake. Outside, a group of men sat in public. Their casual conversation shattered when a shadow suddenly blurred across the rooftops and vanished into the distance. They recoiled in shock, questioning the source of such a massive commotion, only to see me being pursued by Hyoranju and a small army of subordinates. The onlookers glared at me, certain they had never seen a man like me before, and mistakenly presumed the men behind me were my own disciples. Sensing their confusion, I immediately changed course and dived toward them. The men panicked as I drew near, wondering why I had suddenly targeted them, but their questions died as I struck one of them in the head. He fell limp, dazed and dead before he hit the ground. His companions screamed in horror, calling me a bastard and demanding to know why I had appeared out of nowhere to kill their friend. I didn't waste a single word on them. I dashed toward the second man and struck him down, followed instantly by the third. As people began to gather, screaming at the madness unfolding, Hyoranju and Hyulseung arrived with their men. Hyoranju looked on in worry, wondering what on earth I was doing. The frantic crowd turned their eyes toward her and the Black Cloud Corps. Frantic and angry, they demanded to know who these people were and why they were killing so recklessly. Daoshigo realized in an instant that I had fooled them. Because they had been chasing me, it appeared to the public that we were all on the same side. I exploited the chaos to dash out of the space, vanishing into the night. The crowd, unable to follow my trajectory, turned their fury on the Black Cloud Corps, screaming that they should capture these subordinates first to make them spill my information. The stage was perfectly set. Hyoranju tried to scream that they weren't with me, but no one listened. Hyulseung volunteered to stay behind and resolve the misunderstanding with his fists, telling the other two to go after me. Hyulseung smirked, preparing to face the mob that glared at him viciously. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Ime and Chingcheng underlings continued to boil as Jang Moryang walked into the frantic situation, noting that what started as a small spark had become a full-scale conflict across all of Chengdu. Hyoranju and Daoshigo caught up to me, screaming if I even understood what I was doing. I paused and looked back at them, asking if everyone was out now. I admitted that while the results were a bit different from my original thoughts, things had turned out better than I imagined thanks to them. Enraged, Hyoranju lashed out with her whip, the force of it echoing through the air. I leaped upward to avoid the strike, only to find Daoshigo drawing his sword. He declared that we should end this here and now, releasing a wide range of aura toward me. I moved as quickly as the aura, entangling my strings on my feet and stepping on them to gain the momentum to leap even higher. As I floated in the air, glaring down at them, I separated my daggers from my strings. Daoshigo stared up, shocked as the daggers began to descend toward him, attacking him with minimal effort on my part. As he struggled to understand how they could move so freely, I pulled a string, causing one dagger to fly from behind him. Before he could react, the blade sliced through him. In an instant, his hand went flying and fell to the ground. He collapsed to his knees with a loud cry as Hyoranju screamed his name. 2 more of my daggers struck her from behind. It wasn't a lethal blow, but it sent her to the ground. She realized then that I was different from when I fought Oyukpe. I was moving these daggers with terrifying freedom. As I descended and stood before the wounded Daoshi Go, Zhang Muryang let go of the clothes covering him, revealing a hidden spear. He thrusted it at me, the weapon flying through the wind with lethal speed. I stood my ground in front of Daoshi Go, and a plan formed in an instant. I grabbed him, pulling him upward and placing him exactly where the spear would make the most impact. The onlookers realized what was happening, but strangely, Daoshi Go merely smirked as he was exposed. The spear glided through him, leaving his body limp and bloodied. He was on the brink as the air filled with screams of his name, but I didn't linger. I jumped away into the night, leaving a tearful Hyoranju rushing to Daoshi Go's side, wishing to rip me to shreds. Zhang Muryang looked equally annoyed by the outcome, and at Hyoranju's request, he swiftly dashed towards me, leaving the Black Cloud Corps in disarray. Elsewhere, the Abbess of 9 Calamities and Yongseol Ran watched the massacre unfold. The abbess remarked on the crazy sight, and Yongseol Ran urged her to rescue their Qingcheng allies and stabilize the situation. The abbess agreed that things were worse than she thought, and ordered everyone to advance into the Fire Dragon Room. Inside the Fire Dragon Room, the room master was informed that the Ime sect leader had arrived personally. He felt the disadvantage immediately. Suddenly, the door burst open as the abbess walked in. He called her a witch, but she mocked his boldness, asking how he dared to use such a term. He told her to stay out of a conflict that was strictly between his sect and the Qingcheng, but she silenced him, reminding him of the deep ties between the 2 great sects. She dashed toward him, striking with her staff. He blocked with his sword, but the sheer power of her martial prowess forced him back, making him cough blood. As she raised her staff to deliver the final blow, Mujong appeared and blocked the impact with his sword. The abbess was pissed, but she acknowledged him, noting it had been a long time. Mujong glared back, claiming he was glad to see her. He mentioned that he had waited 7 years for this, and had his brothers not rejected his proposal to obliterate the Ame back then, they would have met much sooner. The abbess felt a mysterious, new energy from him, and asked if he had obtained enlightenment. He claimed he had simply learned new martial arts. She laughed, mockingly stating she couldn't imagine how deep the Qingcheng arts went. But then she turned the conversation back to me, questioning that if he was so great, how did a mere assassin easily make a fool out of him? This triggered Mujong. She told him that the assassin he supposedly took down in the underground cave was still alive. Mujong told her not to lie, remembering how he had left me to wither in that dark space. The abbess asked if he had ever actually checked my corpse. He realized he hadn't. She told him that his negligence was the reason for this entire situation, that I was the culprit who killed the Thunder Clan's leader, Zhonghua and Cheongyob. Mujong grew frantic, screaming about being played by a mere assassin. The abbess suggested they settle their problems after taking care of me first, but Mujong refused. He released a massive ring of aura, accusing her of being the one who ordered the assassination in the first place. He declared that the 7 swords of Qingcheng would help the Fire Dragon Room drive away the wicked witches of the Ime. The abbess called him stubborn and released her own aura, telling him he had chosen the hard way. They dashed at each other, and the collision shook the room. While they fought, I was running through the forest with the Black Cloud Corps screaming behind me. I caught sight of the clash between the abbess and Mujong in the distance and smirked. They were finally here. The scene was perfectly set. As the pursuit continued, men on horseback thundered after me, their hooves beating a frantic rhythm against the earth. Zhang Muryang struggled to maintain his composure. I could sense his disbelief that he was having such difficulty catching me even while mounted. His only focus was catching me. Just then, he submerged into a memory from his past, a time when he was young and Daoshi Go had first approached him like a mentor. The thought that I had killed the man who was essentially his teacher fueled a murderous rage within him. He screamed for everyone to attack, hurling his spear toward me with everything he had. I turned my back slightly, and instead of fleeing, I suddenly dashed directly toward the incoming spear. The men were shocked, wondering why I would run toward my own death rather than away from it, but their confusion turned to terror as their weapons passed through empty air. I had vanished. They screamed, questioning what kind of monster I was as I dived through their ranks. They couldn't even track my traces until someone spotted me for a brief, horrified instant. I used my threads to slash the heads of multiple men in one fluid motion, landing softly on the back of a horse, while their severed heads still floated in the air. Jang Muryang looked back at me, his face twisted with fury as he glared through the chaos of the beginning fight. Explosions rocked the area, and before long the ground was littered with more bodies than could be counted. Standing in the midst of the men still chasing me, I faced Jang Muryang's vicious gaze. He vowed to kill me with his own hands, to which I responded with a calm that seemed to surprise him. I asked him if this wasn't simply how everyone lived. I pointed out that the Qingcheng sect and the Ime sect killed people constantly. They were no different from me. I questioned how many sacrifices those sects had made to build their current reputations. Even his own organization of vagrants had likely killed 10 times more people than I had in this space. I told him he had merely created an opportunity here, punctuated by the sound of more necks being severed by my threads behind me. My words and my movements clearly annoyed Jang Muryang, who called me a mad bastard. I only smirked, letting my threads run wilder. He noticed my daggers were beginning to shine with an unusual intensity, and wondered why an assassin would reveal his weapon by infusing it with energy. Just then, a flash of energy erupted behind him. He realized other powerful entities were approaching. He recognized the Abbess of 9 Calamities, but felt another presence of equal magnitude, wondering who could be accompanying her since I always worked alone. The voice of Mu Jiong then thundered through the scene as he screamed, asking if the Abbess thought she could escape him. She laughed at the notion, asking if she looked like someone who was running. As they clashed, they spotted my daggers and turned their attention toward me in the midst of Jang Muryang's men. In that moment, young Yong Xiaoran spotted me and fixed me with a sharp glare. She immediately dashed toward the Abbess of 9 Calamities. She didn't hesitate, stating that I was the one, the assassin named Pyowol. This revelation caused the Abbess to glare at the greatest warrior saint, as he too realized. I welcomed the intrusion. Mu Jiang soon realized I was still very much alive. He called me a bastard, releasing a cry so loud and an aura so dense that everyone around was forced to cover their ears. He dashed toward me with full force, aimed directly at where the horsemen stood. Jang Muryang looked up in astonishment as I stood there, smirking at their arrival. Everyone had finally gathered. The pieces were moving even better than I had expected. I sped off, reaching my designated location with Jang Muryang, the Abbess, Yong Xiaoran, and Mu Jiang all in pursuit. Mu Jiang screamed, demanding to know how long I intended to keep running. Yong Xiaoran suddenly realized the danger. She screamed to the Abbess that they needed to stop, realizing they were playing right into my hands. The Abbess silenced her instantly, refusing to hear another word. Internally, the Abbess was reeling. She hadn't shown it, but Mu Jiang had managed to overwhelm her for a moment with his new martial arts. The fact that an assassin brat like me was acting up in front of her was an eyesore she couldn't tolerate. She felt that if I were allowed to live, I would destroy the already fragile reputation of the Ime. Suddenly, as they entered the space, a volley of arrows hissed through the air toward Mu Jiang. Jang Muryang realized then that we weren't just at an abandoned house. This was the Tang Clan estate. The Abbess questioned why I had led them to a Tang Clan village. Mu Jiang screamed at me, demanding I show myself and stop luring them into this shithole. I stood atop the entrance of the estate, looking down at them. When the Abbess asked what I was up to, I remembered how they had once cornered me and my fellow assassins when I was young. I told them to sear this sight into their eyes. This was my inescapable heavenly net trap. I had formed my own version to pay them back in kind. One of the Qingcheng disciples introduced himself and dashed toward me, claiming he would have my neck. He was instantly met by a swarm of my daggers. He tried to parry them, laughing at the attempt, but he was far too slow. The blades stabbed him repeatedly until he fell from the roof to the ground. The onlookers screamed, terrified by the amount of hidden weaponry active within just a few steps. They began to realize the horror of the Tang Clan village, but they still didn't understand the full extent of the extreme venom hidden here. One of the women began to feel true despair, screaming that she wanted to be anywhere but there. Yang Xiaoran tried to warn her, but the woman, consumed by a fear of the situation, moved recklessly. Arrows pierced her head, and she collapsed. This triggered a chain reaction. As people moved frantically in the wrong directions, they set off more traps. Yang Seolran pleaded for everyone to stay calm and not move, but the panic was absolute. People ran screaming for help, each step detonating a new horror within my net. Someone stepped on a rigged tile, releasing a cloud of poison that caused those nearby to choke and gasp for air. Another stepped on a trap that released a swarm of snakes. The space was in a complete uproar, with accusations of sorcery being hurled amidst the screams. The abbess looked up at me and smirked, telling me to come down so she could rip my head off. I glared back, matching her smirk, and told her to wait still, because I had saved the best for last. Tongklan Estate was engulfed in a calamity of poisons, hissing snakes, and flying arrows. Mujeong stood in the center of the chaos, his rage manifesting as a horrific aura that obliterated every serpent daring to draw near. He took a single, jagged breath and called me a bastard once more, declaring that since I was the one who had clipped the Qingcheng sect's wings, I would pay for it with my life. I merely glared back, questioning if he hadn't already made me pay with my life 7 years ago. I told him flatly that I no longer had any debts to pay in this rotten world. All that remained was for me to collect debts. In an instant, I vanished and reappeared beside him. He dismissed my movement as petty tricks, his grip tightening on his sword as I dashed into his personal space. He began to breathe heavily, swinging his blade in a desperate arc that only managed to graze a clone I had positioned to deceive him. The strike tore through the decoy's cape, revealing me standing behind it in my true assassin attire. He noted that I had changed much, except for my eyes. I smirked, returning the sentiment. He was exactly the same, right down to his own eyes. He pointed his sword at me, vowing not to let me escape again before unleashing the Asura Cloud Crimson Dawn Slash. I read the trajectory and dodged, gathering my strength to counter with a speedy flash of my own blades. He used his massive sword to parry my thrusts, admitting that I was no longer an ordinary assassin. The battle turned frantic, a blur of steel and speed. Internally, he wondered what kind of hellish 7 years I had endured in that darkness, noting that my techniques were now sharper than any martial arts in Sichuan. For a moment, he actually found it enjoyable, driven by a sudden, intense desire to win. He closed his eyes, centering himself in the silence before releasing a staggering amount of aura that imbued his blade. He challenged me to dodge his next move and dashed forward with uncomfortable speed. His sword loomed larger in my vision as he struck, creating a massive explosion that leveled the space. He was certain that his 13th Asura Cloud Cleave had split me in half, but as the smoke cleared, he saw me standing there. Though I spat a mouthful of blood, I had caught his sword with my bare hand, completely uninjured otherwise. He was speechless, his mouth hanging open in shock. I remained silent, releasing my own aura until I gripped his blade so tightly it shattered into fragments. He staggered back, screaming in disbelief that a sword passed down through generations of his masters had been broken. But before he could process the loss, a blade suddenly pierced through his back. Blood gushed as he collapsed, revealing the abbess of 9 calamities standing behind him. He gasped her name from the dirt, but she only smiled cynically, telling him he had done a great job before declaring she would finish me herself. Mujeong tried to crawl away, calling her a cowardly bitch for striking from behind. She countered by asking if he didn't know that Jianghu only recognizes the victor, telling him to blame his own inability to block her. When he asked if she felt no shame performing such an act in front of Yang Xiaoran and Zhang Muriang, she simply stated they would only remember the MA as the final victors of Sichuan, and if they saw otherwise, they would only be able to gossip about it in the afterworld. She mocked his concerns for the Ime's future, vowing that her sect would last forever while his Qingcheng would pathetically crumble without its pillar. She swiftly dashed towards Mujeong to retrieve her staff and, with a final, brutal thrust of her staff, she sent Mujeong flying across the estate until he slammed into a mountain wall, utterly defeated. She then turned to me, ominously thankful that my contribution had created such an unthinkable opportunity for her. I wondered what nonsense she was spouting, as she promised to grant me a pain I wouldn't forget even in death. I told her that without her greedy ambitions, I might have lived as a normal man wandering the world. I truly would have preferred that life, but her greed had forged me into an assassin instead. I formed my strings and blades around my body, telling her to look closely at the monster she had created. I dashed forward, my blades clashing against her staff in a rhythmic, deadly dance. Yang Xiaoran watched in terror as we traded blows that culminated in a massive explosion. The abbess laughed through the settling smoke, twirling her staff and claiming I had no chance. She took a stance and unleashed the golden rampant strike. Another explosion rocked the area, but in a pit of rage, I pulled all my strings and daggers inward, overwhelming her defense. She struggled to dodge the onslaught, looking up to see even more daggers raining down. She struck her staff into the ground, releasing a wave of aura to knock my weapons aside. She laughed, asking if that was the extent of my power. I held my ground, telling her we were about to find out exactly what I was capable of. My threads had already snaked into the ground, and by the time she noticed, they had already ensnared her feet. I dashed towards the abyss of 9 calamities, dragging my strings across the earth until they snagged her leg, yanking it instantly so that she lost her balance. She hissed a curse as I pulled her forward, and in that heartbeat, I invoked Swift Wind. Simultaneously, I unleashed Black Lightning. Using Swift Wind allowed me to accelerate my cognitive processing to its absolute peak, while Black Lightning pushed my physical capabilities to their maximum limit. As I lunged for her with a folded fist, I moved so fast she couldn't even track my location. She was still wondering where I had gone when I slammed into her. The impact was devastating. She coughed up blood, gasping as I glared at her, knowing there was nothing left for her to do. She fell backward, defeated, and I stood over her, basking in the cold reality of my victory. From the sidelines, young Seol Ran screamed for her master. The abbess lay on the floor, looking utterly broken, her mind reeling as she wondered what had just hit her. She hadn't seen the attack at all. It occurred to her then, with a sense of mounting dread, that it had been no fluke that I had fought on par with Mu Zhong. She glared at me, realizing the terrifying scale of the monster they had created. She realized she was on the verge of sharing Mu Zhong's fate. She called out to Yang Seolran and Zhang Muryang, ordering them to kill me immediately. The two of them readied themselves and dashed forward to shield the abbess. I glared at them, noting how unsightly it was that she would sacrifice the lives of others just to save her own. I told them I wouldn't let such a chance slip away. I dashed past Zhang Muryang and Yang Seolran so quickly they couldn't even register my movement, appearing instantly before the abbess once more. Behind me, Zhang Muryang managed to turn his spear to strike, but I simply waved my hand, pulling my strings together. My blade tangled in his spear. He managed to weave away, dismissing it as a shallow attack. He was unaware that I had positioned 4 blades behind him. By the time he realized it, they pierced through him, causing him to scream and cough blood before his body fell limp to the ground. I dashed right past his falling form, finding Young Seol-ran suddenly in my path. She held her blade high and screamed for me to stop, unleashing a skill that caused flower petals to burst into the air around me. I dodged the blossoms with a speed that shocked her. She screamed again, trying the skill a second time. Petals that would cut anyone they touched to ribbons, but I wove through the attack. A few grazed my cheeks, drawing thin lines of blood, but my momentum was unstoppable. I thrusted forward and past her. She wasn't my main target. She turned, bewildered, wondering why I hadn't even bothered to counterattack her. I stood before the abyss of 9 calamities again. She looked up, unable to even muster words beyond calling me a bastard. Before she could do anything else, I engulfed her in the wrappings of my snake-like ability. Within my domain, she saw me as a towering giant, a figure that had finally surpassed her in every way. She screamed that if it wasn't for me, Sichuan would have been hers. In an instant, my snake descended on her form. She was at death's door. I struck her with a final skill, my blade slicing through her neck. As her body settled on the ground, I asked if those were truly all the last words she had to offer. I glared at her lifeless corpse and told her to disappear from my life forever. A strange calm wavered within me the moment she passed. Zhang Muryang and Yang Seolran stared at me in silence, as did the disciples surrounding Mu Zhong. Everything seemed to pause. Eyes were fixed on me and the corpse of the master of Imai. One of the Imai ladies cried out, unable to believe her master had been defeated so instantly. They looked at me as if I were a reaper, wondering if I were even human. I turned my gaze towards them and instantly, a wave of shock engulfed them, and some fell to their knees, whispering in despair about how they could possibly defeat me. One lady teared up from the sheer weight of it and ran away before I had even moved. Yang Seolran knew they were screwed. She looked at me, an assassin they had despised so much, and saw that I had cut down the leaders of both the Imei and the Qingqing sects, effectively taking control over the rule of Sichuan. She took a deep breath, clutching her sword and pondering the bleak future of her sect. When I turned my gaze toward her, she looked back with visible fear. She tried to say my name, but her voice was drowned out by a loud, harrowing cry from across the space. It was Mujong. He looked different now. He screamed with such force that his own disciples covered their ears. His eyes were wrong. I glared at him, knowing something fundamental had shifted. He rose in a stiff, zombie-like fashion, his skin turning a deep red, as if lava were flowing in place of his blood. He stared forward, deaf to the calls of his subordinates, who were asking if he was all right. He snatched a sword from one of his men and began to walk. The subordinates murmured that this ominous energy was demonic. They realized he must have studied the demonic arts as Mujong dashed toward me. I dodged his strike, noting that his movements were completely different now. They were eerily similar to my own. The air was filled with pleas for him to stop, but Mujong screamed that he would kill you, though it was unclear if he meant me or the people around him. He was faster than before, and the gaps in his movements had vanished. I realized that he was no longer in his right mind. The demonic energy had overwhelmed his consciousness. I pulled my hand upward, gathering my strings and blades, and thrusted them toward the ground before snapping them toward him. They fell swiftly and sharply as he approached. I folded my fist, and the blade struck him instantly, while the strings bound him to restrict his movement. He struggled against the restraints, calling me a bastard for the second time, but the strings continued to strangle him. His vision grew hazy, and he began to cough up blood. The demonic energy began to seep out of him, and his natural color returned as the life faded. He fell limp to the ground, dead. As I looked at his body, someone else walked into the space and called his name. This newcomer used his hand to create a barrier between me and the fallen Mujong. I glared at the intruder. It was a moment of silent, mutual knowing. The man glared at me with deep intent, and as if reflecting his inner state, the sky behind him began to clear. Suddenly, Mujong coughed violently behind him, snapping the man's attention away from me. He dashed toward the fallen warrior, screaming his name and trying to steady him, but Mujong could do nothing but continue to cough. In the midst of the struggle, the man asked if Mujong had truly learned demonic arts, a thought he seemed to be struggling to process himself. Mujong's final words were a rasping declaration that everything he had done was for the sake of the Qingcheng sect. Then, his hand fell limp to the ground. The man felt a deep, surging rage as he looked at the corpse, muttering that it was all so foolish. He noted that the honor of the Qingcheng sect, which Mujong had tried so hard to protect, was now utterly lost because of those demonic arts. The entire space fell into a heavy silence. The abyss of 9 calamities was gone, and the greatest warrior saint, Mujong, had passed as well. It was a staggering reality. Yet despite all their power and schemes, none of them could take down a single assassin. The onlookers glared at me, certain that the flow of power within Sichuan had changed forever because of my existence. I stood there, waiting to see what their next move would be. I was finished with my part, but I needed to confirm their intentions. Eventually, young Seolran plucked up the courage to walk toward me. She addressed me as Pyowol, bowing her head with a level of respect that felt foreign in this blood-soaked air. She asked if I would allow the Ime sect to retrieve the corpse of their leader and bring her back to Ime Mountain. One of the sisters behind her protested, questioning how she could ask such a thing of the person who killed their leader, but young Seolran silenced her with a vicious gaze that caused the woman to freeze. She had clearly realized that in this situation, revenge was a luxury they couldn't afford. They had to find a way to survive first. Before I could answer, the man who had been with Mujong stood up. He mentioned that he would also like to collect Mujong's corpse and retreat. He bowed respectfully, and the crowd realized that even the executive of the Qingcheng sect was lowering his head. Continuing a fight that had lost all justification would only ensure the destruction of both sects. They all watched me, wondering if I would grant them this mercy. I asked them if I should believe that they wouldn't just scheme for revenge like I once did if I let them go. Yang Seolran swore upon her name that the Ime sect would not seek vengeance. The man beside her added that they wanted no more bloodshed and would forget all previous grudges. When I questioned how I was supposed to believe such nonsense, Yang Seolran and the man both promised to prove it. I glared at them as they remained bowed, and then I looked upward. A final, heavy calm settled over the situation. I told them they could leave. In the wake of this incident, the Sichuan Murim fell into a deep downturn. The Ime and Qingcheng sects, once locked in a fierce power struggle, halted all activities. Other sects followed suit, locking their gates to recover from their losses. As time passed, however, whispers of change began to circulate again. Ang Sochu called for me while I lay in the small boat, finally basking in the calm, though meanwhile, outside of Sichuan, a man reacted with shock to the news that a single assassin had razed the entire Sichuan Murim to the ground. He decided he would need to go to Chengdu to confirm the situation himself, smiling with anticipation at what was to come. The scene then cut to two figures peering into Chengdu, in hopes to uncover the new secrets of the space. Moving into the streets, we arrive at the bustling market of Chengdu once more, where people carried out their lives as usual, advertising silks and accessories. A man of apparent importance walked through the noisy crowd and arrived at an inn. When the lady at the front informed him he couldn't see the owner without an appointment, he smiled and grazed her hair, making her uncomfortable. He then produced his identification, causing her to bow instantly and address him as Hong Yuxin, the Hao Clan Inspection Squad captain. Hong Yuxin told her to shush and be quiet about his arrival, ordering her to keep his presence a secret and bring the owner to him immediately. He also demanded every document detailing the recent chaos in Chengdu, watching her walk off with a sharp, calculating gaze. He turned the death of the Hao Clan branch manager, O Sangyong, over in his mind, wondering if the assassin who had razed Sichuan was directly responsible. Outside in the market, the atmosphere fractured when a table of jewelry was upended, scattering trinkets across the dirt. The crowd froze as a man with a hunchback stood over the fallen merchant, his voice a rasping growl. He demanded to know if the merchant thought he was a joke, just because he was hunched over, stemming from the high price of the pretty necklace. The merchant pleaded for mercy, claiming the cost of labor was too high to offer a discount, which only caused the hunchback to scream in rage. Suddenly, a man and a lady, the same pair who had arrived in Chengdu earlier, intervened. The man, Yu Xinpeng, asked what brought the great iron hunchback to such a place, and told him to stop bullying the poor shop owner. He even offered to pay the difference himself. Recognizing the Shadowless practitioner, the hunchback questioned what he was doing there. Yu Xinpeng replied that he was simply traveling with his niece, Li Soha, and told her to pay her respects to Oh Hyungwol, the famous iron hunchback of the Seven-Star Hall. Li Soha bowed respectfully, but Oh Hyungwol, refusing to be treated like a beggar, threw the necklace back at the merchant. He stormed off, shouting for the idiots in the crowd to stop staring because the fun was over. Yu Xinpeng watched him go, noting that if Oh Hyungwol was already here, the rest of the Seven-Star Hall would surely follow. Meanwhile, I sat in the serenity of the forest, watching a small stream. With a flick of my wrist, I used a single string to snag a fish from the water, only to release it a moment later. It was a new kind of calm, a silence I had never been permitted to experience. I stood up and walked deeper into the trees, leaving the ghosts of Sichuan behind to embrace this new life. I was seated in town, calmly having breakfast, when Hong Yuxin suddenly appeared and called out my name, and he immediately remarked on my appearance, mentioning that I was far more beautiful in person than the rumors suggested. I looked back down at my meal, telling him that if he was here only to spout unnecessary nonsense, he should get lost. He apologized, admitting he was so surprised he forgot to introduce himself, and mentioned that he had spent a tremendous amount of time and effort tracking me down. I sensed this was going to be a problem. He introduced himself as Hong Yuxin, the inspection squad captain of the Hao clan. I glared at him, stating I had never heard of him, which didn't surprise him since he claimed it was his first time revealing his real name to someone outside the ignoble clan. When I asked what business his clan had with me, he looked incredulous, asking if I truly had no idea. He cut to the point, asking if I had killed Oh Sangyong, the Chengdu branch manager. I admitted it freely, noting that if that was the name of the man I killed, then yes, I did. My bluntness seemed to annoy him to the point of speechlessness. He calmly asked why I did it, and I explained it was because the man was gathering and selling information about me. He questioned if that reason alone was worth falling out with a group like the Hao clan, warning me that with a single order, every member in Chengdu could attack me. I dropped my chopsticks onto my plate and told him I didn't care. I promised that his head would be on the ground before that happened, and the clan leader would be next. Hong Yuxin glared at me, and I could tell he was privately contemplating whether he should just get rid of me right then and there. We exchanged vicious glares, but in that moment I revealed my threads, which I had already used to encircle the entire space. I allowed a single thread to softly graze his cheek, drawing blood. As he realized the danger he had stepped into, he began to sweat. I told him that I was sensitive to killing intent and stood up, telling him I had no interest or concern regarding the Hao clan. As I walked out, I gave him one final warning. If he continued to loiter around and stay in my way, I would rip his head off in an instant. Later, I visited the smithy where Tang Sochu was hammering away. I remarked that he didn't seem to have many orders, but he laughed and welcomed me, thanking me for helping him set up the forge. He asked if my phantom daggers were damaged, but I told him I wanted to place a new order, a vambrace to protect my arm. He seemed surprised, wondering if armor was truly necessary for me, or if an impending battle was coming. He smirked and agreed to make a light, sturdy one for me in 5 days. That evening, as Tang Sochu searched his storage for materials, he sensed someone hiding behind some cloth. He pulled it back to reveal a young, frail, and terrified boy. He didn't ask for the boy's identity or why he was there. Instead, he began bringing him meals. He told the boy to eat so he wouldn't starve, and promised to bring tastier food later. Leaving him in the storage till he was ready to speak. 5 days later, Tang Sochu brought me the vambraces forged from soft iron. He explained that if I infused them with internal energy, I could block almost any weapon. I tried it on my left hand and found it excellent. He also gave me a gift, Shiva threads he had made from the leftover metal. He mentioned they were tough and elastic, and I thanked him. As he turned to leave, I asked why he was in such a hurry. He mentioned having an uninvited guest at home, which puzzled me, but I let it slide. Elsewhere in the city, Yu Xiaoyong of the 7-Star Hall was walking with a companion, frustrated that there was still no news of a brat they were hunting. Her companion noted it would be a pain to ask the Hao clan for help, but Yu Xiaoyong didn't trust them. They passed Tang Sochu, who overheard them mentioning that the Iron Hunchback had likely arrived. Tang Sochu decided to visit the market before heading home. In the market, I found myself confronted by Pyowol, the Iron Hunchback. He was making a scene, screaming at me and asking if I knew who he was. I asked if I was supposed to know him, which sent him into a pit of rage. He called me a pimp and surrounded his body with chains, lunging at me because my calm stare got on his nerves. I reached for my new threads, but Yu Xiaoyong arrived just in time, screaming for him to stop. Jo Samcheok, who was with her, told the Iron Hunchback to look carefully. Pyowol realized that a web of my threads was right in front of him. One more step and he would have been sliced to pieces. I retracted the threads, feeling a sense of pity that the encounter was interrupted. Jo Samcheok remarked that I seemed brutal, but Yu Xiaoyong told him to stop, pointing out that Pyowol had clearly started the conflict. Pyowol looked away, knowing he was the cause of the trouble. Yu Xiaoyong stepped forward and apologized on his behalf, introducing herself and asking for my name. I told her it was Pyowol. She complimented the name and suggested we all take a step back to avoid conflict, noting that the atmosphere in Chengdu was already bleak enough. I turned and walked off without a word. She watched me go, reminding her group that they were on a mission and couldn't afford rash conflicts. The day ended back at the smithy, where Tang Sochu stood silently, watching the young boy finally enjoy the meal he had provided. I was standing inside the Suyan establishment, facing Hong Yuxin. I wasted no time and ordered him to get me information on the 7-Star Hall. He glared at me, pausing for a beat before questioning my presence. He noted that I had threatened to kill him if he bothered me. Yet here I was, seeking him out. But I told him flatly that there was no need for him to know any of that. He countered by saying he couldn't share the information then, to which I remarked that he must have a death wish. He laughed, unfazed, explaining that he didn't care if I killed him, because the Hao clan wasn't a tool to be used at my whim, regardless of threats. Procedures existed for a reason. However, his tone shifted as he mentioned that things applied differently for him personally. He offered a deal. If I answered his question, he would find the information I required. I agreed to listen. He admitted he hadn't expected such a quick reply but confessed his interest in my end goal, wondering why someone with such powerful martial arts would have no grand ambition. I responded that I had none. He was surprised, asking if I didn't even want to become the ruler of Sichuan. I explained that I simply learned martial arts to survive and clung to life for revenge. Now that my vengeance was satisfied, I had no desires left, other than perhaps reading books. He found it hard to believe, but eventually decided it was fortunate I lacked grand ambitions. He mentioned that revenge sounded interesting, but suggested we save the story for next time since we were both busy. He then asked what specifically I wanted to know about the 7-star hall, and I told him I wanted to know their purpose for being here. He understood and promised to look into it, noting that the Hao clan was also curious about their unannounced arrival. I told him I'd be staying in Chengdu and instructed him to contact me once he had the data. As I walked off, he laughed and bid me until next time. Back in my room, a lady was cutting an apple and feeding me, suggesting I have some fruit while I read. As she mentioned she had made a special request to a merchant for the tasty fruit, she suddenly began to lose her balance. I rushed to catch her before she hit the floor. As I carried her, the heavy scent of a woman's fragrance filled the room, making me realize something was wrong. I dropped her on the bed, just as someone walked into my space. The intruder wondered how I could live in such a room all day. I turned and told him it was better than eating only vegetables in the mountains. The man laughed, agreeing that one man's paradise is another's boredom. He asked if I knew who he was, and when I said I didn't, he seemed taken aback. I tilted my head and told him that if I had sensed hostility from him, I would have killed him instantly. He laughed again, calling me eccentric, and stating he now understood why Mu Jiang was so obsessed with me. I realized then that he was from the Qingchang sect. He introduced himself as Ji-Yu Yob, mentioning he was Mu Jiang's senior. I noted it didn't look like he was here for revenge and asked his true purpose. He mentioned they were aware that Qingcheng had been raised because of me. When I asked how that was my fault, he asked if I denied my actions. I told him I didn't deny what I had done, but the smeared reputation of the Qingcheng sect was caused by the people within it. No one forced Mu Jiang to learn demonic arts. Ji-Yu Yob paused, admitting his original intention was to kill me to restore his sect's honor. However, after looking at me, he confessed he didn't feel any evil energy. Instead, he felt a sturdy energy, dark as pitch but powerful like lightning. He mused to himself that not everyone who appears dark is evil, just as the heavens must have a reason for my existence. He decided it was the will of the heavens for Qingcheng to be in its current state, as punishment for failing to maintain its purity. He promised that the Qingcheng sect would never interfere with me again. He then asked for one promise. He noted that with the fall of the 2 pillars of Sichuan, Qingcheng, and Emei, unrighteous people might try to take their place, causing a disaster for the world. He hoped I would prevent that. I looked out the window and told him I couldn't promise that, as I didn't have the right given my past. As he walked off, he expressed his hope that I would shy away from wrongdoing and take pity on the pitiful. Once he left, I thought to myself that there was no way I could do such a thing. The scene shifted to Tang Sochu, who was with the young boy. The boy introduced himself as Nam Xinwu. Tang Sochu liked the name and asked where he was from. When Nam Xinwu said Hefei, Tang Sochu was shocked that a child had traveled thousands of kilometers from the Anhui province. He asked if someone was chasing him. High in the rafters, a figure was hiding. Nam Xinwu suddenly muttered the words, "black-clothed," and instantly, the person struck from above. The man's sword sliced into Nam Xinwu's shoulder. The attacker smirked, while Tang Sochu watched in horror. Nam Xinwu fell limp as Tang Sochu screamed his name. The attacker, Zhou Samchiok, sheathed his sword and wondered if he was supposed to bring the boy back alive, noting he'd still get half a reward for a corpse. Suddenly, Nam Xinwu gasped back to life. Zhou Samchiok was baffled as the boy stood up, his injury fully healed, as if it never happened. Nam Xinwu glared at him with the intensity of a predator, making Zhou Samchiok laugh. He decided he would get the full reward by bringing the boy back alive now. Nam Xinwu grabbed Zhou Samchiok's hand with incredible strength, pulling the man up like paper and slamming him into the ground. Tang Sochu was shocked. Zhou Samchiok struggled to his feet, cursing and wondering how a kid with no martial arts had such strength and regenerative abilities. He realized this wasn't a normal mission, and decided it didn't matter if he cut off the boy's limbs as long as he stayed alive. As he drew his sword, Tang Sochu grabbed him from behind, screaming for Nam Xinwu to run. Zhou Samchiok was annoyed by the interference, but Tang Sochu kept shouting until Nam Xinwu finally fled. Zhou Samchiok knocked Tang Sochu unconscious and walked out to give chase, leaving Tang Sochu's body in the storeroom. Later, I was speaking with Hong Yushin again. He mentioned the 7-star hall was looking for a thin, 15-year-old child. I asked why, but he said they hadn't found the reason yet, despite mobilizing the Hao clan. Suddenly, we heard a voice screaming outside. I recognized it. A lady walked in to tell Hong Yushin that someone named Tang Sochu was forcing his way in. I walked outside to see Tang Sochu being held by 2 men. He was screaming my name. When I asked what was wrong, he knelt and begged for my help. I told him to speak. He recounted the story of the child in his workshop and the martial artist who tried to kidnap him. He described how the child had been slashed badly, but suddenly stood back up and healed. Hong Yushin joined us and identified the attacker as the junior member of the 7-star hall, Jo Samcheok. He was troubled by the boy's ability to survive a sword through the shoulder, wondering aloud if this could be related to the Demon King, adding a new layer of mystery to the situation. The legend of the Demon King had long been a shadow over the Jianghu, a tale of a man from a decade ago who possessed a superhuman recovery ability that defied reason. No matter the severity of his wounds or the strength of his opponents, he always survived, sparking rumors that whoever unlocked his secret would grant themselves eternal life. Now a sliver of hope to resolve that mystery had appeared in the form of a boy named Nam Xinwu. Amidst a roaring inferno in Chengdu, people screamed for help while a man was held back from rushing into the flames to save his family. Yu Selyang walked past the chaos with a cold smile, convinced the child had fled in this direction. She mused to herself that they couldn't linger in Sichuan since it wasn't their territory, feeling a surge of irritation that the Hao clan hadn't assisted them. If they had, she was certain they would have captured Nam Xinwu already. Zhang Pyong called out to her, asking what she was doing there. She replied that she was hunting for the rat, but he told her the brat had likely escaped. He questioned why she had set a fire in the city, wondering what would happen if the local sects intervened. She dismissed his concerns, noting that the sects were too terrified to leave their gates because of me. People said I had broken them so thoroughly that they trembled at the mere mention of my name. Zhang Pyong was incensed by this, dismissing it as an exaggeration. He released a surge of aura from his sword, declaring that he didn't believe the martial artists of Chengdu could be scared of some nameless assassin. He vowed that if he ever ran into me, he would use his Bloodwolf sword to take my head with a single slash before I could even react. As they walked off, Yu Selyong said she looked forward to the day my head dropped to the ground. Zhao Pyong promised her that the moment he killed me, he would bring her my head first. They ignored the cries of the people watching their homes and families burn, remarking only that such screams were always a pleasant sound. This callousness was their undoing. My string lashed out instantly, tangling around Zhao Pyong's neck from behind. I pulled him upward with a sharp jerk. By the time Yu Selyong turned, she saw him being strangled mid-air, unable to utter a single word. With a flick of my wrist, I severed his head, leaving her in a state of absolute shock, as the roar of the fire drowned out the silence of his death. Elsewhere, Yu Shinpung appeared before a trembling Li Soha. He admitted he didn't know how this disaster was happening, but he felt something truly horrible was unfolding. He recalled a similar fire that had broken out during a disaster in Sichuan recently, and found the coincidence ominous. Just then, they saw a man from the 7-star hall, one of the bamboo sword experts named Sa Gam, walking past. Yu Shinpung glared as the man entered a corridor. Li Soha asked what he was looking for, and her master admitted he wasn't sure, though the sheer amount of killing intent leaking from the man suggested his goal was important. He was surprised she could sense it, but she noted it was far too obvious to miss. They followed him, only to lose him in a matter of seconds. Yu Shinpung wondered if the expert had realized they were following, but Li Soha pointed out blood on the ground ahead. They found Sa Gam lying in a pool of his own blood, lifeless. The speed of the kill was horrifying. Yu Shinpung mused that for an expert like him to be defeated so quickly, only one person could be responsible. He realized the rumors about the assassin who fought all the sects of Sichuan alone weren't exaggerations at all. A great disaster was indeed brewing. Meanwhile, Nam Xinwu was dragging himself through the forest, leaving a trail of blood behind him. One of the men from the 7-star hall squad followed him, marveling at how a human could survive such injuries. He threw 3 short daggers into the boy's back, watching his body shake on the ground. He noted that even the greatest masters couldn't survive losing that much blood, finally understanding why his clients wanted the boy brought in alive. Nam Xinwu turned, begging for his life, but the man only smiled. He told the boy he had done nothing wrong, but this was the Jianghu, where the innocent die regardless. He explained that his client would rip the boy apart, analyzing every vein and drop of spinal fluid to find the cause of his immortality. He told him that the dream of eternal life was the reason he had to die. Just then, someone came and screamed aloud, frantically explaining that their members are dropping like flies, causing him to turn in shock as he couldn't understand how such a thing could happen to his group. Back in the city, Oh Hyung-wol walked through the streets, smirking about the trouble Yu Sol-young was causing. He remembered our encounter, his anger rising as he thought about how I had embarrassed him in front of her. He vowed to kill me the next time he saw me. He saw Yu Sol-young leaping over the rooftops in a hurry, and wondered if something had happened. I was on the hunt for her and every one of their stupid members who are here to disrupt my newfound peace. My dagger flew from the shadows, piercing his shoulder. Before he could react, my string wrapped around his neck, cutting off his breath. He struggled, grabbing his heavy chain and swinging his weapon in a desperate attempt to strike me. The impact hit the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As it settled, I stepped into the space. I used my new vambrace to deflect his attack with ease, staring him down in silence. He called me a bastard and screamed, pulling his weapon back for another strike. These men had come to my space to cause havoc. Now, I would ensure they experienced a level of ruin they could never have imagined. Lee Soha's scream cut through the air, beckoning her uncle to witness the carnage. Yu Shinpung appeared at her side, his gaze falling upon the lifeless, broken body of Oh Hyung-wol. He was visibly surprised, questioning if this was truly the Iron Hunchback lying dead before them. He walked closer, the reality of the scene sinking in as he mused that this man must have been killed by the same assassin who took Sagam. First Sagam, then the Iron Hunchback. This revelation caused Lee Soha to tremble with unease, asking if I held some deep-seated grudge against them, or if a group like the 100 Spirits Troop was responsible. Yu Shinpung dismissed the idea, noting that the 100 Spirits Troop had never been active within Sichuan. He stated there was a high chance this was the work of that notorious assassin everyone had been talking about throughout the province. While he admitted there was no way to know my true motives, he was struck by the incredible killing technique used. Lee Soha felt increasingly uncomfortable, wondering just who I could be and where I had learned such lethal arts. She speculated that I must look like a monster, but Yu Shinpung corrected her, mentioning that those who had seen me described a man who was young and quite good-looking. She was shocked, screaming that it couldn't be true, and wondering why someone so handsome would commit such heinous acts. Her uncle only glared at her before walking off, stating they needed to move because he didn't think I was finished killing yet. When she asked if they weren't supposed to be just observing, Yu Shinpung replied that he had lived his life with a heart of chivalry and could not stand idly by after seeing such gruesome deeds. As they departed, he wondered how many more victims I would claim. Deep in the forest, the other 7-star members were trying to flee the scene. Seo-kyung screamed for his team to stay sharp, warning them that an ambush could come from anywhere. I was moving through the shadows, a fact he seemed to realize far too late. He thought to himself that this was all due to his negligence, cursing the fact that he hadn't realized the person who quarreled with Oh Hyung-wol was the infamous assassin of Chengdu Mi. He regretted not killing me back then. To avoid the eyes of the Qingcheng and Ime sects, he had tried to move quietly, but the cost was already 3 of his brothers. Jo Samcheok asked why we were being targeted now, wondering if it was just because of the recent quarrel. Sanwi countered that if it were just a simple grudge, I wouldn't be this persistent. He stated his belief that it had everything to do with the child, Nam Shinwoo. This caused Jo Samcheok to look shocked, but Sanwi told him to calm down, remarking that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He suggested that after they handed the child over and secured backup, killing me would be easy. Seo-kyung agreed, vowing to pay back the humiliations they had suffered. Yu Sil-young watched them, musing that boys were such cute fools, even as they dashed through the woods. Suddenly, Seo-kyung paused, sensing something was off. When Yu Sil-young asked what was wrong, he noted the forest was becoming unnaturally darker. They stopped, the air thick with discomfort. Sanwi touched the ground, his eyes widening as he realized the danger. He screamed for them to run, but in that instant, dark strings erupted from the earth and dragged him into the depths of the darkness. Everyone screamed his name, but the shadows were already claiming the space. Jo Samcheok was overcome by fear as the darkness caught him as well, leaving him limp. Yu Sil-young and Seo-kyung didn't run away. They ran toward where Sanwi had vanished. Sanwi screamed for them to stay back before he was completely engulfed. Seo-hyun was breathless, admitting he had never seen anything like this. He then realized with a jolt of horror that someone else was missing. They had been so focused on Sanwi that they hadn't noticed when Jo Samcheok was taken. This caused Yo Seo-lyong to spiral into despair. Suddenly, a voice called out, whispering, "Big brother." They looked up and saw Sanwi tangled in my strings, his body bloodied. Before they could react, his body was splattered into pieces right before their eyes. As his lifeless remains hit the ground, I finally walked into the frame, glaring at the survivors. Yu Seo-lyong screamed at my presence, while Seo-hyun glared back with an aura of pure annoyance and rage. He unleashed a massive amount of energy, dashing toward me with the ferocity of a shark. I remained calm, basking in the tension before dashing toward him. He swung a fist infused with power, but I dodged instantly. I could feel the heat as his fist passed my cheek, yet I continued to slip through his flurry of attacks. Seo-hyun was frantic, thinking his strikes were going through me but dealing no damage. He realized I was dodging his vital point strikes by the narrowest of margins. It was as if he were fighting his own shadow. In a final, frustrated effort, he struck the ground, creating a massive explosion. When the dust settled, his face was covered in sweat as he saw me standing there, completely unscathed. To me, it felt like child's play. I judged his movements as if I already knew his every intention. Yu Seo-lyong called out to him, and I shifted my glare to her, firing my strings and daggers. She engulfed herself in a blue, tiger-like aura, and managed to dodge, dashing forward. In that moment of distraction, I looped my strings around Seo-hyun's neck. I grabbed his face and demanded to know why they were trying to kidnap Nam Shinwoo. Yu Seo-lyong realized then that I was indeed hunting them for the boy's sake. I tightened my hold on Seo-hyun, telling her to speak. He managed to gasp out that he didn't know the full details, and that they had simply taken on a request. I looked at him calmly, ready to dismember him, but Yu Seo-lyong screamed for me to wait. She smirked, trying to play it cool, asking me to stop being so scary so we could talk. She walked forward, claiming they lacked information. I heeded her words for a moment, loosening the strings, but they really never learn. Seo-hyun saw an opening and tried to strike me with an aura-filled hand. My dagger thrashed through the air, hitting Yu Seo-lyong square in the forehead. As she fell, Seo-hyun screamed her name in a fit of pure rage, vowing to kill my entire family. He dashed at me, but I remained calm. I invoked my Black Lightning skill. It was a move that took only 2 seconds. I flashed past him, and suddenly blood splattered everywhere. Seo-hyun fell limp, a visible hole torn through his chest. His last words were to call me a reaper, and I simply glared at him, embodying the title. I walked over to where Nam Shinwoo lay, wrapped in clothes, picked him up, and walked away from the carnage. I carried Nam Shinwoo away from that space, his weight heavy on my shoulder as I walked. As I looked at him, his unconscious form jolted my memory. I began to ponder the words spoken earlier, realizing that although he had been on the brink of death a moment ago, his breathing had already returned to a normal condition. My mind raced, thinking that if such a person truly exists in the Jung-Hu, possessing the secret of immortality and eternal youth, then everything I knew was being challenged. Just then, I noticed a shift in the atmosphere, and as I glared forward, I saw a man, a solitary frame standing in my path. I wondered who he could be, especially since I had not sensed even a hint of his presence until this very moment. This has never happened before. I dropped Nam Shinwoo's body to the ground, keeping my eyes locked on the stranger. Suddenly, wind began to engulf the entire space, a heavy gale raising the fallen leaves in a violent swirl. The air thrusted toward me. This wind is not a normal one, I thought to myself, feeling the pressure. It felt like a gentle but strong dragon glaring upwards, and then I saw them, actual dragons of energy moving through the air. I realized that if he chose to pick a fight, I would have no choice but to retaliate. I brought out my own snakes of killing intent. My snakes dashed forward at the man, and I thought to myself that he needed to show me exactly who he was. The man merely smirked as my snakes reached him. In an instant, before they could touch him, he used his own ability to crush them, and they were splattered instantly. This was shocking to me, making me feel deeply uncomfortable. The man then spoke, surprised that I'd imitate his technique, calling me a nasty bastard. He glared at me, and I knew then that he was strong. And not just a normal kind of strong. I realized that if I didn't kill him now, I would actually die. I immediately deployed my strings to attack him, but a wall of protection appeared in front of him, causing my strings to hit a barrier. He merely uttered a low sound as he glared at me, engulfing himself in an array of wind that spiraled upwards before thrusting it forward. I glared at the oncoming gale, and felt as though I were paralyzed. I had to force myself to stand in place just to keep from falling. I brought out my daggers, using them to strike against the wind, but the skill he used was too formidable. Numerous cuts opened on my body and my face. I had to reach within myself to find something different, something that would allow me to stand as a monster against this attack. The man glared at me, realizing with a start that I had withstood it. He seemed surprised that I was able to destroy his technique and find a way to survive in such a short time. He began to sweat softly as he glared at me, realizing something had changed. As he looked at my form, even I knew that something was different. He asked me if he had just awakened my dormant potential. He may have believed he had awakened something, but within me, my body was shaking. My eyes were glowing and my teeth were snagging at themselves. I screamed loud, trying to release the pressure so my form would not collapse, for I didn't know what to expect from this fight. The man embodied his wind once more, unleashing another attack to finish me off, but I stood my ground. He remarked that this was getting more interesting, as I withstood him again. He brought forth the strength of the wind dragon he had embodied earlier, but this time it felt different. He warned that if he let this dragon loose, I might find out things I wasn't ready for. With the dragon's head beside his face, he unleashed the attack. In that same moment, I unleashed an attack of my own. They collided, and we glared at each other viciously, both trying to hold our forms against the overwhelming pressure. A massive explosion rocked the space, and as the dust finally settled, the man wondered if it was over. But a bright light appeared in the midst of the debris. My thread dashed toward him, and by the time he realized it, I had caught him by the leg. I gripped the thread, imbuing it with a bright, golden electricity. The man looked very uncomfortable as he dashed upwards, admitting that I was more incredible than he had thought. After receiving his counterattack, I finally let go, falling to the ground. My hair was matted with blood, and I was completely tattered. The man noted that not only had I survived a technique meant to kill me, but I had launched a counterattack as well. He thought to himself that he had never met an opponent like me before, and couldn't even guess how much scarier I would become in the future. He smirked, thinking this would be the perfect opportunity to kill me if he truly wanted to, but as he glared at me, he realized there was no fear in my eyes. He knew my kind, someone who would do whatever it takes to bite back, thinking that if he killed me now, he wouldn't be able to get out of this unscathed. He then looked at the kid, Nam Shin Woo. He used his skill to levitate the boy from the ground. As I watched Nam Shin Woo being carried away by the wind, I screamed for him to stop. I tried to release my aura, but I fell to the ground in my weakness. I screamed, demanding to know why he was taking the child. The man replied that he was doing it for the sake of protecting him. When I asked from whom, he said he was sorry but he couldn't tell me, nor was there a need to. I told him I wouldn't let him take the boy, causing him to laugh loudly. He explained that he didn't know how the child got there, but he couldn't remain. He stated that if the boy stayed here, a great disaster would fall upon Sichuan. He added that since my martial arts were decent, I might survive, but others wouldn't be so lucky, so he had to protect the child. He then asked for my name. I told him he should introduce himself first. He laughed, glaring at me viciously, and declared that he is the Wind Sovereign. I repeated the name to myself as he began to levitate upwards. With a smirk, he said that the sword of heavenly slaughter has descended in the twilight, and a blood-red sky will appear very soon. He warned that the world must become weary of the malice from the other side. Upon saying this, he disappeared, leaving me there in my frail, weakened state. I sat down, looking at the empty space, and thought to myself that I had been made a complete fool in this situation. Back at the So Young establishment, Hong Yushin stood before the corpses of the 7 dead members of the 7-star hall, his voice rising in a frustrated complaint as he realized that an entire group had been wiped out in a single night. He mused that they were well known in Hunan for good reason, having gained recognition despite the existence of far more powerful sects, and to think they were all killed just like that made him wonder how truly ridiculous my skills were. He commented to himself on whether all of this was going too far, noting that whenever someone too exceptional appears in the Jianghu, a wind of change is usually brought about. He then ordered his people to analyze the corpses to find out who had done this. One of his disciples walked up to him, and he asked if he had any information on me, but he was told they were at the workshop operated by a descendant of the Tang clan. This caused Hong Yushin to demand they find out the nature of the bond between the descendant and me. instructing them to gather everything possible about me, since while they couldn't control me, information on my movements would fetch a huge price. The scene then shifted to my own space, where I sat with Tang Sochu. He questioned if the man known as the Wind Sovereign had truly taken Nam Xinwu away to protect him, and I answered that it didn't seem like he was lying. Tang Sochu remarked that quite a lot had transpired, as the fire caused by the 7-star hall had burned a third of the slums, throwing Chengdu into chaos. He expressed disbelief that all of this was because of the boy, wondering what secret Nam Xinwu carried to become a target for such big shots and the Wind Sovereign. When I asked if he knew about the Wind Sovereign, Tang Sochu seemed surprised, explaining that he is one of the most powerful martial artists, standing on par with the owners of the top 2 groups, the Trio Sects, the 30 Manners, and the 3 Rulers. Internalizing this, I realized I knew nothing about these powers, so I asked him to tell me more. He explained that the top 2 are the strongest and most influential sects in the Jianghu, the Bizarre Martial Sect and the Heavenly Martial Manor. The Bizarre Martial Sect was created by the great Li Guok, who ended the Great Demonic War, and is currently led by his son, Li Xiaomen. The Heavenly Martial Manor is led by the great Zhang Chunhua, who killed the leader of the Celestial Demon Troop. Behind them are the Trio Sects, Shaolin, Wudong, and Mount Hua, followed by the Trio Manor like the Divine Moon, Phantom Sword, and Rain Sword. Finally, there are the 3 Rulers, the Dragon Heaven Gorge, the Martial Sword Troop, and the Water Heaven Society, survivors of the original 10 Rulers. Above the groups stand the 8 stars and the 3 sovereigns, of which the Wind Sovereign is one. Hearing that there were more than 20 people as strong as the man who had just humbled me made me feel uncomfortable. I had been like a frog in a well, unaware of how vast the Jianghu truly was. I stood up, my mind finally clear, and thanked Tang Sochu, declaring I would get Nam Xinwu back. He told me there was no need for thanks, mentioning he felt bad for the boy because he reminded him of his younger self. But since the Wind Sovereign took him, it might actually be better for the child. He looked at me and apologized for the injuries I sustained on his behalf, but I told him it was a good experience, because it gave me some well-needed insight. I later walked through the forest, my internal monologue driving me to become stronger so no one could ever take anything from me again. I knew I had to escape the surveillance of the Hao clan, so I arrived at the Azura Wind Manor to hide and gather funds. Walking through the abandoned estate, I reminisced about the short period of calm I had experienced there with the other children after escaping the cave, specifically remembering Li Xiaomen, when she could still breathe. I pushed the memories aside, noting the place had been plundered but nothing important was taken. I knew the Blood Shadow Group captain was a man who hid his wealth in places plunderers wouldn't find, so I used my threads to slash a suspicious ceiling, instantly dashing into the ceiling space. Lo and behold, in front of me, I found exactly what I was looking for. The scene cut to late at night as a man named Zhou Qiang walked toward a door, singing melodies. Upon entering, he found me sitting there, and his bouncy attitude quickly turned to terror as he screamed for help, only to find the people outside already dead, hanging with blood dripping from their feet. I told him no one was coming, and remarked on the fortune he had amassed. Zhou Qiang glared at me, asking if I was the Dark Moon, and I replied that I was. This caused him to immediately bow and scream for forgiveness. Claiming he hadn't heard news in 7 years, and thought I had lost interest, he begged me to take the riches he had gathered out of kindness. When he finally looked up, I was gone. He sat on the ground, relieved but shaken, realizing he would have to start paying protection fees again. I appeared atop the roof, having taken what I came for. I knew the captain would have multiple stashes, and I looked forward to the busy work of visiting them all. Elsewhere, Yu Xinpeng and Li Soha were discussing the tragedy. Yu Xinpeng expressed regret that he hadn't stopped the 7-star hall, but Li Soha insisted it wasn't his fault since their motives were unknown. She praised his heart of chivalry, which made him laugh and thank her. He then stated he would remain in Chengdu to investigate me and determine if I was a danger to the region, ordering Li Soha to return to the main estate. She was surprised and complained, but he insisted she shouldn't be stubborn, as I was a dangerous person, and he couldn't face his sister if she were harmed. Li Soha sadly agreed to go, and Yu Xinpeng apologized for not being able to show her around the Jianghu. She smiled, promising to return and observe everything next time, and urged him to take care of himself as she departed. It was nearing the late hours of the evening, the air heavy with tension near a vast open space. A long staircase stretched upward, and through the dim light, the rhythmic sounds of a crowd echoed as men carried massive coffins up the stone steps. They seemed to be in deep mourning, the weight of the oversized caskets pressing into their shoulders as they finally arrived at the Manor Thunder Temple and dropped 2 coffins inside the hall with a hollow thud. Exhausted and grief-stricken, the men collapsed to the ground, screaming for the Blood Buddha, the one who supervises the affairs of the world, to hear them. They wailed about their incompetency, begging for justice to be served. Standing before them were 2 men holding rosaries, their expressions tight with discomfort. One of them, the Blood Buddha himself, looked down at the men and asked if they weren't the disciples who had been dispatched to Sichuan. The man on the ground confirmed this, saying they had been ordered by the revered former elder monk to go into the Jianghu. This caused the Blood Buddha to ask why they had returned so soon, and if they hadn't been instructed to set up a base in Sichuan. The disciples bowed their heads even deeper, crying out that they had been chased out like dogs after losing their sect leader and young sect leader because of the Qingcheng sect. They begged for help to right this wrong. The Blood Buddha screamed in fury, his voice booming as he asked if the Qingcheng sect truly had the audacity to do such a thing, releasing a surge of aura that made the air vibrate. He declared that they would not overlook such an insult to the Minor Thunder Temple. Stating that this would be a perfect job for Hukam, he vowed that the Qingcheng sect would regret what they had done. The scene shifted across the vast landscape. I stood in the shadows, my eyes glaring with a quiet intensity. Elsewhere, Yu Xinpeng stood alone in a quiet, snowy space, lost in thought. Our journeys moved in different directions as winter finally began to loosen its grip. In a bustling market, 2 men discussed how the heavy snow had finally cleared, unblocking the routes to the outside world. They noted the long queue of people coming from Sichuan, causing the man in the green robe to mention that they could finally do some business and catch a break. Yu Xinpeng exhaled, walking past the crowds, while wondering to himself where I could be. He mused that I must have left Chengdu after that day, as the city felt far too quiet otherwise. Just then, a carriage rattled to a halt in front of him. Li Soha jumped out, screaming for her uncle and hugging him tightly. He was surprised, asking why she was here. She explained she came because he hadn't returned, and she was worried for his safety. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward to pay her respects, introducing herself as Wan Geyong. Yu Xinpeng glared at her in surprise, wondering how she knew his niece. He recognized her as the direct disciple of the Sword Sovereign, and wondered what she was doing there. Wan Geyong explained that she and Soha had been friends for a long time, though this was their first trip together. Yu Xinpeng thanked her for the help. Wan Geyong mentioned she had to come anyway, because the Golden Heaven Society had decided to gather in this location. Yu Xinpeng noted that the gathering meant many young and talented people would soon arrive. Li Soha clarified that it was only a small group of them, which was why she wouldn't be able to join him for dinner later. As they talked, I watched them from the crowd, my gaze lingering as I passed Yu Xinpeng. Inside a nearby inn, Zimen Pyong called for attention as Li Soha and Wan Geyong approached. Soha greeted him. Soha asked where the others were, and just then, Nyung Suun and Jim Jianwu walked in with a steady pace, eventually sitting down to discuss the details of their arrival. Jim Jianwu noted that they seemed to be late, but Wan Geyong assured him that they had only just arrived themselves, which eased the tension of the meeting. Suddenly, Jim Jianwu looked back toward the door with a sharp focus, causing Wan Geyong to ask what was wrong. Jim Jianwu mentioned that he felt as though someone was watching them from the shadows. While Zimen Pyong laughed and said that everyone in the inn was likely watching them, Jim Jianwu remained deeply suspicious of the atmosphere. In truth, I was sitting right there at the edge of the table. The scene shifted back to the bustling streets, moving into a space where heavy slabs of meat hung from the rafters. I stood there, my hand gracing the face of a cow. As I looked into the animal's eyes, someone arrived behind me, noting that I had never been late even once. I replied to him that there had never been a reason for me to be late. The man mirrored my gesture, gracing the cow as well, before mentioning that there was quite a lot of work to do today and asking if I would be all right. I assured him, of course, but added that I would like to quit after today. The man appeared surprised, mentioning that today being my last day was saddening and asking if something bad had happened. I simply responded that no, not at all, which he said was good to hear, noting that everyone has their own situation and he wouldn't be a bother by asking further. As he walked off, he remarked that at first he thought I was just someone who was strong, but to think I was skilled enough to bring comfort to the cows by sending them off painlessly meant I was born with killing instincts. This caused me to glare at the cow as the man walked away, leaving me to my work while telling me to come back anytime I wanted more. I told him all right, but my mind was elsewhere. I thought to myself that while it took some time, I had finally realized something as I killed the livestock. If you stop the life and death at the specific point of a living being, you can end its life in an instant. That point doesn't exist in the same place for all beings. It is always moving, and there is a certain rule to how it moves. Today was the last time I would be confirming that rule. I whispered a silent apology to the cow before using my skill to strike it in an instant. Its eyes closed, and it fell limp to the ground. I glared at the beast, revealing my eyes in their red-crimson glow, thinking to myself that it was finally complete. Meanwhile, inside Hong Yushin's office, he rested at his table, thinking to himself that being stuck in Chengdu without any results to show was starting to get on his nerves. He wondered if it was truly okay to waste his time so meaninglessly. Just then, someone stood outside his door calling for the captain. When he asked what it was, the person explained that someone was looking for the branch leader, but it wasn't someone the new branch leader could handle. Hong Yushin asked who the big shot was, to which she responded that it was the red-blood martial artist, Jin Gyalmu. This was surprising to Hong Yushin. Jin Gyalmu introduced himself, but then asked if he was really the branch leader. When Hong Yushin asked what he meant by that, Jin Gyalmu noted that his vibes were quite different from the other Hao clan branch leaders he knew of. Hong Yushin mentioned that there was likely a certain vibe they carried, perhaps because he had only recently become a branch leader. Internally, Hong Yushin thought that the man was terrifying, with eyes that could kill and a presence as powerful as his reputation suggested. Jin Gyalmu calmed himself and explained that he was looking for someone whose name he didn't know. He mentioned hearing about the huge incident in Chengdu last year involving both the Qingcheng sect and the Imei sect, where so many died that the sects closed their doors. He said he heard someone was responsible for that incident and asked to find him. Hong Yushin immediately thought of my name, wondering why the Golden Heaven Society would be looking for me. He knew that in the first place, they couldn't find me despite their best efforts. He began to make some funny faces in his concentration, causing Jin Gyalmu to look confused. Hong Yushin thought about how I had made use of him as I pleased, cut down all of the 7-star hall, and then disappeared. He finally responded that based on what he had heard, I was no longer in Chengdu, though he personally thought differently, as I was like a spirit. He noted it was hard to find traces of me, even if I were in the same city, making it a challenging task. Just then, Jin Gyalmu dropped a sack of money on the table, asking if finding spirits like that wasn't what the Hao clan specialized in. He offered it as a down payment and asked if the request would be accepted. Hong Yushin figured he was going to look for me anyway and wouldn't reject payment for it, so he agreed to do his best. Jin Gyalmu expressed his hope for good news. As the leader of the Golden Heaven Society, Jin Gyalmu was one of the 5 most talented martial artists in the world. As the grandson of Jin Wolmyong, one of the 8 stars, he had been exceptionally talented since youth, possessing a great personality and martial skill. Many followed him, expecting him to follow his grandfather's footsteps, but his actions after turning 15 were strange, as he seemed to be chasing after something. Just then, outside that space, I stood speaking to someone in front of me. I asked if they had found out why they gathered in Chengdu. The person showed me a written note saying they were sorry they couldn't find out much because there wasn't enough time. I told them I doubted they were here for fun and that I was sure there was a reason, so they must find it out. The person bowed, promising to do their best, and I walked away. In the open space where many people were walking around, someone asked me if it was my turn to perform today, referring to me as Quan OK. I responded that yes, but I was worried since I wasn't that skilled yet. He said I did great and asked why I was worried, reminiscing about his own days. As the conversation continued, Won Gyeong spotted me and glared, but then she saw Jin Gyalmu and lost interest, going to greet him instead. Jin Gyalmu asked her where the rest were, and she mentioned Yu Shinpung had gone for a walk while Nung Suwon was checking the streets. When he asked about Zimen Pyongyang, she appeared uncomfortable, saying who cares since he was probably at a brothel. Jin Gyalmu laughed. She then asked him how the information gathering went, to which he responded that it had proven quite challenging. She asked if he thought the target was involved with them, and he replied that he couldn't know for sure, but there was a need to confirm it. He noted that if the person was unrelated, they would at least reduce one option. Won Gyeong suggested they find out slowly and take time to refresh themselves, mentioning she heard of a place called the Thousand Melodies Music Hall that had weekly performances. Since they had nothing else to do today, she suggested they go. Jin Gyalmu agreed. and they walked off to the performance. That evening, everyone gathered in anticipation of the performance. I sat there with my instrument, looking down at it and smiling as I began to play. Jim Jianwoo stared at me as the music filled the room, and Wang Gaeyong remarked that while my technique wasn't exceptional, the strength within the music was impressive, noting how each note was accurate and carried a powerful will. Jim Jianwoo asked if that was so, and she continued, saying it didn't feel like I had been learning for long, musing that if I had started earlier, I would have been a great musician. Jim Jianwoo thought to himself that while he didn't know music well, he found me strange, sensing an energy similar to a swordsman. He wondered what would happen if I were holding a sword instead. He began to release an aura that made Wang Gaeyong uncomfortable, causing her to ask what was wrong. He didn't answer directly, but asked if there was a way to find out who I was. When she asked if something about me bothered him, he said he was just curious. She promised to find out, and he urged her to do so. Thinking to himself that my energy felt familiar, I smirked in that moment, then I looked up at him immediately. I began to play like a seasoned musician, striking the strings so they echoed through the space. I played with such speed that the other musicians had to scramble to follow my pace. It was as if the melodies birthed something new, making everyone gasp. I kept playing until, with a final stroke, I stopped. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Jim Jianwoo was visibly shocked, and declared he would find out the truth. Wang Gaeyong later told him that my name was Lim Quan Ok, a local of Chengdu who had inherited a fortune and grew it with business acumen before becoming an entrepreneur. Jim Jianwoo asked if she was sure I was a local, and she confirmed she had checked with various people. As I walked off, Jim Jianwoo stood up, stating he would know the truth once he spoke to me in person. He walked toward me and called out, saying it was a touching performance. He introduced himself as Jim Jianwoo, and I replied that I was Lim Quan Ok, thanking him for the compliment. He said he was truly touched and apologized for the sudden approach, asking if I would have tea with him. The scene then shifted to me walking elsewhere. I thought to myself that despite our brief talk, I could feel a sharp gaze from Jim Jianwoo and knew the invitation was just a cover. I changed back to my normal form, wondering why he had actually approached me. He had mentioned it was nice talking and hoped to meet again, but I knew I needed to find out what he was up to. I thought it best to keep him close and smirked as I walked to my inn. Upon opening the door, I found Manager O waiting. I asked what the matter was, and he showed me a report. Looking at it, I saw that suspicious movements were detected from the Thunder Clan. I wondered why they were moving now, after their leaders had died, and realized I needed to monitor them. Elsewhere, O Kyunghwa stood among his men, glaring. He thought to himself that others likely believed the Thunder Clan would never return, but he vowed he would not rest until the Qingcheng bastards were brought to their knees. He was incensed that he couldn't even hold a funeral for his sect leader, and could never forget his imprisonment. He turned to see Hukam, who glared and said that in 3 days, they would go to Qingcheng Mountain. When a man demanded to know the plan so they could trust him, Hukam suddenly appeared behind him. Hukam grabbed his face and turned his head back. His eyes glowed red as he seemingly poisoned the man, who began to scratch his face frantically. Hukam stated that insulting him was insulting the elder, a crime that could not be forgiven. In another space, Zeman Pyong was drinking tea and playing a game, remarking that having a good time was the best way to wash away travel exhaustion. He mentioned he was there for a gathering and intended to enjoy himself today. Just then, a beautiful lady walked past. The man he was with identified her as Su-hong, the manager of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion. Zeman Pyong stood up and grabbed her hand, making her uncomfortable. He told her she was beautiful and different from the rest. She thanked him, but asked him to let her go. He insisted on a drink, but she refused. Zeman Pyong glared viciously, saying he was harsh to those not on his side. He threatened that if she kept rejecting him, today would be the last day for the pavilion. Su-hang was shocked by his recklessness. I called out to her then, and she greeted me as the owner. I walked in and glared at Zeman Pyong, who asked if I was truly the owner. I stood in front of Su-hang to defend her. He asked for my name, and I told him it was none of his business. He grew riled up that a mere pavilion owner would ridicule him, and declared today would be the pavilion's last day. He released an aura that flipped tables, saying he would show me the difference between us. I glared at him, and he wondered how a normal person could stand there. He dashed at me, but his punch passed through my body. I walked past him, and remarked that it was bold to destroy what belongs to others. He grew scared, as I asked if he was prepared to put his life on the line. He tried to speak, but I struck his side, causing blood to gush out. His body flew through the wall and tumbled to the ground outside. I walked out and stepped on his back as he tried to stand. He screamed, wondering how he was subdued before using his ultimate technique. He asked who I was, and I told him it was none of his business. I brought out my strings and cut through him instantly, telling my people to get rid of him. Later, I was lying with Suhang. She took my mask off and thanked me for the rescue, but she mentioned she was worried because Zeminpyong had friends who might create trouble. I agreed and rose up, noting that we had visitors. I told her to let them in. Won Gaeong walked in and introduced herself as the comrade of the man who was humiliated, asking to be brought to the owner. She walked inside and stood before the entrance to my private quarters. I invited her to enter, a request that seemed to catch her off guard, though she complied. As she stepped forward, our eyes met. I glared at her viciously, a gaze that clearly left her feeling terrified and deeply uncomfortable. She eventually broke the silence, asking if I was the owner of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion. I gestured for her to sit and explained that the actual owner was Suhong, and I was merely assisting her with the pavilion's operations. She introduced herself as Won Gaeong, the illusion sword fairy, and asked if I had heard of her. I closed my eyes and simply told her no. She smirked, remarking that she would have to work harder since she had believed herself to be famous in the Jianghu, but it seemed her name had not yet reached this place. I could sense her mounting surprise as she wondered if I had ever even left Sichuan. She was baffled that someone so skilled, who had reduced Zeminpyong to such a wretched state without appearing even slightly fatigued, was unknown to her. She admitted she hadn't expected to find someone of my caliber here after the events in Chengdu last year. When she asked for my name, I thought of Suhang and told her I was called Nightmaster. She repeated the name thoughtfully and then moved to her true purpose, stating that she wasn't just there because of the good-for-nothing in her group. She asked directly if I was the assassin who had caused the tragedy in Sichuan the previous year. I countered by asking why she was searching for him. She explained there was something she needed to ask in person, but when I pressed for the details, she smirked and said she would only reveal them if she met the assassin himself. Since I wouldn't confirm my identity, I closed my eyes and told her we had nothing more to discuss. We stood in a tense silence for a moment before she suggested we might meet again and walked out. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man dashed into a room screaming about a major crisis. He was met by Murim and Sage Manhwa. Murim demanded to know the reason for the ruckus, to which the man replied that members of the Thunder Clan were waiting outside. The two leaders immediately went out with a large group of people to confront them. The leader of the visitors introduced himself as Oh Kyunghwa, the new head of the Thunder Clan. Murim identified himself as the Qingcheng sect leader, while Oh Kyunghwa looked at him with hidden apprehension. He recalled Hyuk Am's instructions and wondered how to buy enough time. Murim asked if the clan leader was all right, noting his visible discomfort. Oh Kyunghwa then asserted that as the legitimate heir, he was there to demand that the Qingcheng sect take responsibility for the death of their previous leader. Sage Manhwa shouted that the one responsible was already dead, but Murim silenced his junior brother. He asked Oh Kyunghwa how he expected them to take responsibility. The response was chilling. Oh Kyunghwa demanded that Murim pay for the life of the previous leader by killing himself. The entire area fell into a dead silence. Murim was utterly confused, and the people around him began to scream at the absurdity of the demand, accusing the Thunder Clan of persecution. Oh Kyunghwa felt foolish, wondering what he was supposed to do next since Hyuk Am had promised to handle the rest if they simply caused a disturbance. Just then, Li Chung, the master of the High Heaven Martial Academy, stepped forward. Murim initially felt embarrassed that an ally was witnessing this, assuming Li Chung was there to defend them against such a ridiculous request. However, Li Chung smirked and stated that he believed the Thunder Clan's request was actually reasonable. Murim was stunned, and his shock only deepened when Zhou Gulhu of the true martial sect stepped forward to agree. They all glared at Murim with a unified demand that he take responsibility by taking his own life. While this chaos unfolded, Hong Yuxin was investigating a different, disheveled space with his disciple. He described the scene as unbelievable, staring at the atrocity of numerous lifeless bodies on the ground. When he asked if there were survivors, his man confirmed that everyone was dead. Hong Yuxin asked if they knew who the culprit was, but the disciple explained that they might never find out. He pointed out that the dead were only carrying common tools like butcher knives, flails, and pickaxes, and the wounds suggested that the villagers had actually fought and killed one another. This left Hong Yuxin deeply disturbed, wondering what could have caused such madness. Back at the Qingcheng sect, the pressure on Mu Riyang continued to mount. Saj Muhua whispered to him that the men seemed strange and not in their right minds, an observation Mu Riyang agreed with. At that moment, a man named Cheong Kyong approached from behind. When Mu Riyang asked what he wanted, the man who was shaking and appearing possessed suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed Mu Riyang. The sect leader coughed up blood in total shock as Saj Muhua screamed in horror. The assassin told him that one must pay for their sins, and suddenly, more people began to chant like zombies that the price must be paid. The situation turned into a full-scale war. Those who weren't possessed unsheathed their swords to protect their master, while the possessed disciples attacked frantically. Li Cheng and Zhou Gulhu ordered their respective disciples to attack the Qingcheng sect, creating a scene of absolute carnage. O Kyunghua looked around in a panic, confused by the scale of the violence. From atop a nearby building, Hook An looked down at the leader and told him not to hesitate, commanding him to attack immediately. Hukim noted that when internal conflict takes place, even a reputable sect can be crushed to pieces. He had incited the entire collapse, and it was clear that the Qingcheng sect was about to fall. The scene shifted towards the mountain range, where Nyung Suun, Jim Jianwu, and Wan Geyong moved through the dense terrain. The atmosphere was heavy. Jim Jianwu remarked that the birds were making a lot of noise, and as he moved forward, he admitted he didn't feel good about the situation, urging the others to hurry. At the site of the conflict, the scene was one of absolute brutality. The Qingcheng sect was locked in a savage struggle with the Thunder Clan. Mu Riyang and Saj Muhua were on the ground. Saj Muhua was almost certain that they wouldn't survive the chaos. It occurred to him then that if a spell had been cast on their enemies to make them act this way, it wouldn't be a surprise if it had been cast on his own people as well. Sage Muhua reflected internally that he simply hadn't considered that possibility. He knew their disciples weren't accustomed to fighting their own comrades with their lives on the line, and he feared that if the battle continued, they would be at a total disadvantage. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the ground beside Saj Muhua, the force of the blast pushing back anyone standing in its way. As the dust settled, Jim Jianwu, Nyung Suun, and Wan Geyong stood revealed. The three of them bowed respectfully toward Mu Riyang and Saj Muhua. Jim Jianwu introduced himself as a member of the Golden Heaven Society, explaining that he had decided to step in because they seemed to be in great trouble, and he asked for their forgiveness for his sudden and rude intervention. Saj Muhua sighed with relief, thanking him and admitting they were indeed in a tough spot. When Jim Jianwu asked what was happening, Saj Muhua confessed they had no idea, only that it seemed their people were under the influence of sorcery, though they didn't know who was responsible or why. Jim Jianwu looked around, pondering the mention of sorcery, until Nyung Suun called him over and pointed out a prominent, bulging vein in his eye. She identified it as the goo poison, causing Sage Muhua to scream in horror, asking if she was truly saying they had all been poisoned by such a thing. The realization explained why everyone was moving like mindless zombies. Just then, O Kyunghwa walked into the scene and realized the truth. His people had been used as vessels for the goo poison. As he looked around frantically, Jim Jianwu stared him down. Nyung Suun remarked that if it was indeed the goo poison, the one who spread it must be nearby. She urged Jim Jianwu to find and get rid of the sorcerer while they held the line. Jim Jianwu agreed and used his skills to survey the area, his senses expanding across the space until he located a presence. He dashed off into the forest, speeding through the trees until he arrived at a clearing. He thrust his sword forward, slicing through the foliage, and as the dust settled, he found Hukem standing before him. Hukem asked how he had found him, to which Jim Jianwu demanded to know what he was after and why he had committed such atrocities. Hukem laughed and said who knows, causing Jim Jianwu to declare he would end the sorcery by force. He took a stance, releasing a wide, heavy aura that set the stage for their clash. Jim Jianwu struck downward with a massive amount of aura, an attack that literally tore through the mountain. However, when the dust cleared, he was shocked to find Hukem had vanished. Hukem suddenly appeared behind him, remarking that the move wasn't bad. Jim Jianwu turned instantly, but Hukem disappeared again, slipping away into the shadows. Annoyed that he had lost him, Jim Jianwu realized he couldn't eliminate the source yet. But he remembered Oh Kyunghwa and knew there was still something to be done. Back at the Qingcheng sect, Sage Muhua stood before Oh Kyunghwa, who had been subdued and tied with rope. Sage Muhua remarked that he couldn't believe it was actually goo poison. Oh Kyunghwa knelt there, shriveled and sweating in confusion. Jim Jianwu demanded the identity of the poison user, but Oh Kyunghwa screamed that he didn't know who the person was. Jim Jianwu bent over, looking him in the face, and warned him that he was asking for the last time. As his eyes began to glow red, fear took hold of Oh Kyunghwa, who stammered that the man was from the Minor Thunder Temple. Sage Muhua repeated the name in shock. Jim Jianwu noted that the Minor Thunder Temple was the origin of the Thunder Clan, making it highly likely the sorcerer was one of their martial artists. Won Geong asked what the man looked like, but Jim Jianwu noted it was hard to tell as he was always covered in black cloth. Suddenly, Oh Kyunghwa began to exhibit the same horrific features as the possessed men, screaming in a confused and evil frenzy. They realized he, too, had succumbed to the goo poison. He coughed up blood and begged them to save him before falling dead. Won Geong screamed and rushed to him. But it was too late. Neong Suwon observed that the poison user was someone who didn't even trust his own allies, making him difficult to find. She noted they would need to prove his origin to the other groups and asked Sage Muhua what they should do. The sage admitted they no longer had the manpower to fight. Their remaining warriors had taken too much damage, and he had no idea how long recovery would take. He apologized, stating they would stay out of the matter for now. When Jim Jianwu called out to him, the sage said that the revenge of a gentleman is never too late, and Qingcheng would wait even a century to reclaim its glory and repay this humiliation. Jim Jianwu bowed, hoping the sect would one day recover, and Sage Muhua thanked him. As Jim Jianwu and his group walked down the stairs away from the sect, he expressed his frustration, vowing to track the man down. He called their opponent a monster for controlling the minds of others, and warned that if he escaped, he would cause endless trouble. Neong Suwon doubted they could catch him since he had already gotten away, but Jim Jianwu pointed out that the sword wound he inflicted was deep, meaning the sorcerer would likely head to Chengdu to find a renowned physician. He instructed him to contact the Hao clan for help, and he agreed to do so immediately. Won Geong said she would ask Li Soha for assistance, feeling sure that Yu Xinpeng would help. Jim Jianwu agreed that the plan was settled. As he walked ahead, Neong Suwon told Won Geong that it didn't seem like they would benefit much from this, but Won Geong replied that it wasn't the first time. She remarked that while Jim Jianwu was a little foolish, few people had a sense of justice like him, and his stubborn conviction was why they followed him. Neong Suwon smiled in agreement. They watched his back in admiration before hurrying to their tasks. The scene shifted back to Suhang, who stood before me and wished me a safe journey. I told her I would return, causing her to blush and say she would always be waiting for me. I smiled and walked off. As I continued on my way, I suddenly saw Jim Jianwu ahead of me. I wondered to myself what he was doing here. He greeted me, introducing himself as the Iron Blood martial artist, and asked if I was the owner of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion. I asked what this was about, but he looked at me in shock. He mentioned that it seemed we had met before, but noted that this wasn't the face I had back then. He confessed he didn't know which was my real face, and asked why I had different faces and who I truly was, looking at me intently. The space suddenly became quiet as I fixed my gaze upon him. I asked him who he thought I was, and he responded by recounting stories he had heard before arriving, tales of an assassin who had single-handedly made fools of every sect in Sichuan. He admitted he hadn't believed the rumors initially, finding them too surreal to be true. I asked if he was currently looking for that man, and he noted that news clearly traveled to my ears quickly. When I pressed him on why he sought this assassin, he explained that he had been tracking a specific group for a long time and needed to confirm if I belonged to them. I asked what he intended to do if I did belong to that group, and he stated firmly that he would find and subdue me, doing whatever was necessary to uncover the truth. He then turned the question back on me, asking once more who I was. He questioned if I was the musician Lim Quan Ok, the night owner of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion, or if I was the assassin who had blown through Sichuan like a blood tornado. He demanded to know which one was the real me. In response, I took off my cap and glared at him. He asked if this was my real face, and I confirmed that it was. I told him that since the person he was looking for was now standing before his eyes, he should tell me which group he was tracking. He He threw a strange-looking metal toward me, which I caught. He identified it as the 9-headed dragon and asked if I knew of them. When I asked what it was, he noted my ignorance and explained that people had recently been seen using this token. People who seemingly had no relation to one another. He described the group like a mold, spreading throughout Junghwa, invading various parts of society, saying these people were only concerned with gaining profits for themselves. I asked if they were simply a merchant organization, but he corrected me, noting that they possessed immense fighting ability. He asked again if I belonged to them, and I told him I did not. When he said he believed me, I asked why, and he pointed to my eyes as the reason. He then formally introduced himself as Jim Jiamwu and asked for my real name. I told him my name was Pyowol. He remarked that it was a nice name and asked if I would become his friend, suggesting that we could be true friends regardless of our identities. I rejected his offer and walked past him, returning the coin. I told him he didn't know enough about me to make such a proposal. He grabbed the coin, insisting that while he didn't know much, he believed in my eyes and knew I wasn't a bad person. Abruptly, he asked for my help, stating that someone dangerous from the Minor Thunder Temple was hiding in Chengdu. He was certain this person would cause major problems if left alone and asked me to help find him, suggesting we could take our time becoming friends once the threat was neutralized. He tossed the coin to me again, and as I caught it, I remarked that he spoke a lot of nonsense. As I walked off, he began to ponder that while I was famous for the bloodbath in Sichuan, few people actually know or cared about what transpired behind the scenes to cause such debt. Based on what he had found, he seemed to think I was also a victim in that incident and wasn't born an evil person. He called out to me as I departed, stating that we would definitely meet again. The scene then shifted to a different space where a candle flickered against walls, splattered with blood. Hukim struck a bowl with a concussive force, having already subdued everyone in the room. He muttered about how Jim Jiamu dared to treat him that way, and vowed to make him regret it. Elsewhere, a healing Jimin Pyong was sipping tea. He slammed his cup down, screaming in frustration as he remembered my face. He was incensed, vowing to take revenge once he recovered. When a servant walked by, he screamed for more liquor. When the servant hesitated, he roared, asking if the man was looking down on him, sending the servant scurrying away. Suddenly, Hokam appeared and grabbed Jimin Pyong by the head. Jimin Pyong screamed in terror, but Hokam pulled his hair back and released something ominous from his own mouth into Jimin Pyong's. It was a possession technique that left Jimin Pyong unable to move. After swallowing the object, Jimin Pyong's eyes changed as he became possessed. Hokam stepped back, and Jimin Pyong stood up like a zombie, muttering that he must take revenge. It appeared Hokam had done this to everyone in the vicinity, laughing as he remarked that revenge was good. Chaos soon erupted outside as possessed individuals began attacking civilians. People screamed for help, asking what they had done wrong, only to be told they were too noisy by their attackers. Jim Jiamwu arrived and struck down an assailant who was about to kill an innocent person. He told Nyung Soon that it was unbelievable this had happened while he was gone, immediately attributing the chaos to Hokam. He noted that Hokam had not only harmed the Qingcheng sect, but was now tearing through Chengdu as well. Nyung Soon wondered why he was being so loud now after being quiet, and Jim Jiamwu speculated that this commotion wasn't the real objective. Perhaps Hokam was getting impatient as they closed in. Before he could finish, one Geyoung dashed in. She reported that Jimin Pyong, despite not being recovered, had gone to the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion. Just then, screams of fire rang out. The pavilion was engulfed in flames. Jim Jiamwu looked on in shock as people scrambled for water. Someone screamed that Suhang hadn't come out yet. Inside the burning building, Suhang lay on the floor, nearly lifeless after being stabbed in the chest by Jimin Pyong. He stood over her, screaming that she should have known better than to reject him. Jim Jiamwu burst into the scene and shouted Jimin Pyong's name. Seeing his possessed state, Jim Jiamwu realized the man was under the same sorcery they had seen on Mount Qingcheng. One Geyoung screamed that the fire was spreading, and they needed to leave. Jim Jiamwu looked at Suhang and realized she was already dead. He thought it was unfortunate, but decided he had to save Jimin Pyong first. He called out to him, telling him to calm down and leave the woman behind. Jimin Pyong stood up, screaming that it was all his fault and that everyone had looked down on the great Jimin Pyong. As he walked forward, I suddenly walked into the scene, barely able to contain my anger from this absurd situation. When I arrived, I didn't waste much time, and with a sharp flicker of my wrist, I sent my soul-reaping strings to entangle his neck. I decapitated him in an instant, his head falling limp to the ground before he could even register my presence. This caused Jim Jianwoo to call out his name in a voice thick with shock. Nyong Soo-woon, his eyes wide with fury, demanded to know who I was and who dared to kill Pyong in such a manner. I ignored them and bent over the body of Soo-hang. I gently removed the dagger from her chest, the cold metal a stark contrast to the memories of the time we had spent together. I recalled her voice asking me if there was anything I truly wanted. I had looked at her then, wondering what I could possibly desire. She had noted that I always gave others what they sought, but never asked for anything in return. I told her that I dreamt of a world that was not dark or damp, a world not dictated by the whims of others, but a small world made by me, belonging only to me. When I asked what she wanted, she looked sad, confessing that her dream was too big to be fulfilled. I had remained quiet as she calmly explained that as long as she could just look at her dream, she was satisfied. I grabbed her lifeless body and hugged her close in that moment. I thought to myself that she had tried to protect my dream, and in doing so, she had departed this world along with the very world I had envisioned. I whispered to her that she should not worry, for I would not send her off to the afterlife by herself. With that vow, my threads began to flow like living serpents, and my daggers danced in the air around me. In front of me stood Jim Jianwoo and his companions. Nyong Soo-woon immediately brought out his blades, his face set in a grim mask as he unleashed his technique, the White Moon 18 strikes. I readied my daggers. They flowed forward in a coordinated strike. He dashed toward them, passing through the initial volley as if they were nothing. But my daggers turned mid-air the moment he passed, targeting his exposed back. In that same instant, Won Gaeong dashed forward to parry the attack, saving him. Nyong Soo-woon thanked her, but my weapons were far from finished. They continued to flow around the two of them as they tried to close the distance, its movements mimicking a predator ready to strike. Won Gaeong found herself unable to predict where the next blow would land, especially as I remained kneeling, still holding Soo-hang in my arms. Nyong Soo-woon managed to dash forward, appearing directly in front of me. He declared that this was the end and unleashed multiple slashes. I didn't even make a move. The attacks rained down, but none of them could strike me. My threads had already taken form as an impenetrable shield. In a heartbeat, I went on the offensive. My strings grazed his skin, causing blood to seep through, leaving him shocked by the invisible lethality of my technique. While Won Gaeong was still occupied fending off my daggers, Nyong Soo-woon screamed for everyone to get away. The warning caught her attention, but it was too late for a clean escape. Blood splatters suddenly engulfed the space as my daggers pierced Won Gaeong's arm, and my threads entangled the neck of Nyong Soo-woon. I had trapped them both instantly without even leaving my position. I held them suspended, their weapons falling uselessly to the floor. Won Gaeong realized with horror that I was manipulating nothing but air and energy to catch them so helplessly, all while I remained focused on the dead woman in my arms. My daggers hovered inches from their eyes, ready to finish them, when Jim Jianwoo took a deep breath. He drew his sword and unleashed the 9 Rings Heavenly Sword Art. The thrust sliced through the space, cutting the strings that had entangled my targets and freeing the two ladies. His attack continued toward me, passing through the space where my head was, causing a massive explosion behind me. As the dust settled, a heavy calm descended. Nyong Soo-woon realized that if it weren't for Jim Jianwoo, he would have lost his eyes, or his life. He thought to himself that he had never met anyone this strong. He wanted to continue, but Jim Jianwoo blocked him with his sword, telling him to stop. Nyong Soo-woon screamed his name, asking how he could expect them to stand down and not avenge Pyong. Surprisingly, Won Gaeong stood up and agreed with Jim Jianwoo, stating they had seen enough and were clearly no match for me. Nyong Soo-woon exhaled, realizing that even the disciple of the Sword Supreme, Han Yutron, who held such immense pride in her skills, was backing down. They unsheathed their swords, and Jim Jianwoo called out my name, asking to postpone the settling of our debts. I asked him why I should agree to such a thing. He explained that while I believed Pyong was the culprit, the man was too frivolous and lacked the guts to orchestrate such a plot. He claimed there was a true perpetrator behind these deeds, the one who had been manipulating people recently, and that Pyong had shown the same symptoms of possession. He argued that the mastermind was intentionally pitting us against each other as a distraction. He pleaded with me to catch the true murderer first, pointing out that if we fought now, The bastard would escape Chengdu and cause more tragedy. I carried Suhang's body and stood up, asking what would happen if I refused. He told me he would have to fight me with everything he had, which would only result in me failing to catch her true killer. I looked at her lifeless face one last time, then turned away and walked into the flames. By the next day, the pavilion had been reduced to ashes. Suhang's body lay on a mat, surrounded by mourning staff. I stood in the midst of the ruins, looking at her. I turned to one of the women and told her I would be gone for a while, instructing her to take charge of the 1,000 Fragrance Pavilion. She accepted the responsibility, and I asked her to bury Suhang in a quiet, sunny place. As I departed, I found Jim Jianwu waiting for me. He asked if I was off to catch the true culprit. I walked past him and told him that finding that man wouldn't be hard. The real task was finding the perpetrator hidden even further behind him. This caused Jim Jianwu to ask if I was referring to the Minor Thunder Temple. I didn't respond. Elsewhere in the city, Wang Gaiyong was walking through the streets, deep in thought. She knew Jim Jianwu had gone to see me, and she worried about Li Soha and the others. She decided she must ask Soha for help. She was so distracted that she didn't notice her surroundings until someone bumped into her. She apologized immediately, but her breath caught when she saw who it was. Hukim glared at her, silent and menacing. Wan Gaiyong seemed utterly lost, unable to regain her senses or even comprehend the danger, as Hook M extended his hand toward her face, before her body suddenly went limp and she fell to the ground. Hukim grabbed her, his voice rasping with a cruel delight as he remarked that she would make great material. He declared his intent to bring her to the Minor Thunder Temple to transform her into his strongest puppet. As he engulfed himself in darkness, he laughed, muttering that he couldn't wait to see the tears flowing from Jim Jianwu's eyes before he dashed off into the gloom. Elsewhere, I prepared for my departure. I sat with Tang Sochu, informing him that I would be gone for a while. When he asked where I was going, I told him my destination was Tibet. He was visibly surprised, noting that I would have to cross the Western Highlands, a journey that would take a month on foot. He asked if this sudden move was because of the tragedy at the 1,000 Fragrance Pavilion. I paused, the memory of the flames still fresh, and confirmed that it was. Tang Sochu looked at me with genuine worry. He offered me a box, explaining that he had crafted a special windbreaker for me. He had treated the leather with a unique oil, making it waterproof and capable of blocking out a certain level of heat and flame. He admitted that while I might not strictly need them, he had also included a few specially crafted weapons and healing items, urging me to take them just in case. As I took the box, he stopped me again to hand over a small sack. When I asked what it was, he revealed it contained white phosphorus flame. He explained that if the liquid touched a candle and caught fire, the resulting flame could never be extinguished. It was an ancient secret of the Tang clan, something they had forgotten how to make long ago, and he had only managed to produce a few precious drops. He warned me to use it with extreme care, adding that it would actually be best if I never had to use it at all. I thanked him for the gifts and prepared to leave. Later that evening, Jim Jianwu approached me, his face tight with shock as he delivered the news that Wan Gaiyong had disappeared. He spoke to me with an intensity that made me clarify I had no knowledge of her whereabouts and hadn't seen her since our last encounter. He quickly clarified that he wasn't accusing me of taking her. Rather, he was certain her disappearance was linked to the culprit behind all our recent troubles. He speculated that the man he had once injured must have controlled Liminpyong and kidnapped Wan Gaiyong as a way to take revenge on him. With a desperate look, he asked for my help. I turned to him, questioning why he would seek aid from me, the man who had killed Liminpyong and nearly slaughtered his comrades. He countered by pointing out that Pyong had destroyed my property and killed my people, and that his comrades had been the ones to attack me first. He urged me to set aside those complications for now, as time was running out. He was certain the culprit had fled to the Minor Thunder Temple, but he admitted that with his current ability, he could neither find the temple nor the sorcerer. He asked if I could find them. I told him to stick close and stay out of my way, vowing that as long as they were breathing, no one would escape me. We soon arrived at an accommodation. Bodies were littered across the floor. Jim Jianwu was horrified by the sight, cursing Hukem as a heinous bastard. I bent over to analyze the scene, noting that the culprit must have been watching their every move from this vantage point. He would have seen that the injured Liminpyong was the only one left behind. Jim Jianwu called out Pyong's name, his grief palpable. I rose and moved to a corner where I noticed some broken items. I picked up a fragment and realized the culprit was indeed intending to cross the Western Highlands. When Jim Jiamwu asked if the scrap was oil-treated leather, I explained it was essential for traversing humid, harsh environments. I showed him how cotton was being used for insulation, and iron fragments were being added to shoes for traction on ice. It meant our target was heading for the snow. I told him the only place between Sichuan and Tibet with such snow was the Western Highlands. Without another word, we set off. Eventually, we found an abandoned horse and the body of a boatman. Jim Jiamwu observed that the culprit had likely taken a boat from there, looking out into the vast, watery expanse. I analyzed the footprints on the ground and told him I had both good and bad news. The good news was that Won Gaeyong was still alive. The bad news was that the culprit knew we were tracking him. I was annoyed by the realization, though I had expected it. As the wind began to whip through the trees, I took off my cloak and handed it to Jim Jiamwu, telling him he would need it to survive the snowfields. He was worried for me, asking what I was going to wear. So I opened the box from Tang Sochu and put on the specially crafted windbreaker. We pushed forward into the blizzard. Deep in the snowfields, Hook Am was struggling. He was carrying Won Gaeyong's body and realized he had a tail. He felt a growing certainty that he might die. Someone with incredible tracking skills was closing in. He wondered if there was actually someone that skilled in Sichuan, and then it clicked. It had to be the owner of the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion, the man who had foiled his plan to make Jim Jiamwu's party kill one another. It made him deeply uncomfortable. He realized that even behind a mask, I was a creature of the shadows just like him, but stronger and more dangerous in stealth. He wondered if I had already noticed his exact location. He knew he was vulnerable while alone, but he hoped his pace would get him to the Minor Thunder Temple before I could strike. He pushed on through the blinding white, desperate to escape me. Meanwhile, Jim Jiamwu was feeling the bite of the Tibetan cold. He remarked that he never thought he'd have to brave such weather and admitted he wouldn't have made it this far without me. Traveling with me had changed his perspective. He realized that while we both knew martial arts, I was fundamentally different. My senses were sharper than any blade, and my tenacity surpassed that of a beast. He wondered if this was truly the level of the top assassin who had defeated the Qingcheng and Imei sects. He recalled my fighting style and suspected I possessed even more lethal techniques than those he had already seen. He felt a strange mixture of fear and anticipation at the thought. I cut his thoughts short, sensing something ahead. A group of men on horseback was approaching through the storm. Jim Jiamwu identified them as the mounted bandits of Tibet, brutal marauders who plundered and killed indiscriminately. As he readied his sword for a clash, I told him to deal with them. He was taken aback, asking if I meant for him to do it alone. I explained that on these plains, the wind and snow covered tracks almost instantly. I needed to keep moving to stay on the scent. I told him to follow the tracks I would leave behind, and to catch up when he could. As I dashed off into the white, Jim Jiamwu glared at the bandits and told them to bring it on. Back in a safer space, Myung Suwoon was meditating, haunted by the fact that he had been powerless against me. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Yu Shinpung and Li Soha entered to visit him. Yu Shinpung urged him not to push himself, as he was clearly still in pain. He then introduced Hong Yushin of the Hao clan, who was overseeing the clan's members in Chengdu. Hong Yushin explained that he had come late at night because he had urgent information regarding me. He told Nyung Suwoon that I was an exceptionally dangerous person. The Hao clan had tried to look into my past but had found absolutely nothing. He asked for Nyung Suwoon's cooperation, wanting every detail of our encounter so they wouldn't be helpless when I inevitably became a threat in the future. Nyung Suwoon felt a wave of awkwardness and fear. He told Hong Yushin he would cooperate, but doubted his information would help. When asked why, Nyung Suwoon confessed that even now, he didn't understand how he had lost. His words echoed over the scene of the snowy wastes, where Hyuk Em fled with his captive. Nyung Suwoon described me as someone he had never encountered before, a man who seemed to have no physical body, as if I were death itself. At that exact moment, I emerged from the storm, catching Hyuk Em in his tracks. In the biting, freezing cold, I stood behind Hyuk Em. Won Gaeyong, sensing a presence, recognized me in a split second. Her eyes flared as she wondered how I could possibly be here. At that same moment, Hyuk Em sensed a shift. He paused, noticing that the woman's breathing and heartbeat were accelerating. He looked left and right frantically, wondering what had just happened, yet his eyes found nothing but the vast, empty plains. Puzzled and sensing he was missing something, he eventually shrugged it off, challenging me to see if I could follow him after his next move. In an instant, he manifested multiple clones of himself, each appearing to carry one Gaeyong. I watched the illusion with a steady gaze, but I was able to track his actual form without fail. I kept moving with him, a relentless pursuit that left one Gaeyong reeling in thought. She wondered how I could predict his path. Was it mere habit, or was I simply that ahead of him? She realized that for every step Hyukam took, I took one as well. I ignored the after images entirely. Not a single one entered my field of vision. The pressure of my presence finally made Hyukam snap. He turned and screamed into the void, demanding to know who was there and ordering me to reveal myself. When he realized no one was visible, his mind raced with questions. He wondered if I sought revenge for the Thousand Fragrance Pavilion, and why I was moving so slowly behind him like a rat instead of attacking. He questioned if I was there for the woman, and assumed I was loitering, waiting for a chance to strike while he was burdened. He declared that he finally understood, then suddenly threw one Gaeyong upward. She was shocked, her body unable to move, as he invoked a skill on his hands and screamed to see how long I could stay hidden. Just then, I sent one of my daggers flying, and it struck him on the hand, causing him to stop his chanting, as one Gaeyong's body fell to the ground. My stealth had frightened him. Still unable to find me, he realized he couldn't let this go on. He needed to get to the Minor Thunder Temple quickly. He ran off, leaving one Gaeyong's body abandoned on the frozen ground. I walked up to her immediately and removed the cloth from her mouth. She was completely exhausted, yet she managed to ask why I was there. I doubted she could last until Jim Jiamu arrived, so I leaned in and kissed her. In that moment I released my aura and energy into her, to warm her body from the inside out. When I pulled away, she asked what I was doing, though she couldn't help but think how warm I felt. I told her I had shared some of my energy, and that she should be able to last until Jim Jiamu arrived. She looked at me as I walked off, her mind filled with questions about who the Night Owner truly was, and why I had come. The scene then shifted to the Crimson Tower, a massive building where Hokum arrived at the gate. When a voice from within asked who it was, he identified himself as being from the Minor Thunder Temple and demanded to see the Tower Master, Hyukmoka, to deliver important information. The gate opened, and he was brought before the Tower Master, an elegant lady sitting on a throne. She mentioned having heard of the eccentric hunting dog raised by a senior monk, but then asked why such a dog had come looking for her. Hyukam explained that someone was tracking him, someone with impressive martial arts and stealth, and warned her to be prepared. She began to laugh uncontrollably, mocking the fact that a hunting dog was now being hunted. She told him not to worry, claiming not even his master could enter without ruining the entire place. She decided to do him this small favor to put his master in her debt, telling the scared dog to keep his tail between his legs and stay quiet. Hooking went to a room to rest, but as he lay on the bed, 2 big bangles were dropped beside his head. He snapped his eyes open and recognized them instantly. They were the same ones the lady had been wearing when she was laughing at him. Now they were on his bed, covered in blood, paralyzed by the realization that she was no more. I was already there, standing in the same space. Outside the door, a guard peered through the hole and asked if someone was there. I did not respond. The guards were confused, one insisting someone was at the door while the other saw no one. They had no idea that I had already entered and was standing directly behind them. Hyukam began to move through the tower, wondering why it had become so dark and quiet. He felt uncomfortable, noting that the corridor seemed to have gotten smaller and narrower. He clutched the bracelet, worried for the safety of its owner, Hyukmoka. As he walked forward, he hit his head on something. He looked up and saw a face. The person fell limp to the ground and was suddenly engulfed in flames. He saw that multiple people were standing against the walls, their heads dislocated and turned in a gruesome fashion. He realized they were all dead. This caused him to run in terror, recognizing that I had snuck in and slaughtered everyone, including the lady he had come to meet. Finding her bloodied, lifeless body in her chamber was the final blow. He wondered why I had slaughtered everyone in the Crimson Tower, just to leave her bracelet for him. He felt suffocated by the terror and jumped out of the tower, realizing it had fallen and he needed a new place to stay. I watched him run and fired my dagger, which struck him from behind. Despite the hit, he kept running, fearing that stopping would mean his certain death. His only hope was to reach the Minor Thunder Temple, and he fled, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Eventually, we reached a forest of tall trees. Hyukim walked through the woods, breathing frantically, while I followed his every move from behind. I watched him calmly until, suddenly, he was gone. It was surprising. He had been only a few steps ahead, yet he disappeared right in front of me. I realized I could no longer sense his breathing or body temperature. This forest was a trap, a maze meant to disorient. I looked up and realized I had just passed this same area. In that moment of confusion, I had lost him. The forest felt thick with a tangible malice, as if the very trees were projecting hostility to drive me out. I looked upward into the canopy. The woods were layered with labyrinthine spells and confusion techniques designed to distort a traveler's senses. These were clearly deployed to mask the true location of the Minor Thunder Temple. However, I didn't allow the disorientation to take root. As time passed, I began to figure out the patterns, analyzing the distortion. I pushed deeper into the woods until I reached the outskirts of a nearby town. I arrived there seeking information, reasoning that a settlement so close to the forest must hold some clue. The air was strange. I could feel the presence of people, yet the streets were deserted. It was the time of day when a town should be bustling, but instead, everyone remained hidden. Suddenly, a stone whistled through the air toward me. I didn't need to look. I caught it in my hand before it could strike and turned to see a young boy standing behind me. He screamed for me to get out of his town, his voice trembling with a mix of fury and fear. An elderly man quickly rushed out, his face pale with terror, as he begged me to forgive his son. He grabbed the boy's head, forcing him to bend over, and they both bowed low before me. The boy, however, was not so easily silenced. He began to scream that he wasn't afraid of me, even as his father tried to hush him, asking if he wanted to end up like his brother. The boy's eyes were tearing up. He accused me and my kind of turning his brother, Soma, into a monster. Mentioning the Minor Thunder Temple in that context sparked a sharp irritation within me. I glared at him and told him to keep talking. He screamed, asking if it wasn't enough that the monks had taken his brother and the other children of the town. He assumed I was there to take him away too, and in a fit of despair he told me to just do it. I looked at him calmly and stated that I was not going to take him. When he called me a liar, I told him I had no reason to kidnap him and no intention of doing anything to him. Besides, I noted that I would sooner kill someone than kidnap them. My bluntness caused him to sweat, and he asked if I was truly not from the Minor Thunder Temple. When I confirmed I wasn't, a heavy silence engulfed the space. The father, still wary, asked for confirmation. But I simply told them that I would seriously kill all of them if they asked me that question one more time. The threat seemed to reassure them. Strangely enough, he bowed his head, explaining that they had lost everything to the temple. The father told me that the town had once been lively, but the monks had charged in years ago and taken all the children. Only the boy, Amion, had been spared because he wasn't in town that day. Years later, when the parents finally saw their children again, they discovered the heinous truth. The Minor Thunder Temple had given the children swords and forced them to fight one another. They were told that if they didn't kill their peers, their parents would be murdered. The children fought day and night, their parents' lives hanging in the balance. The losers died, and the victors were forced to kill again and again until they became monsters who couldn't even recognize their own blood. The old man showed me his stump, mentioning that his own son, Soma, had been the one to cut off his arm. When I asked why they hadn't left, he laughed bitterly through his tears, explaining that their lives were in constant danger and they couldn't bear to leave their children behind, even if those children no longer knew them. When he asked why I was looking for the temple, I told him plainly that I was there to slaughter every last one of them. He took a deep breath and shared what he knew. He told me the leader was the sage monk known as the Blood Buddha, whose martial arts, the peerless heavenly dragon arts, were among the best in the world. He spoke of the 10 Blood Thunder monks and the 300 Demon Blood monks that made up their main force. He admitted he didn't know the exact path through the illusions, but he felt certain that someone like me would spot the signs that normal people miss. I noted that his information was quite detailed for someone who had never been inside. He replied that it had become his obsession as a father. I thought to myself how familiar their methods sounded, using abducted children as weapons. It was a mirror of my own past. I realized that the longer I was delayed, the more time they had to prepare. I needed to end this immediately. Amion called out to me, pleading that if I ran into Soma or the other children, I should spare them and save them. He cried, remembering how he had hidden in terror while they were dragged away. His father grabbed him gently by the shoulder to calm him, saying that he was young and couldn't do anything to help. I looked at them and told them that, while I hated to interrupt, I couldn't fulfill that request. When Emion asked why, I explained that I didn't know what awaited me or what state those children would be in. I wasn't going there to rescue anyone. However, as payment for the information, I promised them one thing. I would kill every single minor Thunder Temple bastard I encountered. By late evening, I was back in the forest, analyzing the terrain. Another illusion trap had activated, but I knew that no matter how mysterious a spell is, it cannot hide its physical reality. I focused on a nearby creek. It was filled with fish, unlike the other sterile streams in the forest. The abundance of life suggested a nutrient-rich environment, likely caused by the food waste and human excretion discharged from the temple. I didn't trust my eyes. I followed the sensation and the foul smell of the water. I entered the sewage system, the water rising to my shoulders, but I endured it until I reached the end. Peering out, I saw it, the limit of the illusion. The minor Thunder Temple stood before me. My mission had begun. Inside, I moved through the shadows, hiding in plain sight. I heard two guards grumbling about being made to stand guard in the middle of the night. One asked who would even dare to infiltrate the temple. I moved closer, blending into the dark, and thought to myself that Huikam must have warned them of my arrival. Deep within the temple, the Blood Buddha was questioning Huikam. He was furious, asking if it made sense that Huikam had fled from an assassin whose face he hadn't even seen. He screamed at him for bringing a threat to their doorstep after all the support he had been given. Huikam, bowing his head, begged for another chance to get rid of me. One of the other monks intervened, suggesting that since Huikam had successfully avenged the temple against the Qingcheng sect, he shouldn't be punished. He proposed releasing hunting dogs into the forest, and perhaps sending the blood monks on patrol. Huikam listened to them, but he wasn't comforted. He realized they underestimated me if they thought a few hunting dogs and a mad monk would be enough. He knew in that moment that he could only trust himself to stay alive. The following evening, the silence of the temple grounds was broken by the flickering of torches and the frustrated murmurs of searching men, their leader eventually declaring that searching the southern forest was a waste of time, prompting another to scoff that one shouldn't trust those who don't walk in teams. They were visibly pissed, grumbling that they were forced to do all this work because a man who ran away like a dog had fed them nonsense. Their leader ordered them back to discuss the search, and as they walked off, I remained, a silent observer of their incompetence. My mind drifted back to a few days prior, when I had initiated my infiltration. I had tracked the leader of one of these search parties to his private quarters. He had taken off his outer robes and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, complaining to himself about how many days they had spent looking for an assassin they couldn't even see. He had reached the conclusion that Huikam was merely talking rubbish. It was at that moment of perceived safety that he looked upward and saw my face looking down at him from the ceiling. Before a single cry could escape his throat, I sprung my threads, entangling his limbs as my daggers pierced his skin. His body went numb instantly. As he lay there, shocked and confused, he could only mutter the word monster, before realizing that Huikam had been right all along. That was the last thing he ever saw. By the time I left that room, I had already taken his form and his identity, Jung Mook. Later that evening, I walked towards two other monks, effectively hiding in plain sight. When one of them questioned our progress, I dismissed them with an air of authority, telling them the search for the day was over and they should go rest. Once alone, I followed a persistent stench that couldn't be hidden. It led me to a building that appeared to be a library, or perhaps a research facility. I knew this was no normal smell. It was heavy, chemical, and foul. I arrived at a door where the stench was strongest and peered through a hole in the wall. The scent had a familiar undertone, reminding me of the waste I had been forced to eat in the dark days of my childhood, yet it was different, concentrated. I realized it was poison. I forced the door open and stepped inside to find a deranged researcher conducting experiments on an unconscious man tied to a chair. The researcher laughed to himself, boasting about how difficult it had been to create his concoction. He forced a single drop into the victim's mouth. The effect was instantaneous and gruesome. The man's veins bulged, blood spilled from his nose, and his face swelled with infection. The researcher screamed in delight, claiming he could kill 10 people with just one drop and imagining the praise he would receive from the Blood Buddha. I stepped into the light and remarked that the poison would indeed be quite useful. Startled, the man nearly dropped his medicine, but seeing me in the form of Jung Mook, He calmed down. He bragged that anyone poisoned by this would die within 7 steps. I repeated the words, suggesting the name 7-step soul-destroying poison. He loved the name, laughing as he adopted it. In that moment of triumph, I fired a dagger into his head. As he slumped to the floor, I caught the poison before it could splatter. It was a perfect acquisition in a place everyone else avoided. Chaos began to erupt within the higher ranks. The blood monk was screaming, unable to believe that his mad blood monks had been slaughtered in a single night. A subordinate admitted that Hook Am had been correct. An assassin was running rampant. The blood monk slammed his hand onto his armrest, shattering the wood in a fit of rage, demanding to know how I had bypassed the illusion traps. The reporting subordinate mentioned that after investigating the corpses, only the young monk Jung Mook was missing. They surmised that if they found Jung Mook, they would find me. The blood monk ordered all disciples to be found and brought to him, vowing to rip me limb from limb. Meanwhile, one of the Blood Buddha's subordinates expressed his humiliation that a single assassin had reduced them to such a pathetic state. He demanded that Hyuk-em be brought before him immediately. When Hyuk-em arrived, he claimed to have a way to target me. He revealed that he had lifted the restrictions on the harangs, the kidnapped children from the village. He explained that these children had been taught corrupt demonic arts, a reverse interpretation of the Shaolin Temple's secret arts. Normally, these arts would melt the user's brain if unleashed, so restrictions were placed on them. However, Hyuk-em used mind manipulation to lift those barriers, creating interesting products. He promised the Blood Buddha that these children could kill me. Though the Blood Buddha was skeptical, Hyuk-em put his life on the line, fueled by the humiliation of being chased. He requested that everyone be gathered in one place. The order went out, and all disciples were moved to the lunar pavilion. The doors were shut, and Hyuk-em stood in the center. 3 children emerged, Gui-an, Yunyo, and Soma. Hyuk-em presented his theory. Since there were no defensive marks on the corpses, and I had vanished into thin air, I must be disguised as one of them. He explained the children's new abilities. Gui-an could see the unique flow of energy in their martial arts and would spot an outsider. Yunyo, though blind, had developed her other senses to detect the physiological signs of lying. As they began their search, Hyuk-em mentioned that Soma's ability was simply a heightened, uncontrollable bloodlust. The Blood Buddha dismissed this as a failure, noting that everyone in the temple had bloodlust. Gui-an and Yunyo moved through the crowd. They reported that I was not there. The room began to murmur. Hyuk-em grew scared, and the Blood Buddha became incensed. Hyuk-em tried to stammer that the children couldn't be wrong, and that I must be hiding elsewhere. Suddenly, Soma spoke up, noting that I was sitting right there. He dashed toward me and bent over, pointing me out to the entire room. The Blood Buddha glared at me as Soma asked if I was the person they were looking for. I felt a flicker of genuine discomfort. Despite my perfect disguise and energy control, this child had managed to find me. Soma fixed a jagged, predatory glare on me, his bloodlust surging until it was almost palpable. He turned to the gathered monks and the Blood Buddha, asking for permission to kill me. In an instant, the weapon strapped to his back began to hover and dance in the air, controlled by his will as he unleashed a frantic, ravaging barrage of attacks toward me. As the pressure of his assault increased, the disguise I had stolen from Jung Mook finally dissolved, my skin shifting back to its original form. I glared at him, unmoved, which only caused him to laugh. He was surprised that not a single one of his strikes had landed. Behind him, Hyuk-em paled, finally realizing that the owner of the 1,000 Fragrance Pavilion was indeed standing in their midst. Soma continued his unrelenting barrier of attacks, his confusion growing as he wondered why he couldn't hit me even though I wasn't moving. Gui-an watched with wide eyes, observing how I sat there, using my energy threads like nearly invisible extensions of my body to block and parry every one of Soma's strikes. I simply moved my hand, guiding the threads to intercept his weapons before they could touch my skin, flinging my threads upward and encircling them to create a definitive barrier that shoved his weapons aside. I looked at the boy and asked for his name. When he answered, I asked if he was Amion's brother. The shock of my question broke his trance. He demanded to know how I knew his brother, and I told him I had met Amion and his father in their village. The Blood Buddha's voice thundered behind me, calling me a bastard and demanding to know why his men were standing around instead of killing the person who had ridiculed their temple. I didn't even turn, stating plainly that I was in the midst of a conversation and that he shouldn't get in my way. I turned back to Soma and told him to jump, As he leapt into the air, I unleashed a prepared skill, and the entire space was massacred in an instant. White phosphorescent fire engulfed the pavilion, causing a chorus of screams to erupt. The monks were thrown into total confusion, some shouting to put out the fire while others cried to kill me. The Blood Buddha was even more bewildered, wondering when I could have possibly made such preparations, and how I had managed to hide right under their noses. In the middle of the inferno, I continued my talk with Soma. I told him that his father and Amion had asked me to save him. This revelation gladdened him. He had vividly remembered the moment he severed his father's arm and had assumed the worst, but he now realized his father must have endured the pain and acted dead to avoid causing him more trouble. When Soma asked how I intended to escape such a massive force, I looked past him and said I wasn't there to save him. I was there to kill all of them. Soma smirked, a frantic laugh bubbling up as he clutched his stomach. He told me he wanted to join me in the slaughter. Hyukim screamed, accusing Soma of betrayal, but the boy only glared back, asking when he had ever been on their side since they treated the children like slaves. Guian and Yunyo stepped forward as well, declaring they would join us. Though they didn't remember their families like Soma did, they would never forgive the temple for what had been done to them. Hyukim was pissed, calling them little bastards and preparing a skill, but I snapped my threads around his hand, tangling it tight. I told him not to lay a finger on the children, and that it wasn't his turn yet, so he should sit still. The flames grew worse, and the Blood Buddha's men begged him to escape before they were all consumed. He was annoyed, realizing Hyukim's mind control was a failure. He screamed that he would kill every single one of us and activated a skill that caused a massive explosion of new, intense fire to roar behind me. I moved from the space before the heat could touch me, but the building was leveled. As the moon shone down through the smoke, the Blood Buddha questioned where we had disappeared to. His disciple suggested that perhaps his powerful arts had turned us to dust, but the Blood Buddha knew better, screaming for everyone to find me so he could kill me with his own hands. I had already moved the children away, running with one of their fallen men held in my grasp. Outside, a disciple signaled to the Blood Buddha that blood traps had led them toward a specific building, the Law Pavilion. He assumed we were severely injured and trying to escape. Hyukim looked at the building and realized with a start that it was the place where the Mad Blood Monk researched poison. He tried to warn them it was too dangerous, but the Blood Buddha marched inside. The moment they entered, the stench of the 7-step soul-destroying poison engulfed them. Men fell instantly, gasping for air and dying where they stood. The Blood Buddha was shocked and ordered everyone to stop breathing. In an attempt to save his remaining force, he used his skill to draw the poisonous air into a concentrated sphere in his hand. While he was occupied with the poison, heads suddenly began to fly. The children were moving through the shadows, decapitating the survivors. Soma, Guiana, and Yunyo walked into the light, Soma smiling at the chaos. He remembered how he had asked me when we could start killing, and I had told him he had to be obedient. I had planned this, knowing they would follow the blood tracks of the corpses we had strategically placed. I had told him we would lure them here and poison them, noting that while the minions would die from the gas, I wouldn't let the others have an easy death. I had promised him that once the minions were cleared, he could kill to his heart's content. Soma had been very happy with that arrangement. Standing before the Blood Buddha, Soma laughed frantically, declaring that he didn't care if he died as long as he got his revenge. Yunyo and Guian were fine with these words as Soma screamed, giving the order to attack. The Blood Buddha was beyond livid. He stood amidst the swirling, toxic mist, fuming that we were nothing more than little brats, and promising that once he rid himself of the poison fog, we would all be dead meat. To counter the poison, he began to channel the Samadhi divine fire, causing the air to glow with an intense, burning orange hue. When he finally screamed that it was finished, the children readied themselves for the fallout. He backfired the gas forward with a violent explosion that rocked the entire foundation, destroying the building from the outside in. The force was so immense that Hyukim and the men outside felt the tremor as a massive hole was carved into the earth. As the dust settled, the Blood Buddha stood in the crater, calling out for his subordinates. He ordered the remaining monks to go down and assist him, prompting them to jump into the ruins. Upon arriving, they asked if the sage monk was unharmed. Relieved to see him standing, someone muttered that since that attack was close to his full strength, we must have been reduced to ashes by now. One of the men suggested they would clean up the area and told the Blood Buddha to head up and rest. But the Blood Buddha hesitated, gripped by a sudden sense of uneasiness. That intuition proved correct as Soma appeared beside him like a ghost, whispered a taunt, and swiftly used his weapons to decapitate the men standing directly behind the Blood Buddha. Soma dashed forward, a blur of motion, ravaging the rest of the disciples. When they tried to use their skills against him, he proved far too fast. Guiyan joined the fray, striking them in the neck. Soma complained that she was taking his kills, but she calmly noted that there were still plenty of them left. He smirked, laughing frantically as his weapons tore through the necks of the surrounding monks. The Blood Buddha screamed at the sight of his vermin disciples being slaughtered, but his cry was cut short as my threads entangled his neck. He grabbed the threads, screaming that such petty tricks would not work on him. I pulled back, drawing my daggers toward him. He flickered the attack away with his hands, thrusting the daggers into the ground, and demanded to know if those were the only tricks I had. He dashed toward me, his fists full of aura, screaming that I was hiding in plain sight. As he punched, I revealed my form, using my daggers to dodge the heavy blow. We engaged in a high-speed, heavy battle. He fought on par with me, parrying and dodging my flying daggers with ease. He eventually grabbed one of my blades with his bare hand, telling me it was futile before igniting his aura and burning the weapon to ashes in an instant. We landed on the ground, and I reached into my arsenal for the new weapons given to me by Tung Sochu. I pulled out a specialized rope and then swung the robe I received and began to twirl it with my threads, forming a massive, rotating shuriken. I dashed forward and flung the turning knife at the Blood Buddha. He stood his ground, parrying the attack and striking it back toward me. I jumped upward to dodge the rebound, realizing he was a truly formidable foe. I then grabbed the rope and struck it, causing it to shatter instantly into multiple pieces under the strain. I immediately transitioned into the Ching Cheng Secret Arts, 72 Sword Waves, a skill I had analyzed after killing the disciple earlier. The Blood Buddha screamed as the waves of energy closed in. He punched through the air repeatedly to break the waves, yet the attack still tore through his clothes. Annoyed, he took a draconic stance while I adopted the form of a snake. When we clashed, I realized that my standard assassination skills wouldn't be enough to defeat a master of this caliber. I needed a different method, one that focused on the instantaneous, predictive way only in assassin fights. Using a skill that allows me to predict an opponent's intent, I enhanced my mind to think faster than the battle itself. It was dangerous. The closer I got to him, the higher the risk. I had to enhance my aura to a level that could shatter bonds and eat away at flesh with even a mere scratch. I maneuvered even closer, intentionally allowing him to feel as though he had landed a blow, effectively tripping his senses. Even a master feels a sense of victory before a fall, and in that moment he laughed at me, calling me a bastard for exhausting my strength, and then proceeded to use a barrage of attacks on me, one that I saw as a weak attempt from him to end the battle. But it was sloppy, and in that moment I saw an opening. I used that brief lapse in his logic to strike. I drove my dagger deep into his chest, causing him to cough out blood, shocked that I had bypassed his defenses. Then I decided to use my demolition skill in him. I centered my internal energy entirely on the dagger in his heart and struck. Instantly, his body began to rot and disintegrate from the inside out. In a second, the powerful sage monk was reduced to a distraught, lifeless form on the ground. The remaining blood monks were paralyzed with shock, seeing their third great master fallen. As they finally broke their stupor and dashed toward me, screaming that I shouldn't be allowed to escape, Soma laughed. He shouted at them, asking where they were going since he wasn't satisfied yet. But then he looked upwards as he noticed someone approaching. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the ground from above. As the dust settled, Jim Jianwu entered the scene. He walked up to me and asked if I was all right. I glared at him, surprised by his sudden appearance. He mentioned it had taken a while to find me since my tracks disappeared, but the sight of the tower and the explosion had guided him. He stood close, noting that while I seemed to have finished the main task, there were still loose ends, the smaller blood mounds of monks that he could help with. He asked if I was still able to fight, and I brought out my dagger as we walked side by side towards the remaining men, responding that I owed him one. After the intense skirmish, Hyuk Am was left reeling from the scene before him, where Soma and the others had already laid waste to the entire space, leaving not a single soul alive. Amidst the carnage, Jim Jianwu spoke to me, calling me his friend and noting that our work there was finished. I bristled at the term, sharply reminding him that we were not friends, and questioning who he thought he was addressing. He simply smiled in response, mentioning that I had saved Yongseolran and that she was already safely on her way back to Chengdu. The fact that he had found me was bothersome. I didn't think I had left any traces and asked if he had used tracking techniques to catch up. He admitted he had never learned such skills, but had tried to imitate the way I moved in the past. He mentioned an item had helped guide him in the correct direction, and although his imitation of me wasn't perfect, he was glad he hadn't arrived too late. Looking at him, I realized his condition was far worse than he let on. Internally, Jim Jianwu was thinking the same of me, observing that my energy was dangerously dissipated. He believed that if he had been any later, I might have died, and the debt between us regarding Zimenpiang would have remained unresolved. He had heard the sage monk was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be a monster capable of reducing me to such a state. Though I explained to Jim Jianwu that I wasn't done with the entire thing yet. There was one more loose end that needed mending. While the battle at the temple was over, Hyuk Am was desperately fleeing. With the temple destroyed, he wondered where he could possibly go, eventually deciding on the Potala Palace. He believed he would be safe there, as even I wouldn't be capable of reaching him at such a distance. However, the sound of branches snapping and trees being sliced apart nearby shattered his hope. He turned to find a web of my threads encircling him. I had already arrived. He ran frantically through the forest, eventually hiding behind a tree, paralyzed by the massacre he had witnessed. As he took a deep breath to steady himself, my strings enwrapped him, pinning him to the trunk. He couldn't breathe or speak, only managing to muster a plea for a quick death. He began to cry, realizing no one would forgive the wrongs he had done. I pulled the strings taut, and his life ended in that moment. Elsewhere, Soma, Gui-ana, and Yunyo sat together. Yunyo smiled and asked if they thought I would win, to which Guian confidently replied that it would obviously be me. This conversation took place just as Jim Jianwu and I were preparing for a friendly match to settle our accounts. Yunyo remarked that the Iron Tower Master, Jim Jianwu, would be a difficult opponent. She noted that if I was like a sharp needle, he was like a hammer. Jim Jianwu asked if I was all right, offering to wait if I hadn't recovered. I stopped him, stating that I was in my best possible condition. He was pleased, declaring that regardless of how the fight ended, the debt concerning Zimenpiang would be forgotten. I told him I didn't care whether he remembered it or not, which he laughed off, noting that such a response was typical of me. He explained that he hated living with unresolved debts that could creep into one's heart. I remarked on what a complicated way that was to live. Internally, I knew I was only doing this to test my own limits. Soma watched with excitement as the clash finally began. Time passed, and the season shifted. In the bustling markets of Chengdu, life continued with the noisy trade of merchants. One man was seen delivering a message to a father from his son, an exchange watched by a bored observer who found the chatting tedious. He decided to seek out a brothel for fun, but was suddenly distracted when he spotted Yun Yo walking through the street. Struck by her beauty, he began to follow her, wondering where such a woman was headed. He followed her to a temple, which looked well off, and climbed onto the roof to keep watch. He jumped down into a quiet courtyard, surprised by the lack of guards, only for Soma to appear behind him. Startled, the man asked if Soma lived there and questioned him about the girl who had just entered. Soma gave him an uncomfortable, predatory smile, grumbling about how flies always seemed to follow the girls in. The man had no idea that Soma already had lethal plans for him. Later that evening, Soma complained to me that he was hungry. By then, he had already dealt with the intruder from earlier. I told him to be patient as dinner was almost ready. I asked him how he was liking their new life, and he admitted that this house was the most comfortable place for him, Guiane, and Yunyo, as they had nowhere else to go. He noticed the letter I was holding and asked if it was from the Iron Tower guy. He wondered why Jim Jianwu sent letters so often, calling him weird. I remembered Jim Jianwu's face with a touch of annoyance and closed the letter without reading it. Soma asked if I was going to ignore it and reminded me that the man should have reached Mount Tianzong by now. He suggested a visit, but I declined, informing him that Chief Steward Go had prepared a special freshwater fish dish for dinner. I told him to eat as much as he liked. Soma walked off to find the girls but paused to thank me for rescuing them. He smiled, adding that he finally understood why Jim Jianwu liked me. It was an unexpected comment that made me slightly uncomfortable. I looked down at the letter once more, deciding it was time to move on to other things. The sight of a lifeless body on the ground, or people getting stabbed and dying in the streets within the Jianghu, has always been the way of things. Is always who dies and who did the killing. The person in question this time was Jim Jeonwoo, a fact that would surely surprise everyone around him. Already the flies were beginning to feast on his eyes. As I closed one of the letters he had sent me, I noted to myself that he apparently hadn't grown sick of writing yet. Just then, Soma walked in, asking if I had called for him. He noticed the paper in my hand and remarked that the man was still writing to me quite often. I dropped the letter on the table and told him I was heading to the workshop, asking if he wanted to come along. He was excited and quickly agreed. As we walked outside past the hanging clothes, Soma told me that he had seen Guian and Yunyo a little while ago. He mentioned that Guian was down in that smelly basement, buried in books and frantically organizing information about a new merchant group that had entered the capital. As for Yunyo, she was practicing the zither again. He told me it was a relief I hadn't been around to hear it because her playing was awful today. Still, I felt a sense of calm, noting that both of them had found something they really wanted to do. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks. I told Soma that something was going on, and he realized it too as we felt an ominous aura radiating from ahead. Inside the workshop, we found a man grabbing Tang Sochu by the neck, pinning him against the wall and demanding that he pass down the Tang clan's secret techniques. Tang Sochu tried to muster the words to ask who the client was, but the man told him he didn't have permission to ask questions. I arrived swiftly, placing a needle near the man's ear. As he began to sweat, his body froze in an instant. Later that day, Tang Sochu had apologized to me for imposing, but I told him there was never a peaceful day at his workshop anyway. He looked gloomy as he sat in my house, thanking me for accommodating him. He confessed that he didn't want to be a part of this life anymore, complaining that since their earlier attempt failed, the 100 Spirit Troop would definitely send another assassin. He lamented that just as he was getting his life back together, he had become their target. Soma told him he was actually glad Tang Sochu was there since it made it easier to hang out, and I assured him the matter would soon be solved. When he asked what I intended to do, I simply smiled and told him he would see for himself soon enough. Our conversation was interrupted when Yunyo dashed into the room, saying that Guian needed to see me. We followed her back to the 1,000 Fragrance Pavilion. Soma asked where she was, and someone directed us to the guest chamber. I was confused as to why she was in the guest room instead of her usual quarters. When I entered, she called my name and I asked what was going on. She explained that a guest from Henan province had just shared some news. One of the most promising young talents in the Jianghu, Jim Jeonwoo, had died in an accident. I was shocked. The thought of Jim Jeonwoo being dead hit me hard, and Soma looked at me in disbelief. I turned in silence and walked off, dashing to the guest's room and throwing the door open. When the people inside called me an insolent wretch, I glared at them and demanded they answer my question. They looked scared as I asked if it was true that Jim Jeonwoo had been killed. Later that evening, I sat alone, reading through his letters. He wrote of his travels to Yunnan and how he couldn't find a trace of the 9 dragons, wondering if he was chasing a mirage. He confessed to getting weary and wished to see me again. He hoped that one day, after retiring from the martial world, we could cross the Western Highlands and duel freely with no restrictions or ties. He even mentioned wanting to see how much the kids, Soma, Guian, and Yunyo had grown. As I finished reading, I realized he really was gone, so suddenly. I had truly thought that one day we would be close enough to open our hearts to one another. That one day I could call him my friend. I felt I had talked big, and the thought of calling him my friend now annoyed me in my grief. In a fit of rage, I pulled my strings and shattered the table in front of me. I vowed to myself that those who killed Jim Jeonwoo would pay the price for killing my one true friend. The next day, Tang Sochu gave me a new garment, the Shadow Dragon robe. He explained it was dyed with a special pigment that could change color by infusing it with inner energy, and he had hidden several concealed weapons inside. I thanked him. Soma looked at my robe in amazement and asked Tang if he made anything for him, only for Tang Sochu to tell him to check his own clothes. He had filled Soma's robe with the jerky the boy loved so much, saying that Administrator Go added then to his cloths. Tang Sochu apologized for always giving me problems, but I told him it was fine. We needed to figure out the truth behind Jim Jeonwoo's death anyway, so it was best to deal with the 100 Spirit Troop while we were at it. As we walked out, Soma waved goodbye to everyone. The scene shifted to the entrance of a different sect. Wu Zhongkrak, on horseback, wondered how their task of transporting scriptures to Shaolin had resulted in them traveling with me and Soma. He was uncomfortable, thinking of me as a figure feared by all in Chengdu and Soma as a little demon. He remembered his master's words about how the Jianghu would pay more attention to me until I got used to the outside. Soma asked me what kind of place the Jianghu was, and when I said I wasn't sure, he laughed, saying we would find out as we went. Once inside an inn, a disturbance broke out. We had kicked a man into the wall as Soma turned to me, remarking that the Jianghu seemed like no big deal and asking if he could kill the man. I sighed, wondering why the writers would never allow me to enjoy a meal in a pub like this. The other men there shouted at us, but as myself and Soma began to release a horrifying aura, their sect leader suddenly rushed in and bowed before me. He begged for mercy, calling his men ignorant fools. His disciples were shocked, but he silenced them, asking if they even realized whose presence they were in. He took full responsibility and apologized profusely. Soma asked if he could still kill them, but I paused, asking the sect leader if there would be any more problems if I stayed at the inn. He promised I wouldn't be disturbed. This made Soma unhappy since he couldn't kill them anymore, but I told him to handle it and walked off. Upstairs, Shin Murim and Mokgahye were watching. Mokgahye expressed fear at the constant fighting in the Jianghu, but Shin Murim reassured her that he would protect her and wouldn't let his soon-to-be bride come into danger. Later that evening, Mokgahye was washing clothes, feeling uncomfortable about Shin Murim personally escorting her to the Silver Heaven Manor to watch her get married to someone else. Suddenly, Soma walked in and called her a pretty lady. She was uneasy, but offered to let him wash first. He told her to go ahead since she was there first, so she hurried herself, splashing water on Soma's face in her rush. He told her not to worry, saying he wouldn't kill her even though he was hungry. She was unsettled, but she thanked him, and they spoke for a while before she gave him some tasty snacks she made. The next day, Soma told me how tasty the snacks were. I asked if he hadn't already eaten all his jerky, and he explained that the kind lady at the inn had given him some she made herself. He offered me some, but I declined. He remarked that she was super kind, and wondered if he would meet her again so he could ask her to teach him how to make the jerky. As he thought this, the scene shifted to Mokgahye and Shin Murim, finding themselves surrounded by a bunch of bandits in an unfortunate situation. Shin Murim moved with desperate speed, thrusting himself in front of Mokgahye to shield her from the circling blades. He demanded to know who they were and who had sent them, urgently telling Mokgahye to stay behind him because of the danger. The men before them only smirked, their leader declaring that they didn't need to explain anything. He pointed a calloused finger, stating they only wanted one thing: the gongbu sword the woman was holding. Shin Murim was taken aback, asking how they could possibly know about the weapon. The leader laughed, noting that judging by his sharp tongue, Shin Murim clearly wasn't planning to give it up quietly. Yet they couldn't afford to let such a treasure slip through their fingers. The gongbu sword was a legend, one of the 3 great blades forged by the artisan Oyezi, a phantom blade so obscure it barely existed in any record. The leader mused that their client was right about the family hiding it in such a nameless clan. He ordered his men to attack, and they dashed forward, swinging relentlessly. Shin Murim parried with skill, unleashing an attack that thrust them away in an instant. The bandit leader seemed impressed, admitting the display wasn't bad, but he warned that it would take more than that to make him flinch. He dashed forward, his sword moving with lethal intent. Shin Murim dodged repeatedly, his eyes locked on the man's weapon as their blades clashed in a high-speed dance. He screamed with effort, striking back so fiercely the leader had to jump backward to escape. Realizing Shin Murim wouldn't be easy to handle alone, the leader ordered all his men to target the woman first. One bandit hesitated, pointing out the cliff behind her and the guard in front, but the leader simply punched him to the ground, calling him a coward and reminding them they had the advantage of numbers. He told them to trust him and rush in, laughing as he readied himself to lend a hand. He unleashed a skill that moved through the air like a piercing laser, aimed directly at Mokgahye. It pierced her side before she could react. Tears flowed from her eyes as Shin Murim screamed her name in agony. He used his strength to parry the men in front of him and rushed to her side, desperately asking if she was okay. The bandit leader laughed at the sight, demanding once more that they hand over the gongbu sword. Shin Murim could only beg Mokgahye to stay alive, while she, lying weakened on the ground, thought to herself that she was only holding him back and that fighting his way out while protecting her would be impossible. Suddenly, the cawing of crows filled the air. Soma stepped into the clearing, remarking that it was no wonder the birds were being so noisy. Mokgahye recognized the voice immediately. Soma walked in with his usual smile, greeting her and asking if she had any more jerky. She cried as she told him it was the last of it, and that she had messed up the final batch. Soma looked genuinely sad at the news, but Mogahye screamed a promise that she would make more, plenty more, if he saved them. Soma was standing directly beside the bandit leader, who dismissively told the kid that the grown-ups were busy. Soma ignored him entirely, confirming with Mogahye that it was a promise. Before the bandit leader could even process the confusion, Soma unsheathed his weapon. In a blur, it sliced the man's neck clean. He took a stance and began to laugh frantically, dashing forward and slicing through the remaining bandits. He tore through the space, laying waste to the entire group in moments. He told Mogahye she had better make lots and lots of jerky, to which she quickly agreed. Shinmugiam stood in total shock, wondering who this demon-like child was who could take down so many men in an instant. Soma turned back as I walked into the space. I noted that they had mentioned something called the Gongbu sword, and asked if I could take a look at it. Mogahye sniffled and looked up at me. Shinmugiam began to thank us for saving their lives, but started to hesitate about the sword. Mogahye stopped him, saying it was okay, and admitting they wouldn't have been able to protect it with their own strength anyway. She handed the tightly wrapped container to me. I drew the blade, noting how well it was hidden. The strength and sharpness were excellent, though the form was short and uncommon for modern combat. I told them that while it was a well-made sword worthy of being called an artisan blade, it seemed more suited for ceremonial use than practical combat. I gave it back to Mogahye, who caught it before it hit the ground. Soma thought it looked cool, but I explained that for battle, a single-edged sword is generally easier to wield than a double-edged one, though that alone didn't determine its usability. Mogahye added that since ancient times, swords were seen as the link between heaven and mankind, and this one was regarded as a divine object. I nodded, acknowledging the trouble this sword might bring her. I asked where they were taking it, and she revealed they were headed to Enshi, specifically to Silver Heaven Manor. Despite Shinmugiam's silent disapproval, she explained the sword was her wedding dowry, the last heirloom of her clan, and she was on her way to marry Hua Yunshan, the master of the manor. We eventually reached the seaport, where we were met by Peng No-san, the outer hall master of Silver Heaven Manor. He introduced himself and expressed his relief at seeing Mogahye safe. He mentioned that as soon as the manor master heard of the attack, he had sent them to assist. He then asked if she still had the sword, offering to carry it for her, but she refused, stating she would take responsibility for it as her clan's entrustment. Peng No-san laughed and told her to do as she saw fit. When she mentioned that we had helped them during the attack, he turned toward us. Wu Jangrak felt a wave of discomfort, remembering his master's warnings and realizing trouble was coming. When Peng No-san approached to thank us, Wu Jangrak tried to play it down, but the man insisted we had done plenty. He invited us to Silver Heaven Manor to properly express their gratitude. Meanwhile, in a different space within Silver Heaven Manor, a man bowed before a seated lady, reporting that the mission had failed. He admitted they had failed to retrieve the sword, and that the pursuit squad had been annihilated. The lady, Yo Huayang, asked if the squad had truly been weak enough to be wiped out so easily. The man explained that a third party had intervened, and proposed placing a request with the Hao clan to find out who they were. He expressed concern that if the sword reached the manor master, it would be passed to Zhang Pyongsan, the master of Rain Sword Manor, who was obsessively fixated on swords. Such a development would further diminish the influence of their verdant blade hall in Enshi. Yo Huayang stated they needed a martial artist strong enough to counter Zhang Pyongsan, someone on par with the 8 stars. She claimed she knew someone who would help if she asked them personally. Back at the manor, we were welcomed by Mei Bulgun, the chief steward. He thanked us for visiting and invited us to rest before the evening banquet. He tried to lead Mogahye to separate special accommodations, but she refused, insisting on staying in the guest quarters with us. She thought to herself that the man gave her a bad feeling, and she felt safer with those who had rescued her. Mei Bulgun laughed and conceded to her wish, telling her to let him know if the quarters were uncomfortable. As he walked off, Mogahye exhaled in relief. Shinmugiam asked if she was all right, and she said she was doing okay. Just then, Soma calmly walked up to her, asking if he should just go and kill the steward for her sake. Later that evening, I wandered through the quiet streets of this town, reflecting on the eerie stillness of the place. Since I would be staying at the Silver Heaven Manor for a while, I decided I should gather some information on the local climate. I arrived at an inn and prepared to enter when a lady suddenly appeared, her face obscured by an elegant mask. I said nothing as she walked past me, but I found myself glaring at her back, compelled by a strange curiosity. I followed her inside. The inn was filled with the usual hum of conversation and the clinking of drinks. I sat apart from the crowd, listening as the patrons discussed the frightening momentum of the Silver Heaven Manor. They whispered that at this rate, the manor might surpass the Verdant Blade Hall to become the new regional power. I heard a man express pity for Yo Hwa-young of the Verdant Blade Hall, lamenting that if only her pavilion master had remained healthy, they wouldn't be pushed around. Another countered that it wasn't just health, but the master's gentle temperament and hatred for conflict that had allowed Silver Heaven Manor to expand so aggressively. Listening to this, I realized that the Verdant Blade Hall would never quietly back down. Even a small shop wouldn't go down without resistance. It occurred to me that the pursuit squad sent to instill fear earlier might have been their doing. Just then, an intimidating energy filled the room. A man named Ak Chusan walked in, smirking silently at the crowd before heading to the second floor. I asked a waiter if I could move upstairs, but he informed me that a guest had rented out the entire floor. I realized the masked woman from earlier must be the one who had secured the space. Though curious, I didn't want to get involved in troublesome matters, so I prepared to move on. Suddenly, another group entered, led by a man who seemed to be humming to himself as he scanned the room. This was Hwa Aoki. His eyes locked onto mine as he walked past, and I could tell he was unsettled by the fact that I looked him straight in the eye while everyone else looked away. Before he could dwell on it, someone called him Lord Hwa, and his attention shifted as Yo Hwa-young and her companion walked down the stairs. Hwa Aoki greeted her with a smirk, questioning what brought the young mistress of the Verdant Blade Hall there. Yo Hwa-young was inwardly wary, wondering how many people the Silver Heaven Manor had managed to recruit to know her movements so precisely. When Hwa Aoki insisted they had important matters to discuss, Yo Hwa-young attempted to walk past him, stating she had nothing to say. Her path was suddenly blocked by the massive frame of Hwang Bo. She recognized him, noting he had declined her offer to join the Silver Heaven Manor instead. Hwang Bo looked down at her, admitting that the manor's offers were simply better. I watched as the conversation turned to honor. Hwang Bo claimed he had painfully learned that honor doesn't put food on the table and that he was merely a swordsman trying to feed his clan. He made it clear that unless Hwa Aoki granted permission, he would not let her pass. The old man following Yo Hwa-young, Ak Chusan, finally stepped forward. He told Hwang Bo to stop, suggesting that a man should only flex his strength against worthy opponents. When Hwang Bo mockingly asked if that included old men, Ak Chusan stepped into a stance, identifying himself as being from Lion Island. He mentioned he was only there because of a connection with the master of the child he was protecting, but he hadn't expected to deal with this. The tension caused Hwa Aoki to look uncomfortable, especially when one of his subordinates began screaming insults at Ak Chusan, calling him a crazy old man. Hwa Aoki tried to tell the man to stop, but the subordinate kept shouting. In a blink of an eye, before another word could be uttered, the man was sliced clean from the waist down and killed. The body fell to the ground, shocking everyone in the room. I sat there watching the entire situation in silence. Ak Chusan was furious, and Hwang Bo realized the situation had turned dire. He urged Hwa Aoki to leave, realizing the old man's rage was peaking. Ak Chusan barked that the master must bear responsibility for the subordinate's fault, but Hwang Bo stepped in, claiming the mistake had nothing to do with Hwa Aoki and that he would take responsibility himself. Ak Chusan mocked him, asking if he thought a bit of fame in the Jianghu made him an equal to an old master. Hwang Bo replied with surprising boldness, requesting a duel to settle the matter. Ak Chusan agreed, and they moved outside. Hwang Bo drew a circle in the ground, proposing they decide the outcome inside the ring. Ak Chusan questioned if this was a trick to keep him from using his heavy iron weapon to its full potential, but Hwang Bo claimed he simply wanted to minimize collateral damage. Ak Chusan found it ironic that a man working for a worm-like master was being so considerate, but he accepted. The crowd began to bet on the outcome, with most favoring Ak Chusan. They whispered that Hwang Bo's Heavenly King triple fist strike was incomplete, and he couldn't stand against Lion Island. Yo Hwa-young stood behind them, saddened that they treated the duel as entertainment, but she knew she had to show that the Verdant Blade Hall was still a force to be reckoned with. Much later, the crowd was left in stunned silence at the outcome. There was blood on the ground, and I stood there as we all glared at the aftermath of the clash. After Ak Chusan had agreed to the terms, he questioned whether stepping beyond the ring would count as a forfeit. Huang Bo remained steady, stating that if the old man wished to step out, he was free to do so. Akchu-san smirked, matching that bravado and warning Huang Bo that if he felt he was about to die, he should simply step outside the circle. They began to release an immense amount of aura, an intimidating weight that pressed down on the entire space. Huang Bo initiated the strike, but Akchu-san was a mountain of focus. The first attack from Akchu-san was fast, but Huang Bo dodged it and went for his stomach. As Huang Bo shifted slightly to the side to land a punch in his stomach, Akchu-san countered instantly, placing his palm on the big man's chest to push himself backward while simultaneously striking at Huang Bo's neck. Huang Bo barely dodged, forcing Akchu-san to leap upward and fall gently back to the ground. A barrage of blows followed, Huang Bo putting everything into his fists, while Akchu-san used his heavy sword to parry the lightning-fast strikes. Huang Bo then jumped high, descending with the force of speed and the weight of his entire body. Akchu-san steadied himself, lifting his sword to meet the descent. Silence suddenly claimed the area. The victor was decided. Akchu-san had won. Hwaoki stood frozen, unable to believe the outcome, and urgently ordered his men to retreat. In those final seconds, Akchu-san had caught Huang Bo's right arm, though he had lost his own sword in the struggle. The old man remarked that it had been an entertaining diversion before walking off, followed by Yo Hwayung. The crowd whispered in awe of the Lion Island bladesman. The match had lasted barely 20 seconds. Left alone in the dirt, Huang Bo screamed toward Akchu-san's retreating back, wondering if things would have been different if he had perfected the Heavenly King triple fist strike and chosen martial arts over money. I walked up to him then, asking if he intended to give up just like that. He looked at me bitterly, asking what I expected him to do now that he had lost his arm. I told him to start again from the beginning, suggesting that he could adapt his techniques to a single arm if he trained for it. He laughed frantically, asking if such a thing was even possible. I reminded him that he was the only one who could decide whether to remain trapped in darkness or break free. Recognizing me, he bowed his head and begged for my help. Later, in the early hours of the day, Hua Yucheng was livid. He slammed the table, berating his son, Hwaoki, for abandoning a man like Huang Bo just because he was injured. He roared that if a master discards a loyal subordinate so easily, no one would ever offer their loyalty again. He ordered his son to leave and not return until he found Huang Bo. Hwaoki dashed off, and Hua Yucheng instructed Mei Bulgun to postpone the banquet and ensure the guests were well cared for. I observed this from the roof. I knew Hwaoki would never find him, for Huang Bo had already chosen a new path. My memories drifted back to earlier that morning, when I was stitching his injuries. I had used my threads to block the energy flow to his useless right arm, making adjustments so he could concentrate all his strength into his left. He had wept, swearing to repay the debt. I didn't have a reason to help him. I simply saw his desperate struggle and remembered a face I had long forgotten. The seed was sown. Now I just had to wait for the tree to grow. I eventually moved toward the gathering of guests. A man approached Wu Jiangrak, introducing himself as Lim Taemun from the Shindu Hall, a group upholding the principles of the mystifying finger sect. Wu Jiangrak was confused, noting the sect usually kept itself hidden. His eyes then shifted to me and Soma, and he asked for an introduction. When Wu Jiangrak hesitated, becoming flustered, Lim Taemun found the reaction strange and approached me directly. He introduced himself again, suggesting we exchange names since fate had brought us together. I met his gaze with total silence. He asked if I was refusing to speak, and Wu Jiangrak began to wail in inward annoyance. I finally stated my name. Lim Taemun mocked me, saying that since I'd been sitting with my mouth shut, he thought my tongue had been cut off. The tension was broken by the entrance of the hall leader, Hua Yucheng. As the guests paid their respects, myself and Wu Jiangrak walked off. Wu Jiangrak felt saved by the bell, thinking that Lim Taemun, a close friend of Hwaoki, was a narrow-minded fool who was lucky to still be alive. Soma asked me if he should kill the man, and I told him we would see if we met him again. As Hua Yucheng began his welcoming speech, Mei Bulgun suddenly rushed in, shouting that there was trouble. He whispered news about Mok Gaye, causing the hall leader to scream an order to capture the woman immediately. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, Mok Gaye was fleeing with Shin Mugyam and the Gongbu sword. Shin Mugyam asked if she needed to rest, but she refused, fearing they would leave traces for their pursuers. She confessed that she never wanted to be Hua Yucheng's concubine and had only come out of fear. She realized that, to the manor, Her life meant nothing as long as they had the sword. She lamented abandoning her true love for this place. Shin Mugium was shocked, finally realizing he shouldn't have suppressed his own feelings. He vowed never to let her go again as they vanished into the trees. On a mountain peak overlooking the chaos, Akchu-san and Yo Hwayoung watched the search parties. Akchu-san asked if she was sure about the risk, as the damage would be considerable. Below, the forces of the Verdant Blade Hall and Silver Heaven Manor clashed, as they both raced to find the sword first. Yo Hwayoung stated they had to take the risk to survive. Akchu-san simply sighed, noting how utterly foolish the entire situation had become. Thanks for watching. Please drop a comment on your favorite part, and also let me know if you want the rest of the story. See you on the next one.